Prologue, The Magic-Born's Ruse. Oh dear, nearly bit it for good back there. Laplace was muttering to himself as he appeared before his master. He clearly had the injuries to back that assessment up. Tough, huh? Casually replied his lord, a boy with black hair and a powerful presence. Well, hang on there, lad, Laplace whined. Tough hardly even begins to describe what I had to wade through back there, yeah? Getting inside was painful enough, but getting out... Oh, dear. Who can say how many times I towed the line? Oh, I think someone like you would work it out. Even if someone killed you, I'm not sure you'd even know how to die. Oh, you're a mean one, you know that? So the boy aloofly continued as Laplace cried the best fake tears he could. Did you find out what lies behind the Western Holy Church? I know this ain't the kind of report I should be giving, but, well, no. Nobody can. It's bloody impossible, is what it is. This stone-faced admission didn't faze the boy at all. He gave a soft smile, as if he expected that reply the whole time. Ever the liar, aren't you? You had to have uncovered a hint or two, at least. Laplace shrugged and sighed. Sheesh. After all I went through for my info, I figured I could name my price with Yat. But you just see right through me, don't you? There's no beating Yat. Thanks for the compliment, but my prices remain firm, all right? There's no beating ya, Laplace repeated. Oh, no need for complaints. I'll pay your full asking price. And in fact, our demon lord friend's consciousness has taken root for a while now. He's done a wonderful job transferring over to his homunculus. The boy gave Laplace an amused smile as he rang a small bell to call for the woman stationed outside the door. Yes, sir? Into the room strode a beautiful woman, graceful, polite, the epitome of the classic executive secretary. Her skin was smooth, light in color, and her well-defined facial features suited the bun her blonde hair was tied back in. She had blue eyes that shined like a pair of mystical lapis lazuli, but no matter how mesmerizing the light from them was, they still couldn't hide a vague sense of evil lurking inside. You don't mean... The sight of the woman startled Laplace, but he could spot a familiar glint in her eyes. Then he erupted into laughter, realizing who she truly was. Well, what's with that get-up, huh? Did you make a gender swap while I didn't notice? It looks good on you. I ain't gonna lie, but it couldn't be much more different from before, eh? Enough from you, countered the woman, ignoring Laplace's bait. It took me 10 years to obtain a body I could freely move around in. I'm not going to complain about minor grievances. Polite was no longer the way to describe her. She stood boldly, sporting an undefeatable grin. She gave Laplace a friendly pat on the shoulder before sitting down. So, if you're introducing me to this man, I suppose there's not much need to keep the act going? No, replied the boy, but I'd like you to maintain the facade in public, please. If it's just between us, I suppose there's no great need, no. Oh, well, if that's what you want, boss, I'll do it. Is it all right if I ask why? Because you're weak, Kazalim. Your powers still aren't complete yet, are they? Just watch over Clayman until your full Curse Lord force is back with you. Kazalim, the woman posing as his secretary, gave this reply a sullen nod. She had the name of a very old demon lord, the one who attempted to punish a human named Leon for declaring himself a demon lord of some faraway backwater area and paid for it with his life. Once he was head of the moderate jesters. Now she was a lord both Clayman and Laplace were attempting to resurrect. Her overpowering strength was long gone. All that remained was a prim, graceful young woman. Just before she could be obliterated from existence, Kazalim experienced a rather unlikely series of coincidences that caused her to possess the body of this boy, and just the other day they had finally managed to transfer her astral body into a replacement homunculus. The boy was her boss for now, the power from her glory days long gone. That was the way their pact worked, and Kazalim had no quarrel with it. Over the past 10 years of dealing with this acquaintance, she had fully accepted her place in the power hierarchy. Fair enough, fair enough. My power is incomplete. I let that demon Lord Leon defeat me, and I lost my body in the most unsightly of fashion. I know my soul's settled in this homunculus, but it's so fragile I'd tear it apart if I unleashed my full force. I can't really call this a complete resurrection. Is that the issue with your... Well, if our president is calling this guy boss, then I guess you're my boss too. Sure ain't just another client by this point, no. So hopefully you don't mind if I clear the air with you guys a bit. You never change, the boy said. After all this time, and after you helped us revive our fallen president, you still don't trust me? Nah, that's a different story. But I got a laugh at how you look now, sir. You're this crazy, beautiful woman now. Am I? What do my looks matter? Nah, I mean the dichotomy between your speech and your looks. It's funny, that's all. I know that, or I'm aware of that, perhaps. If I'm going to keep up the charade, I had best sound more like the lady I am. That's what you're concerned about? Baha. Silence! Kazalim spat at the guffawing Laplace. I'll have you know this body wasn't my choice. The boss here provided a homunculus modified with special technology from the sorceress dynasty of Thalion. Yeah, I sure did. And that didn't come cheap either. We needed a vessel without any soul at all, or else they'd get all mixed up, and the transplant probably wouldn't have worked. The boy sneered. For that matter, if you had fled into anyone besides me, Kazalim, you'd probably be too tangled up to split off at all, I don't think. All right. So I really don't want to hear any complaints about how you look. I appreciate it, boss, said Kazalim. The boy still didn't seem pleased, not until Laplace offered his own thanks. Sure. So, can we move this along? I know it's great, we're all back together again, but I want to get down to business. Tell me what you've found, Laplace. The smile disappeared from Kazalim's face as she turned her eyes toward Laplace. He nodded, taking a more serious demeanor. Yeah, you kept your promise and made my dream come true. I'd better show you a little sincerity too, eh? So I infiltrated the Western Holy Church to find out what's behind it, but I tell you, I just don't have any idea. He then began to describe his findings. Laplace's mission was to find out what made the Holy Church tick. It remained an independent religion, headquartered in the Holy Empire of Lubelius, but much of its internal workings remained a mystery. It positioned itself as an advocate for justice and for the weak, enjoying tremendous influence on the Western nations. A very inconvenient truth for the boy. That was why he employed Laplace from the fixer team of the moderate jesters to find who they really were, and exploit any potential weaknesses for later. The boy was fairly convinced there was another side to them. If the Western Holy Church was really an advocate for truth, he'd have to undertake whatever scheme it took to rip them away from that pedestal, but that was strictly a last resort. Now simply wasn't the time for it. The church, after all, enjoyed the services of Hinata Sakaguchi, head of the Western nations' crusaders, and the most powerful paladin the world knew. So, Laplace continued, thanks to Hinata's absence, I managed to make it into the church all right, but there was nothing suspicious about anything I saw inside. So I headed over to Lubelius's holy lands. To be exact, the inner cloister at the peak of their holiest mountain. He began to gesture excitedly as he spoke. It was there, after all, where he saw the fearsome truth. And the most amazing thing, the entire land was just filled with this kind of sacred presence. Why wouldn't it be? The boy asked. It's a holy land. What, you stupid? Kazalim added. Did someone erase your brain since last we met? No, listen to me. And you're falling back into non-lady mode again, President. I don't need don't worry about little old me. Just keep going. So Laplace kept going, a little resentful at this treatment. A little ways from Western Holy Church headquarters was the religion's holy temple. This was where the papacy was located, the political arm of the church that worked at the behest of the Holy Emperor, spokesperson for the heavens. It wasn't until he entered this temple that Laplace began to feel something was off. Within its chambers he could detect a faint amount of magic that applied itself to his nervous system. It was a very ingenious spell, one he noticed only because it was automatically blocked by Falsifier, his unique skill. There's a surprise, ain't it? Must mean somebody here can wield spiritual magic as strong as mine. Laplace braced himself as he walked toward the cathedral. He already had some knowledge of the enemy's organizational structure, and from what he could see, the relationship between the church and Lubelius was very tangled indeed. The church was built to worship Luminous, the one and only God in the world as they defined it. Lubelius was the same way, which meant one could say they were allies when it came to religious issues. In terms of the balance of power, however, the church held nearly all the cards. The reason? Simple. Hinata. The church had its knights deployed at points across the Western nations, providing an effective bulwark to protect the weak, and it was Hinata Sakaguchi who built them, and by extension the church, into the powerful group it was today. Technically speaking, the church worked under the patronage of Lubelius, charged exclusively with spreading the good word about Luminism. Now that their mission had extended out into doing good for the weak at large, the relationship was no longer as simple as that. More than anything, though, the real problem lay with the knights Hinata herself had trained. Even Laplace couldn't help but fear them a little, for their allegiance was not at all with Lubelius but solely with the one god Luminous, and with Hinata, who devoted herself fully to Luminism. That was what enabled the Western Holy Church to exist independently from Lubelius. And this brought up another problem. Lubelius's war power resided in more than just its crusaders. Even the Holy Emperor kept an official Lubelian force, the Imperial Guard that answered to nothing but the papacy below it, and this was another group to be reckoned with. Founded on the ideal that everyone is equal under the name of Luminous, it was a motley collection of soldiers in assorted clothing and equipment. The qualifications for joining were straightforward. Be a devoted follower of Luminism and be at least a ranked fighter. Thanks to these clear but fiendishly difficult requirements, the Imperial Guard was small and exclusive, packed with the best of the best of the best in warriors and magicians, along with their servants. This force was underestimated at one's own peril. Hinata was listed as head knight in this guard as well, and the papacy listed Cardinal Nicolaus Speltus, a dedicated admirer of Hinata, as its chief counsel. Hinata could almost claim the whole of the church for herself, and this was the main reason why. She had control over both wings of the Holy Emperor's main force, and yet was exempt from having to swear her allegiance to that leader. It was thanks to this inscrutable woman, Hinata, that relations between the Holy Church and Holy Empire were as twisted as they had become. And simply recalling all this advanced knowledge he had procured made Laplace sigh in frustration. What a crazy lady! The cathedral was full of spiritual force, more than enough to call forth the greatest of holy spirits. To a magic born like Laplace, this spiritual presence was supremely difficult to deal with. It dulled his senses, making him want to flee the sight as quickly as possible. He took a moment to gather himself before deciding which way to go. Heading toward the peak of this holy mount would reportedly lead him to the inner cloister where one could communicate with Luminous. His senses were telling him there was something to be found here in the cathedral as well. So, now what? He wavered, but for only a moment. Then he strode out of the cathedral and straight for the cloister. Spend too much time in this building, and Hinata could come back at any moment. Now, while she was gone, was his best chance to find a hint as to what Luminous, the central doctrine of the Western Holy Church, really was. I'll just hop on up, he thought as he traversed the mountain path and take a quick little peek around. It was his choice, and it was a mistake. No, it wasn't fruitless. He certainly learned much from the experience. But to Laplace, the danger that resulted proved far beyond his comfort level. Proceeding up the stone steps, Laplace finally reached the shrine at the peak of the mountain. This was notably smaller than the cathedral down below, but in terms of grandeur the two were incomparable. This small structure was, in the true meaning of the term, the god's domain. Now it was divine in its silence, putting pressure upon Laplace's mind. But even amid that solemnity, he could detect the familiar feel of magic. The heck! Magic in this supposedly holiest of places. That's weird. Don't like that too much. No. He could tell that Hinata, the most formidable obstacle in his way, was not here. If the magic belonged to someone else, that someone couldn't be ignored, but in Laplace's mind, it was no threat to him either. But was that the right appraisal to make? Now, Laplace, deep down in his heart, wasn't so sure. Come on, man. You know you're completely hiding your presence here. Everything's perfect. If some ruffian shows up, just run. Bracing himself, Laplace reactivated his stealth mode and attempted to slip into the shrine. Then he rolled right back out, barely maintaining his balance, stymied by the vision of a beam of light piercing straight through his body. You insect, you mere cockroach, dirtying the throne of your god. All of a sudden, the shrine was filled with an overwhelming presence, dressed in luxuriant garb that covered a chiseled, muscular figure. His short, curly blonde hair shined brightly, exhibiting the full force of his will. This was a ruler, an absolute ruler, and what Laplace couldn't help but notice first about him were the two large fangs jutting out from his lips. A vampire? Silence, insect. I will judge you myself. Consider it an honor to die here. The next moment, beams of crimson light danced across the peak. His path of escape cut off, Laplace stood there helplessly as his body was torn to shreds. Laplace took a moment to quiver as he retold the story. I tell you, it was downright scary. I thought that was it for me. Yeah, the boy replied. But why wasn't it? Kazalim merely smiled. Like I told you, he doesn't know how to die. Oh, stop phrasing it that way. Anyone should have an escape plan and a decent amount of security backup during an op like that, you know? But I'm telling you, I've just been dragged across the coals lately. Wish I could have something to brag about for a change. Yeah. You know you're a covert operative. If you're fixin' to be the hero in shining armor, maybe look for another line of work. He's right, the boy agreed. Laplace, the key to your job is completing your mission. How gallant you look doing it hardly matters, does it? No, true enough. It's just, if I keep this up, I'm gonna start getting used to being a loser. What's the problem with that? He said it. As long as you survive and win in the end, we have nothing to complain about. Kazalim hardened her expression. So, what happened? Laplace nodded at her. Right. There's the rub. If this guy can overwhelm me that much, there's no mistaking that he's one strong dude. The question is, who is he? What's a magic born of that caliber doing in this supposedly high holy place? That's the key to all this, and it could be enough to shake the very foundation of the Western Holy Church, huh? A magic-born, huh? And a high-level one. A vampire conspiring with the church. The boy nodded his agreement, unable to hide his surprise at this unexpected development. "Whoever he is," commented Kazalim, "he is dangerous. A man capable of defeating Laplace, to the best of my knowledge, would have to be far more than merely magic-born." Yeah, I'm with you there." "What do you mean?" the boy asked. "Well, not to brag, but I'm not exactly a wimp, you know. Even with the Dryad I faced down before, if I seriously duked it out, I would have won, you know. I just fled 'cause I was on their home turf in the forest and I didn't want 'em calling for reinforcements on me. No real point going all out to try to kill her either. But this foe was on another level, I tell you. It didn't feel like some subdemon lord to me. It felt like a full one, through and through. Someone like me, all I could do was run. Dryads were extremely powerful foes in forest lands, intrinsically capable of instant teleportation through the trees. The plant whisper skill let them share any and all information with others of their species, sending friends over to help their brethren any time it was needed. This made them enough of a threat that Laplace opted to run away the last time he saw one, even though he could likely conquer one in a duel. This guy, however, was different. That was a monster, Laplace declared. Stronger than me, no doubt about it. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Demon Lord, huh? What do you think, Kazalim?" Kazalim snorted. "I told you, he is dangerous. As far as I'm aware, only one man could match that description." "Oh, who's that?" "The Demon Lord Valentine. One of the old guard, a man on par with myself during my glory years." "For real? 'Cause if he's a match for you, I see I was totally right to flee. Lucky thing I trusted my instincts." Laplace shrugged. He had taken pains to break in when Hinata was away, only to stumble right up to a demon lord. The irony of it made him wince. A demon lord within the church, huh? You think this Valentine's actually the Holy Emperor, then?" "Oh, I don't know about that. You think a demon lord would raise a finger to protect humanity?" "President, what kind of guy was Valentine when you knew him?" Kazalim closed her eyes and searched through her memories, tapping a graceful finger against her forehead as she recalled the vivid images of the past. "This body may not show it," she said, "but I've lived through 3 of the great wars that occur every 500 years. 3 of them. You can call me one of the old guard as well, but by the time I joined that club there were already 6 demon lords ahead of me." As she put it, the demon lord Valentine had attained the title before Kazalim herself. His force was massive, more than worthy of the term vampire and the connotations of immortality weaved into it. To Kazalim, who had evolved from an elf similarly known for longevity to a walking dead, the thought of a vampire, the symbol of eternal life, also serving as a demon lord, gave her pause. To tell you the truth, Valentine and I have duelled to the death a few different times. It never reached a definitive conclusion, though. Once you reach our level, you can lay waste to an entire landscape without hurting yourselves at all. So instead, we adopted the tradition of talking over things and deciding by majority vote, and that led to the Walpurgis system. The fact that it takes 3 votes to convene one is a throwback to when there were still only 7 demon lords in existence. Guess nobody cared enough to change it. She let out an elegant, ladylike chuckle. The juxtaposition between this and her other masculine mannerisms was starting to unnerve the other 2 people in the room, not that she noticed. Then her face turned stony once more. "And that's why I feel safe in telling you this. That man, Valentine, he sees humans and demi-humans as nothing more than chattel. Even if the entire world was turned on its end, the idea of him serving as guardian is simply impossible." Laplace nodded his agreement as the boy thought over Kazalim's assessment. "All right. So maybe they forced some kind of agreement? Are you listening to me, Laplace? Promises and agreements only work between two parties with equal force behind them. Yeah. He didn't seem too married to the idea himself. Plus, the boy said, I find it hard to believe that someone as closed-minded as Hinata would team up with a demon lord. I wonder if what Laplace ran into wasn't a demon lord at all, but some magic born whose name we are not aware of yet. No, Kazalim replied. I do think that was Valentine. Those dancing beams of crimson light. That's the giveaway. Valentine also goes by the name of Bloody Lord, and he can take blood and vaporize it into beams of magicules known as blood ray. As she put it, a blood ray was a type of spread fire particle cannon. By converting his own blood into magical particles, he was capable of firing it off in concentrated rays of force. The amount of magical power that process required meant it had to be a demon lord working it. So you're saying that Laplace ran into the demon lord Valentine and that Valentine would never willingly cooperate with human kingdoms? Wouldn't that lend more credence to the theory that the Holy Emperor is Valentine? Yeah, muttered Laplace. That would explain matters. I'd sincerely wonder how he managed to pull the wool over Hinata's eyes, though. Well, Kazalim stated, I suppose it remains the most convincing explanation we have. I do have my doubts and concerns about that, but the important thing is we now know for a fact that Valentine, a demon lord, was lurking inside a domain that only the Holy Emperor has access to. And you're sure it's him? The boy pressed. I'm fully convinced. Laplace's description matches my own memory, and from what I know about him, Valentine would never willfully serve under someone else. Yeah, there ain't that many magic born who could whip me, I don't think. But if I'm dealing with the likes of this, well, I don't know how much more reconnaissance I'm capable of here. Well, the boy said, apparently convinced, this is still pretty useful intelligence. Expertly done, Laplace. His face shined now, revealing traces of the joy he felt now that he had a tool powerful enough to potentially take down the Holy Church. There was a powerful demon lord among his enemy's forces, but that didn't seem to concern him at all. He was too busy thinking about what to do next with this intel to care. For him, formulating his next plan of action came as easily as figuring out the next epic prank to pull off on the kids next door. So that's all the info I have for you. But speaking of demon lords, what's Clayman up to these days? The boy scowled at Laplace's apparently unwelcome question, pulling his dark, shiny hair back with one hand. Well, he complained, that wound up being a total failure. Failure? Yeah. Everything went fine up until we had Rimuru, that slime you mentioned, fight against Hinata. Then it all fell apart, pretty much. The boy briefed the others on how things unfolded. First, Clayman won over the demon lord Milim, thanks to the orb of domination the boy provided him. Once he did, they needed to test her out to see just how deep the orb had put Milim in their thrall. So we tried to find a decent opponent to test her strength on. But instead of demon lords that we didn't have much intel or even a location on, we picked Carillon, since he seemed to be the least intelligent out of them all. Along the way, Kazalim continued, we thought we could have her destroy the capital of the beast kingdom of Eurazania. The city would have been packed with former enslaved humans, souls to harvest so I can become a true demon lord once more. He and the boy exchanged glances and sighed. We figured those souls would energize Clayman too. 2 birds with 1 stone. But then Milim went out of control and declared war on the guy. And thanks to that, Carillon and the other targets had a week-long head start to prepare for the battle, more than enough time to evacuate the capital. You know, the boy reflected, looking back at it, I guess it's pretty hard to enthrall a demon lord with a magical item like that. You have to apply all these conditions to it, or else it'll get all messed up. I hope you would trust me more than that. They don't call me the Curse Lord for show, I'll have you know. That orb of domination was a perfectly crafted artifact, one of my best pieces of work. It was Clayman who ruined everything. No point dredging that up any longer. Anyway, we couldn't collect any souls in the Beast Kingdom, so we decided to check things out in Farmus next. Farmus? That kingdom? Right. Thanks to that summoning ritual they invented, Farmus had a ton of otherworlders living there. I figured now was as good a time as any to pare down their forces a little. So I used a few back channels to give them intelligence on Tempest and whet the appetites of their greedy king and his advisors. You wouldn't believe how quickly they bit either. That idea grew from Laplace's previous report, back when their operation to make an Orc Lord into a malleable demon lord ran into setbacks. The idea was to whip Farmus up into enough of a frenzy to make them declare war on the Jura Tempest Federation. With all the high-level magic born in their ranks, Tempest surely had what it took to take out at least a few of Farmus's otherworlders before going down for the count. What's more, Rimuru, Lord of the Monsters, was travelling abroad on his own business, and Clayman's own minions had infiltrated Tempest Land. The boy had planned to use Rimuru as bait for Hinata. As far as he was concerned, this plan offered the best of both worlds. But then, well, nothing went according to plan. I mean, that slime Rimuru actually fled Hinata with his life intact. You can't let your guard down around him for a moment. Kind of like you, Laplace. Thanks for the compliment. And as if that wasn't bad enough, by my prediction, Kazalim continued, that still wouldn't have been enough to keep Farmus from winning the war. If the Monsters' Lord joined the battle, that would be another matter, but honestly speaking, it didn't matter who won. We'd just work with the victors. The purpose of the war was to generate dead people, more souls to harvest. Then we could finally awaken our beloved Clayman to his true self. And then it all fell apart. The entire Farmus force was wiped off the face of the earth by a single slime. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth, the boy grumbled. In all the many times I've used my unique skill schema to formulate a plan, the clearly angry Kazalim added, I've never seen it go quite this far awry. Hang on a second. Just one slime? You pulling my leg? Did Farmus get caught that off guard, man? I told you, you wouldn't believe how quickly they bit. With a snap of the fingers, they had a force of 20,000 knights and magicians on the ground, and just like that, they were all gone. We couldn't confirm any survivors at all. That's ridiculous. The unlikeliness of it all had even Laplace at a loss for words. Oh, it hasn't even begun to be ridiculous. Clayman surveyed the battlefield after it was over, and according to his report, there were absolutely no corpses left to be found. That could only mean a monster was summoned or created using the bodies as an offering. If I cast creation, golem with that number of corpses, Kazalim said, I couldn't even begin to guess what kind of monster would result. And not just corpses, the corpses of strong, well-trained fighters in a battlefield laden with anguish and despair. The perfect casting environment. I would expect a sub-demon lord to result from it, at the very least. Sounds like it. Although it's the fact we couldn't retrieve those souls that's the worst of all. Clayman said there wasn't a single one left floating around. So, once again, we failed to awaken him to the next level. The boy sighed in regret. He began to wonder whether conducting all these plans in parallel was coming back to bite him. He had focused on efficiency, only to put too many things into action at once. And once one tactic came undone, it affected everything else. Maybe, he thought, I was too greedy myself. So you're saying that this slime Rimuru sucked up all those souls for himself? Is that some kind of joke, Laplace? No magic born could do that. Not unless he is the seed of a demon lord. Kazalim was right. Even the most seasoned of wizards would have a hard time gathering 20,000 souls and keeping them all under their control. Recklessly attempting that would cause the soul's latent energies to unravel, quickly falling out of control. And even if it worked... No, I know what you mean, Laplace, the boy said. If he did snatch up 20,000 souls, then he'll have turned into one hell of a monster by now, eh? Was that what you were thinking? Pretty much, yeah. Just a passing thought, really. Better not overthink it. Laplace's mere suggestion caused them both to laugh at him. The concept was simply beyond comprehension. Not even Kazalim knew the exact conditions required for making a potential demon lord into a true demon lord, although she could at least guess that it required a tremendous number of souls. They were currently limited to having Clayman experiment to see what results they got. Clayman had tried to experiment on the Orc Lord, of course, and everybody in the room knew how that turned out. And given that knowledge, the idea of something like a slime appearing out of nowhere and becoming a true demon lord was beyond even Kazalim's imagination. Laplace, of course, was absolutely correct, even if none of them knew it at the time. He began to wonder what kind of odyssey Clayman had been on while he was running for dear life from Valentine. So, what's Clayman up to right now? Awaiting further orders, said the boy. At this point, we can't do anything bolder than what we're doing now. Luckily, Milliam kept her end of the promise. She waited a week, and then she turned the Beast Kingdom into a field of ash. So we're pulling back for now, to reconsider our strategy. Oh, so things haven't been a total failure then? Underestimate me at your peril, Laplace. I may have lost most of my force, but trickery remains my core asset. It sure is. If everything went awry, even I would blow my top a little about that. So maybe things have been delayed a bit, but we did weaken the kingdom of Farmus tremendously. That pretty much puts the Western nations in order, so it'll be simple to seize them all. And once that happens, reflected Kazalim, the Forest of Jura should provide a fine breakwater against the Eastern Empire. Ah, I see, President. Negotiate with whichever side wins. Ain't no need to destroy the monster nation at all, huh? That, in a way, was the true worth of the Demon Lord Kazalim's schemer ability. No matter how things turned out, she had a knack for concocting plans where her side wound up on top. Recalling that, Laplace was relieved to see Kazalim was still herself after all. Plus, the boy continued, with Melim defeating Carillon, we've proven that the Orb of Domination is an effective tool against this caliber of enemy. That's all the force we'll need to show. Beyond that, all we need to do is see how the other demon lords fall into place. Precisely. That's why I ordered Clayman to refrain from taking further action. The Eastern Empire's going to do something either way, and with that comes our opportunity to recover some souls for ourselves. And as long as the eyes of the Western Holy Church are on the monster nation, it's more convenient for us to keep that federation around anyway. Laplace could see the logic in this. No need for panic. Just keep your eyes on the church and avoid conflict with any of the other forces. So for now, at least, we're targeting the church. That's the plan. Not that it'll be easy, cautioned Kazalim. We have to consider the possibility of Hinata and Valentine working as a team. Needlessly prodding them would be dangerous. As she and the boy saw it, as long as the Western nations were in their hands, the monster nation didn't have to be considered an obstacle. Plus, considering the mistakes they made, they now thought it wiser to fully gauge the enemy forces, avoiding a dual-pronged operation for the time being. For now, they were gunning for the Western Holy Church and the Holy Empire of Lubelius behind it. Those two would be struck first, carefully this time making sure none of their activities were noticed on the surface. In that scenario, the monster nation was actually helpful to them. As long as they kept fanning the flames of church doctrine, it'd be child's play to keep the eyes of Hinata and her force squarely upon Tempest. The church can hardly afford to ignore the presence of the magic-born Rimuru either. With farmers thoroughly defeated, I doubt the other nations will be so willing to take on the mantle of waging holy war. They'll need to perform some kind of action to reaffirm their authority. Yeah, the boy grinned. If we can parry them and keep both sides engaged, they might even destroy each other. All we have to do is wait for an opportunity to weaken the both of them. They were talking about a magic born capable of single-handedly sweeping a force of 20,000 into the afterlife. Without Hinata on the scene, taking him on was patently impossible. So they would wait for the right moment and come up with a perfect scheme for it, and the way it sounded to Laplace, they already had a pretty solid idea what they'd do. Neither sounded irresolute at all about it. But the problem, Laplace, is that your report was a little unexpected, said the boy. Very much so, agreed Kazalim, also a tad indignant. Valentine being involved in this, assuming he truly is involved with anything at all. I find it hard to believe Hinata would ever cooperate with him, judging by her personality. It was clear from the way they phrased it that conquering the Western Holy Church would be far easier without Valentine around. It made Laplace feel awkward, despite it being no fault of his. Well, he attempted, we don't know about that yet. But if you just want to lure the Demon Lord out into public so he wouldn't get in the way of our investigations, we could pull that off, couldn't we? What do you mean, Laplace? I mean, why not just ask Clayman to convene Walpurgis? Frey's bound to join us on that, and her along with Milliam gives us the 3 signatories we need, yeah? Convening the Walpurgis Council would bring all the Demon Lords together. The boy smiled a bit. I see. That would drag Valentine out of his holy domain, I think. Well. Your eyes are sharper than I thought, Laplace. If we can just find the right timing to keep Hinata away from the mountain as well, your inquiry should advance by leaps and bounds. You want me going back there? Why wouldn't we? Yes, why wouldn't we? Oh, brother, Laplace thought. But the boy and Kazalim weren't interested in his feedback. They had the outline of a plan, and now it was time to work out the details. Chapter 1. Between Monster and Man. Clayman was never one to place too much trust in his strength. He was the Demon Lord who took over all of Kazalim's lands. Once Kazalim was defeated at the hands of the Demon Lord Leon, all the people who served him came to rely upon Clayman for guidance. The domains of the 2 lords wound up being merged under Clayman's rule, something none of the other Demon Lords voiced any complaint over. It all happened fairly quickly, thanks to the ever-careful Kazalim's preparations in case the worst came to pass. This resulted in a large war chest for Clayman to work with, allowing him to build a first-class force despite being a relatively new member of the club. Financially speaking, he was number 1 in the group. Or to put it another way, Clayman was the Demon Lord who best knew how to manage his money. He engaged in under-the-table trade with the Eastern Empire and had a roaring business going with the Dwarven Kingdom as well. Taking advantage of both trade connections allowed him access to the newest weapons and armor from both East and West. He took advantage of his access to past relics and magical armor to boost his war power. It proved to be useful bait to make power-hungry magic-born do his bidding. His riches attracted them right to him, ripe for using and abusing. That was how Clayman preferred to do business, and it didn't mean he was stingy with his earning. He lavished his forces with gifts, carefully meting them out so he could establish a vast network of co-conspirators in nations across the world, none of whom even knew one another's faces. Everything was going the way he planned it. His ultimate mission, to gain access to every piece of information and place the entire world under his rule, was already halfway complete. The only thing Clayman lacked, he knew, was power. War, in the end, was ultimately a game of numbers. That was his reasoning and also the rationale for why he never overestimated his capabilities. No matter how much power he had built up, he knew all too well that he could still falter in the end. That was how much of a shock the Demon Lord Kazalim's defeat was to him, although Clayman did feel he was a little too unprepared for it. So he established roots at the core of each geopolitical force and gradually, carefully expanded on them. And now, Clayman had new strength to tap, truly decisive strength. That was the Demon Lord Milim, capable of enough overwhelming violence to stand head and shoulders above the other 9. Carilon, whom Clayman appraised as stronger than him, barely put up a fight. She destroyed his nation completely by herself. And now that he had the power he lacked within himself, Clayman could feel his mood soaring to the sky. He had always wanted to defeat Leon, and now he believed that desire was within sight. Before that, however... How nice to see that boy came to the same conclusion that I did. Have the hated Holy Church fight against the magic-born Rimuru? That's the best way to sap the strength of both sides. Have them crush each other. No need to go through any pain themselves. To make that happen, we need more information on the Holy Church's internal working. Could they truly be connected with the Demon Lord Valentine? If we can convene Walpurgis right when we send Laplace back in, there's little doubt that security will be lighter. A fine plan of action. He brought a glass of wine to his lips, savoring the taste and basking in euphoria. The wine was 100-year-old vintage, old enough that one could almost taste the time and labor put into it, to say nothing of the aroma. Only the most carefully picked examples reached his cellar, carefully stored to ensure only the highest of quality, waiting ever so patiently to be served. All this just for the sake of Clayman. To him, all of this was a given. It was perfectly natural for him to believe that for a mighty king like him, only the best would be appropriate. He let the aroma settle in his nose as he began to think. So what should be the pretext of this Walpurgis? It was set for 1 week from now, at night. It would be a new moon that night, the time of the month when the power of vampires was at its weakest. Every measure had to be taken to ensure Valentine couldn't flex his full muscle. The main question to figure out was the motivation, the reason why all these demon lords were coming together. He squinted, staring into thin air. If we are going to attack, he whispered lightly, now is the time. We could take this chance to seize Carillon's territory as well. Sure, Clayman. But yeah, just got ordered to sit tight for a spell, didn't ya? Clayman smirked at the voice that apparently came from nowhere. You're here, Laplace. Just as rude as always, I see. Don't tell me you didn't notice me. You were that lost in thought. Can you blame me? I have been granted the opportunity twice to awaken to my full Demon Lord self, and I lost it both times out of my failure. No need to stew over it. The way the President sees it, the Eastern Empire's gonna go on the move soon enough either way. I'm sure they will. But you see, Laplace, I've come up with a wonderful idea. The Beast Kingdom's capital might be gone, but there are still a plethora of weaker races residing in its hinterland. Perhaps I could swallow up Carillon's territory before the other demon lords can, gather the survivors together and kill them. That should be enough to trigger my awakening. A smart plan of action, don't you think? Wow, kind of pushing it a bit too far, eh? I mean, killing innocent people when we still don't really know what sets off the whole thing? Clayman winced. It was not the enthusiastic agreement he was expecting. That's rather out of character for you, Laplace. Do you sympathize for them? The weak are there to be exploited. What could make them happier than dying for my sake? Maybe, but you already killed thousands of human slaves, and that didn't amount to nothing either. How's this gonna be any different? I tell ya, it's not a good idea to push it right now. You need to think a little more and take your time with this. Laplace was right. Clayman had a history of purchasing slaves, then murdering them. The number had indeed grown to several thousand, but the effort had yet to make Clayman a true demon lord. Having this pointed out to him did little to change Clayman's mind. "Don't be silly, Laplace. I was their owner, and I am free to handle my purchases any way I like. If killing 1,000 isn't enough, we'll go with 10,000 next. We know that human souls are required for the awakening. There is no need to restrain ourselves with the weak." He paused, letting his arrogant theory sink in Laplace's mind. "Besides, this plan of action is good for him, too. I'm planning to launch this Walpurgis on the pretext that there's a new force in the forest of Jura whose leader has declared himself a demon lord." "Right, that's fine and all, but that ain't gonna be any reason to invade the Beast Kingdom, is it?" "Oh, but it will be, Laplace. One of my agents, Majoran, was killed by someone while on a covert mission. I planned to declare that it was then when I realized the demon Lord Carillon had turned on me. No one should have any complaint about me taking over Carillon's territory to gather the evidence I need to prove it. After all, I was the one who suffered the loss." Laplace scrutinized Clayman's words. Eurasania was adjacent to the lands ruled by Milim, hardly a ruler who cared much about things like gathering evidence. The fact that Milim had defeated Carillon was really all Clayman needed to back up his alibi. He could even say he sent Milim over to investigate, for that matter. That way, Clayman's forces could go through Milim's land to reach the Beast Kingdom, and no one would have any reason to object. And once things were at that point, fabricating some evidence would be the easy part. There was nothing unnatural about any of this plan, but Laplace still didn't think now was the time to act. "Aren't you panicking a little too much, Clayman? Not that I'm gonna change your mind anytime soon, but yeah, what you're saying all makes sense." Then Laplace recalled something that had nearly slipped past him. "But hang on, she's been killed?" He knew full well that Clayman thought extremely little of Majoran, but Laplace thought of her as a decent, trustworthy magic-born. In Clayman's bureaucracy, she was one of the 5 fingers, the highest echelons of leadership. She wasn't too good in a fight, but as a wizard who could handle almost any situation, she was highly valued as rearguard support. Plus, she often had handy advice for Laplace and the rest of the moderate jesters, even if she acted like she hated it. More than anything, though, Majoran had common sense. Laplace gave her top marks for that. Yes," the unmoved Clayman replied. "I don't know what that disappointed tone in your voice is, but yes, she's dead." She died, eh? You're sure about that?" "Mum, the marionette heart I implanted in her broke. Her real heart, which I kept here, crumbled into ash and disappeared. So, yes, I'm quite sure, thank you. Her role in my outfit was over anyway, so you could say it was good timing." The flatness of Clayman's report saddened Laplace a little. "Come on, Clayman," he chided. "Would it really hurt you to be a little sadder when one of your best people passes away?" He used to be a better man, that. Ever since he reached the Demon Lord ranks, it's like he's grown more and more twisted. And this wasn't a phenomenon limited to Clayman. Well, near everyone in the moderate jesters, the group that Laplace called home, seemed to begin warping a bit personality-wise as he saw it. Laplace himself was the same. He certainly had no business criticizing Clayman for it, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that Clayman had fundamentally changed. "Oh, you're too kind, Laplace. Did you know that Tia said the same thing earlier? You need to treat your tools right, she told me, or else they'll fall apart. I believe she learned that from you, Laplace. But that is exactly why, if a tool falls apart on you, you have to make the perpetrator pay for it. I can atone for the tool as well, then, can't I?" The sight of Clayman's artificial smile made Laplace give up pursuing the question any further. Yeah. I'd like to keep her death from going to waste, at least." "Of course you do. I thought you would say that." Another smile. "Not quite how I meant it, Clayman. It generated a wealth of mixed emotions in Laplace's mind. He shook it off, wondering if there were any cracks in Clayman's plan he had failed to notice. But Clayman, about that Walpurgis, isn't anyone else going to complain at you about it? Oh, they may. The smile disappeared from Clayman's face. Now it was twisted in unwavering confidence and warped desire. But now that I have Millim at my beck and call, I can just toss her in their direction, and that's it. Laplace turned pale. Now, wait a minute. That's dangerous talk there. He said there's a chance Millim could go berserk too, didn't he? Just because the president built that artifact doesn't mean you can get away with relying on it for everything. It's going to be all right, Laplace. Millim fully followed my orders. So I heard. But she also went off script and made that crazy war declaration, didn't she? She's ancient by demon lord standards. She's got to have a hell of a lot of resistance against outside influence. If you come to rely on that lady too much, I think it's your neck on the line, you know. But Clayman had little interest in the impassioned warning. Are you envious, Laplace, that Millim is under my full control? No, I'm saying that they call it a trump cards 'cause you save it until the final deal. Enough from you. You have nothing to worry about. He wishes to see me awaken as a true demon lord. To do that, I will overrun the beast kingdom. If anyone stands in my way, I will show you just how easily I will mow them down. Hang on a sec. E and the president just told you to sit tight, didn't they? What you need to be thinking about right now is how we'll navigate this Walpurgis thing. Trust in me, Laplace. If I merely sit here and do whatever Lord Kazalim tells me to do, that will not fulfill his goals for me. Now is the time to go on the attack. That was enough to fully shut down Laplace's desperate protests. In the end, Laplace was unable to stop Clayman. They were in agreement on some things, and it wasn't that Clayman was wildly diverging from his orders. But Laplace just couldn't shake the premonition that something was up with the demon lord. So he spoke once more. Listen, Clayman, let me ask you one more thing. Did you really decide on this plan of action on your own free will? What are you talking about, Laplace? There are two people in the world who can give me orders. Lord Kazalim and the one who resurrected him. You should be more aware of that than anyone. He was right. If Clayman saw nothing wrong with his scheme, Laplace had no authority to intervene. He had his own work to do, infiltrating the Western Holy Church a second time. All right. No worries, then. I need to get going, but you be careful too, okay, Clayman? Now's not the time to be too reckless. Whatever you do, don't let your guard down. With that final warning, Laplace took his leave, allowing Clayman to refocus on his own thoughts. Did he mean to accuse me of being under the influence of another? Ridiculous. Or perhaps, is he worried that I will reap all the spoils of victory for myself because I have Milim's powers to use as I please? Hardly like him to be jealous. Clayman never overestimated his own strength. The self-confidence that controlling Milim gave him, however, had emboldened him. And now it had made him take the words of Laplace, his most trustworthy of confidants, and dismiss them as mere jealousy against him. It was with some disappointment in his friend that he took another sip of his wine. Now, however, it was bitter. The mellow sweetness from before was nowhere to be found. Curse it all! Suddenly, Clayman threw the glass in his hand against the wall. His anger was making him act out, following orders given from emotions not even he could understand. The force of the outburst made the bottle of first-rate wine on the table shatter. But Clayman didn't care. Instead, to calm his nerves, he took something out from his pocket, a mask molded into a smiling face. Don't you worry, Laplace. I'm going to make this awakening work, and then I will have the world in my grasp. All right, Laplace. I'm not going to lose this again. So this time, at least, let's all be one happy family together. There, By himself in that room, Clayman reminded himself of the hopes hidden in his heart, rubbing the mask softly, as if running his hand over a precious treasure. Right. First decision. Defeat the demon Lord Clayman. That's set in stone. If you got someone lurking around in the darkness, trying to pull off some grand scheme, better to rub him out ahead of anything else. Plus, now that I've declared myself to be a demon lord, I need ways to keep the other demon lords from taking action against me. Sacrificing Clayman should be a fine way to do that. There's the other reason. As long as we don't know why Milim decided to pick a fight with Kirillum, we can't really rely on what she says. Time to throw my weight around a little and keep things from getting any gloomier going forward. Besides, Clayman just went too far. He needs to feel the retribution, to pay for what he did. Moving on, our future direction. Yom was a popular guy in Farmus, hailed as a hero by most. We'll take advantage of this to have the current king of Farmus released from imprisonment and forced to come to the negotiating table. I want the kingdom to be a thing of the past by the time we're done. Beyond that, we need to figure out how to deal with the Western Holy Church, as well as send out declarations to the nations we've signed pacts with so they'll know our take on matters. We had a lot to talk about. Something told me it was going to be kind of a long meeting. I kicked things off by taking a report from Soe. Clayman was on the move, apparently, and we needed to hear all the details and confer over what to do. Thus, I was on my way to our main meeting hall, expecting to meet with Tempest leadership and the 3 lycanthropias. As I did, my universal detect sniffed out a group of 50 or so approaching Tau. Oh, it's Fuse, Guildmaster from the Kingdom of Blumund. Before long, our security team had us all face to face. He pushed through his own soldiers to see me, his face grim. It has been much too long, Sir Rimuru. I am only glad that I made it here in time. We have come to satisfy our duty under the terms of the security agreement signed between Blumund and Tempest, and I feared I was already too late. He smiled as he spoke, but he still looked at me intensely, and the soldiers surrounding him looked ready to face death at any moment. Each was fully equipped, heavily armored, and prepared for war. Wow! The Guildmaster himself? What on? No need to put it like that. Geiss is ready to take over my post, should it come to it. I've heard many things about this town from our merchants, that sneak MGL Mile in particular. You've been engaged with the Kingdom of Farmus, it seems? Come to think of it, I suppose it had been about 10 days since we brought our visitors from Blumund back home. Did they immediately suit up and come running to our aid the moment they heard the news? Great if they did, but even if we lack the time to erect a defensive wall, Fuse feverishly continued, it would be best to build a circle of personnel around the city to beef up our defenses. It doesn't look like Farmus's main force has arrived yet, but there is no telling when their vanguard troops may reach us. We've passed the date of their war ultimatum, yes? The steely resolve in his eyes seemed clear to me as he said his piece. Well, not just seemed. They were clear to me. He had already willed his guildmaster's seat to Thegis. I guess he really was here to fight to the death for Tempest. But, it's all kinda over already. And with the way Fuse and his soldiers were all decked out in their finest equipment, ready to fan out the moment I said the word, I wasn't too sure how to give the news. Or perhaps you actually intend to seize the initiative and attack first? I have to tell you, Sir Rimuru, that could be a brash move. According to our intelligence, we have confirmed sightings of an army nearly 20,000 strong. We lack the numbers to defeat them in a frontal assault. Over the past few days, I have been working my connections. I now have a team of 300 adventurers on standby. They may be few in number, but I assure you they are at your beck and call. This may be a protracted war. Our best bet might be to use the forest landscape to wage a guerrilla campaign. Fuse was wholeheartedly devoted to us. almost to the point where I wondered if he should be, really. Still, he confidently concluded, it gladdens my heart to be able to fight alongside the beasts and creatures who call this forest home. Now it was even harder to tell him. The Tempest leaders around me were stone, silent, and the contingent from Eurazania was visibly confused. This stuff was already in the past for us all. Like, I wasn't expecting them to actually lend us support. I know we had that treaty, but it had more than enough loopholes in its interpretation to let them weasel out of this stuff. But however few still got a bunch of fighters together and zoomed right over here. I was kinda happy to see that, but what a fine town this is. Beautiful buildings, well-designed houses, paved roads, it pains me to admit it, but it is far more splendid than anything one could find in Blue Moon. I can understand your reluctance against turning it into a battlefield, but we must hold out and await reinforcements. Our king has promised to deploy our knights, and while it will take them time to prepare... Fuzi, one moment. I hated to do it, but I had to stop him or else we were gonna be here all day. Yes, Sir Rimuru. Did you have a suggestion for our strategy? Yeah, our strategy, like, if you want to call it that. Is this something to be kept secret from us? Certainly, I can understand your suspicion, but I hope you can place your trust in... No, Fusey. I really appreciate what you've done, but it's all over now. Over? How do you mean? How to put it? Well, to sum up, I kind of killed them all. Them all? Them all? Them all who? What are you talking about? I could understand his confusion. I mean, the army from Farmus you were talking about. I killed them all. That was about all the utterly shocked Fuse could choke out. Yom stepped up to give him a pat on the shoulder, while Cabal offered a few condolences of his own. No, I bet he wouldn't believe it, commented Ellen. Nope, Kiddo added. Nope, indeed. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since that war declaration. I suppose Fuse figured their main force would reach Tempest in a week, so we'd buy 2 or 3 days of time in open field combat and prepare for a siege in the worst case. Considering how the war should have started days ago and we were totally serene about it, I figured he had to think it was at least a bit weird by now. But seeing all of us assembled like this, he must have assumed we were about to sally forth and attack or something. In his eyes, we went from dealing with a delayed farmer's force to the war being in the books. That was a lot to take in at once, wasn't it? The other day, Rigard finally began, we sent my son Rigger out to you to give the news. You two must have missed each other along the way, I fear. But it is just as Sir Rimuru says. The war is already over. Between his and Cabal's and Ellen's supplemental commentary, we managed in a little over a few minutes to convince Fuse that we weren't pulling an elaborate prank. You must be joking, I heard him whisper under his breath, but time heals all wounds and all that. The 50 fighters accompanying him weren't too enthused about it either, so I ordered our soldiers to take them to our barracks and let them rest up. They looked exhausted enough to collapse on the spot, limp and lifeless. Hearing that there wasn't any war to fight would cut the tension in pretty short order, I thought. They had apparently been relying on natural trails in the forest instead of the highway in order to avoid encountering farmers' forces, and all that bushwhacking in full armor couldn't have been fun. So the fighters all muttered their thanks to us as they marched off to their quarters. All that remained was the hangdog-looking Fuse. Why don't you get some rest too, Fusey? Yes, he nodded at me. Yes, this has put my mind in quite a state of disorder. If I could lie down for a bit. But just as he was about to walk toward the barracks, another guest interrupted him with, I'm perfect timing. Oops. Here's someone else. And who could it be but, Fuse asked, stopping as he heard me mutter, He should have kept going. Once he saw who it was, resting was the last thing on his mind, because standing right there was Gazelle Dwargo, king of the dwarves himself. Something I had noticed a while ago, having my magic sense skill evolve into universal detect, had made my ability to grasp my surroundings far more accurate across a much wider range. Despite how far away they were from town, I could spot the squadron of Pegasus knights flying in remarkably far. Report. 30 knights incoming. The individual Gazelle Dwargo is confirmed to be in the vanguard position. The ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, gave the report as if nothing could be more trivial. With this upgrade in accuracy, I was now able to detect and identify people I had met before. That's incredibly convenient. Convenient, but with this range easily enough to cover the whole town and a great deal beyond. I'm starting to think this is literally too much information. To be frank, I'm getting sick of all these reports every single time. So, could you keep them a bit more on the brief side, Sagem? Raphael? To be exact, you can report in when someone's approaching only if they're malicious or harmful to me or whatever. Understood. It felt like Raphael really wanted to say something back there, but nothing to get worked up about. It's always best to assign all the dirty work to someone else, if you can. Leave it to Raphael. That's my motto. So I turned my skill down to the minimum setting as I awaited our guests. Since it was the skill performing the ID for me, I could rest assured that these were no imposters. But before I could even tell Fuse, the Pegasus Knights flitted down in front of us. King Gazelle dismounted first. He smiled the moment he spotted me. "Ah, Rimuru, nice to see you again. So I hear you've become a demon lord." "Oh, that. I thought he'd want a word about that. Didn't expect him to fly on over himself, though." Yeah, kinda. There's been a lot of stuff going on around here, Gazelle, so I figured I'd become a demon lord." I gave him an awkward grin. "Not to make you feel unwelcome or anything, but we were just about to all meet up and discuss our future strategy." "Well, perfect." "I would be happy to join this conference," he declared, like it was his God-given right. It was right about then that Fuse, exhausted and ready to cry, came up to me. "Demon Lord? What in heavens is that all about?" He had heard our conversation from the side, and I could tell he wasn't about to let it slide. "Yeah, I didn't really talk about that either. Going in depth right now would just be a pain in the ass, but Fuse wasn't going to accept a polite no, I could tell. Sir Rimuru, I find it hard to ignore what you just said, because it sounded very much to me that you have become a demon lord, or something to that effect." He was shaking from head to toe, about ready to pee his pants. If you needed a bathroom, it's down this street and—" "I do not need a bathroom. I never said anything about a bathroom. This demon lord business, tell me what you mean by it." I suppose that feint didn't work. Fuse was clearly starting to lose his temper, and his real personality was starting to show itself. "Oh, yeah, demon lord. Well," I replied as breezily as possible, "I'm one of them now." This, sadly, didn't end the topic. Rather poor taste for a joke, wouldn't you think? I was hoping for a more serious answer from you. This is such a pain. Do I have to start from the very beginning before you'll get off my back?" And now I could see Gazelle looking curiously at me too. So as much as I hated going through all this in the middle of the street, I gave them both a quick recap. Once I wrapped up, I noticed Fuse was muttering to nobody in particular, eyes glazed over. His mind must have shut off in an attempt to avoid the reality of it all. At least he wasn't lecturing me or anything. Leaving him to his own ranting, I turned to King Gazelle again. "By the way, Gazelle, are you sure it's all right for a king to slip out of his own kingdom that easily?" It was a sincere concern of mine. Not that I'm one to talk, but the king was being allowed way too long a leash, wasn't he? The armed nation of Dworgen, in terms of national power, had to be several dozen times stronger a nation than ours. Wasn't the king going out on trips whenever he pleased kind of a problem? Puffed! What is the issue? I have a decoy fully serving for me. I thought decoys were meant for, like, drawing the attention of assassins away from the real thing or something. Or were they meant for playing hooky like this? I wasn't too sure either way, but whatever. Gazelle had Pegasus, Knight Captain Dolph, with him, along with quite a number of his trusted companions. For a security detail, it was almost too extensive. Regardless, Rimuru, he turned his now kingly eyes toward me. The report Vesta sent me 3 days ago. That was no mistake, then? Oh, you mean the 20,000? Wait, Rimuru. I had heard the farmer's force had gone missing under mysterious circumstances. Do you know something about that? Missing? What was he talking about? The way Vesta phrased it, he slowly continued. A force of some 20,000 troops simply vanished before they could reach this town. Do you have any idea what may have happened to them? He gave Vesta a sidelong glance out the corner of his eye, the silent pressure he emitted almost making his subject collapse to the ground. I joined his gaze. Vesta vigorously shook his head at me. I received the report as well, Vesta. This was Vaughn speaking, Admiral Paladin for the Dwarven Army and sworn friend to King Gazelle, and to Vesta right now, a source of terror. At the time, I believe you told us that the farmer's force had disappeared and you were investigating why. The report was curious enough to us that we decided to venture over ourselves. But is this the explanation? His annoyance might be understandable. I had just brutally massacred a force of 20,000, and Gazelle and Vesta were trying to kind of gloss over it. Well, yes, the cause still isn't quite known yet. Vesta began choosing his words carefully, trying to guess at the intentions of his dwarven friends. He was a quick thinker like that, already trying to bury the lead on what I had done. Fool! I heard Gazelle whisper to me, "If you tell the truth here, you'll become an enemy to all humanity, or if not the enemy, a symbol of terror worldwide." Yeah, I guess so, come to think of it. Someone who can kill in the 5 figures on one go was scarier than a nuclear bomb, really. The fewer people who knew about this, the better, and certainly nations and people who weren't directly involved at all didn't need to hear the story. The Kingdom of Farmus attempted to invade monster lands only to go completely missing due to an unknown incident or incident. That much was the truth, decent enough to spread across the land. There's Gazelle for you. Far more shrewd than I would ever be, which means I now have to walk back what I just said a moment ago. I didn't mind if the townspeople knew. That wasn't the problem, and it was too late now anyway. Nobody was about to go blabbing it to the general public regardless. The main issue was Fuse. I gave him a glance. He was still in a state of panicked confusion. Fusey? Sir Rimuru. So, now what? I just declared to him that I wiped out the entire Farmus military by myself. Should I laugh it off as a lie? But as I thought about it, Fuse sighed and raised his arms up. I heard nothing, and of course, I don't think my fighters in the barracks will remember anything by tomorrow morning. We're all so exhausted right now. We must be hearing voices in our heads. Guess he's staying mum for me. He seemed remarkably more aged to me now, sorrowful. I suppose he found this the most convenient way to solve the problem, and certainly the best way to tie up all the strings here right now. In that case, allow me to visit them to make sure, Diablo offered. He had sidled up next to me out of nowhere with that smile on his face again. Funny guy. The perfect butler. You could ask pretty much anything of him and he'd do it. At the moment, he was gleefully taking care of the assorted errands I asked him to do. I think I might have heard him whisper, "I am quite gifted at altering memories to me just now, but let's pretend I didn't." Fuse had mixed feelings about it, I could tell, but he was willing to deal with it as long as his people were safe. He understood King Gazelle's take. The fewer people who knew, the better. When politics get involved like this, governments might not be afraid to shut witnesses up permanently after all. Maybe it's smarter to shut your eyes now and again. Still, I will not question how my fighters are handled, but I insist on joining this conference of yours. It sounded to me like this was one point Fuse refused to negotiate on. His eyes were resolute. He must have figured the topic of our meeting wasn't something he could afford to be in the dark on. All right, I shrugged. I want you to believe that I'm not hostile to humanity. I won't keep you out. And so, Rigid guided Fuse to a waiting room. Since we now had a dwarven contingent participating, we needed to set up a larger meeting hall for everybody, and in the meantime they could all probably use some rest. Grumbled Gazelle as we saw them go off. You trust that man, Rimuru? Yeah, he's safe. Fuse was a trustworthy man. I was confident enough in that. Mom. Then I suppose the problem is those people. He turned his attention toward the empty space behind us. Or was it empty? I turned around, surprised, only to find an unfamiliar group watching us. There was a well-dressed gentleman at the lead, his face well-defined. He must have been very popular with the opposite sex when he was younger. His eyes were notably sharp, and he was flanked on both sides by 5 or so guards, all outfitted in similarly fine gear, perhaps high-ranked military officers or the like. The group was clearly well-trained, and man, they were right behind me this whole time, and I never noticed. What the hell happened to Universal Detect, man? However, I was the only concerned witness, it turned out. Report. No clear hostility detected among the group. If that's what the somewhat pouty Raphael had to say, I could believe it. Maybe this was my fault. I did just tell it to stop giving me reports all the time. I suppose malicious or harmful is a bit too vague to make much sense of. Raphael had a right to be angry, perhaps. Sorry, I said to myself. Go ahead and give the full reports from now on. It seemed kind of lame, really, apologizing to one of my own skills, but I at least wanted to express my feeling. As I underwent this internal conflict, Gazelle and the mystery group were already engaging each other. And you people are? Ah, I see it's the Emperor who enjoys hiding in his underground burrow. Very impressive to see a coward like you provide backing to the demon lord like this. The stern greeting did nothing to break the man's easygoing style. He was clearly trying to goad the dwarven king while the officers rolled their eyes at him in exasperation. Gazelle, recognizing them all, flashed a bold smile. You, then, the elf descendants whose heads are always in the clouds. Did you descend from that fancy tree city of yours, then? I suppose they all knew each other. Raphael was right, no malice to speak of. These two just didn't get along too well is all, or more like they enjoyed arguing for the sake of arguing. Sir Rimuru, I believe these to be envoys from the sorceress dynasty of Thalion, stated Soka, one of Soai's operative. She had apparently brought these people here, and once the man recognized King Gazelle, he immediately started giving him crap. You never change, do you, Errol? Neither do you, Gazelle. This was the way the two decided to greet each other, looks of sheer contempt on their faces. And that girl there is... Oh, hello there. My name's Rimuru, and I run things around the Forest Alliance we have here. Errol, the squinty-eyed guy, had his eyes turned to me, so I gave him a casual hello. Any visitors from Thalion needed to be treated with the utmost courtesy. Not that I really knew anything about manners or diplomatic customs or anything. Becoming a demon lord's great and all, but it's not like there's an instruction manual for it. Hopefully I'll track someone down who can teach me the finer points sometime. Upon hearing my name, Errol suddenly tensed up, then opened his eyes as wide as he could. You, he bellowed, the demon lord who seduced my daughter. I hope you are prepared to atone for that. He immediately began to cast what even I could tell was a vastly overpowered flame spell. Yikes. Chill out, dude. Based on the knowledge I gathered, a flame spell on such a high level was one of the most difficult pieces of magic to pull off. The whole family of fire magic occupied its own branch in the tree of effectual magic, starting with your garden variety puff of fire and moving on from there to fireball and the more difficult firewall and firestorm. The harder it is to pull off, the more of a boom it makes. At the very peak of this scale lies what, for the sake of simplicity, I call compounding magic. Combining the burning nature of flame spells with the shockwave effects of explosive spells, for example, can provide magic on a scale beyond either of the original two types. That was just the type of compounding Shizu was gifted at, come to think of it. The main difference was that she relied on an elemental spirit to power her casting. That's not easy, not unless you're as talented a caster as Shizu was, but once you have that relationship in place, the elemental will do most of the fine-tuning for you. Compounded spells on the very tippy top of the scale like this were quite hazardous because they required you to control the magic manual. But since they were not a part of any official magic family, they offered a great deal of freedom. You had full control, juggling aspects of the spell like launch speed, targeting accuracy, size and scope of the effect and duration. If brute strength was all you wanted, you could level a town easily enough with one. This, of course, came at some danger to the caster. You needed enough spiritual force to gather the required magicules together to keep the spell under control, or else it wouldn't work, letting that energy run amok instead of being consumed, and potentially raise the entire area around you. It goes without saying that this sort of magic wasn't something the general public saw much of. We're talking literally military-grade stuff. You had to be at least an accredited wizard to be allowed to touch it. It was absolutely not the kind of thing I wanted in my city, and now Errol was casting it. What was he thinking? It made no sense to me. And what's he mean, seduced? The whole thing left me confused for a moment, but again, I shouldn't have worried. From the side came a loud bang, like someone fired off a shotgun, and then Ellen's distressed shouting. "Dad, come on in. What are you here for?" She barged in, looking livid, and immediately gave Errol a bop on the head before he could react. It was enough for him to come back to his senses. I suppose he was her father then, and judging by the chewing out Ellen was giving him, he must have been a bit regretful by now. Scary, isn't it? Seeing someone fly into a rage without warning like that? He seemed like such an intellectual gentleman, like Gazelle. So much for that. "Ah, sorry about that," he said with a cheerful smile. "I was informed that a demon lord had kidnapped my daughter, and I suppose I lost my cool for a moment." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean you get to cast maximum force fire magic in my town." "What a loony dad!" "No, my lord, one of his men," a timid-looking assistant coolly observed. "Our reports involved far more than that, but you jumped to a hasty conclusion." "See? I knew it. This is totally your fault," Dad. I felt a little bad for Dad, visibly withering on the spot, but he had it coming. If anything, I wanted him to regret it even more. "You always were too overprotective a father," Gazelle said, once things calmed down. "I am not," Errol fired back unapologetically. "How can I help it? Ellen is simply too precious to me. Yes, all children are to their parents, but, this is pointless." The way Gazelle rolled his eyes told me that Errol was known for this. You can't fix the fatherly instinct, I guess. Once things had simmered down between Gazelle and Errol, Ellen stepped up to say hello, an elegant air surrounding her despite her rough adventurer's garb. "I am Sorry I have been out of contact, King Gazelle. Ah, Elwyn, I hardly recognized you. How grand it is to see you in good health. I see the years have been very kind to your beauty. Keep your hands off her, Gazelle, Errol interjected, earning him another slap from Hélène and round of admonishment from his assistant. Gazelle just shrugged, apparently used to this act. If Hélène's on the scene, her father just loses all sense of self, doesn't he? Not exactly the member of the intelligentsia I took him for at first. Better watch out for that. Sir Rimuru, this is Errol Grimwald, my father and Archduke of Thalion. It is an honor to meet you, leader of Jura and master of the monsters. As my daughter just said, I am Archduke Errol Grimwald. Please, just Errol is fine. So, this guy's an Archduke in the Sorceress Dynasty? That's pretty high up there, isn't it? Dworgen isn't the only kingdom sending their big guns over to see us. I would later learn that he was closely related to the Thalion royal family, the current emperor's uncle, in fact. That explained why he was acting so familiar and casual around Gazelle. To put it simply, he was one of 3 most powerful people from his native country. I could hardly hide my surprise. Does that mean... Wow! Is Ellen some kind of crazy, influential fairy tale princess? I knew she was of noble blood, but not that much. She's not far from the throne at all, lineage-wise, and she's working as an adventurer. Talk about being given a lot of freedom. And I can't be the only one to think it'd be better to put a stop to that, not that Hélène herself would likely care. I imagine she probably had people keeping an eye on her, given how sure she was that the advice she gave me on becoming a demon lord would come back to haunt her. And all that trouble she gives Cabal and Giddo too. I really ought to reward them for that next time. But for now. So, did you travel here just to inquire about Hélène? I doubted it, as I sized up Errol. He. No, of course not. As we consider how we should interact with your nation, I wanted a chance to see you with my own eyes, this leader that my daughter seems so fond of. Given the sense of authority you appear to bring to your people, I find it hard to believe you are a slime at all, but still, I feel I have a much more complete picture of your strengths now. He accentuated this with a nefarious-sounding laugh. I suppose that overpowered flame strike was his way of testing me as well. Me and Benimaru, Shuna and Shion adjacent. None demonstrated a hint of panic. It wouldn't have. They had already seen he had no intention of actually launching it. Given how hot-headed they all were not long ago, that was some palpable growth. It was clear, Shuna explained, that you had far less than the required energy needed for the spell you were casting once I read what it was. Errol grinned at this, a bit ashamed that his act was spotted for what it was. Well, I suppose I have quite a while to go if you can see through me that clearly. Not at all, she calmly replied. Between the speed at which you deployed it and the skill you showed at making it look real, it was an impressive sight to see. Considering the artificial body you possess, that level of accuracy is remarkable. Oh, you noticed I was using a homunculus? Color me surprised? Yes. It seemed to me you had fused your spiritual body into it. Very impressive. It would certainly take a nation of magic users such as yours to pull that off. I used Analyze and Assess at Shuna's suggestion. She was right. Errol had borrowed this body from somewhere else. His officers were all real, but once you reached the higher ranks of nobility, I suppose it paid to be careful. I had thought he was rather lightly outfitted for a summit with a self-styled demon lord. Maybe the Dwarven King Gazelle over there was the crazy one. Still, it was really something. An elaborately fine-tuned homunculus, indistinguishable from a human being. Once things calm down, I'd love to learn how that works. So Errol was here to size up our nation and its leaders. That and a few other things too, I'm sure. But we can tackle that later. No need to force it out of him right this moment. Since he's here and all, I figured I might as well have him join the conference so he'd have more stuff to judge us with. I wanted his take on our future direction as well, and this would be a good opportunity for that. It might result in us and the Sorceress dynasty becoming enemies, of course, but we'd just have to cross that bridge when we came to it. Gobta ran up to inform me that the meeting hall was ready. I was planning to have this be a more informal confab between Jura buddies, but things had changed. This really was a summit. Usually with things like these, you'd have lower-level diplomats meet up first and agree in advance on questions to ask and topics to tackle, figuring out where there was room for compromise once both sides were aware of each other's state. Here, though, there was no greasing the gears in advance. We'd be giving frank opinions to each other, and in the end we'd pin down our Federation's future. It wouldn't be going too far to call it a war of words. Steeling my resolve, I headed for the meeting hall, ready to MC one of the most important gatherings I, and Tempest, had ever experienced. In later years, the event would come to be known as the Monster and Man Summit. In the hall, I found everyone standing upright, awaiting our arrival. All the main power brokers in the event, the three lycanthropeers, Fuse, King Gazelle, and Archduke Errol, were shown to their guest seat. Once I took my own at the far end of the hall. Everyone else sat down. The air was heavy when the talks began. We began by having each side introduce themselves, given the multiple large nations now involved. Some already knew one another, but I thought it best for politeness' sake that everybody was on the same page. So, let's begin by having our guests introduced. I turned to Shuna, who promptly began reading off names. The Beast Kingdom of Eurazania, represented by the three lycanthropeers from the Beastmaster's Warrior Alliance. Given that Phobio and Sufia had a slight, serious, tendency to think with their sword-swinging muscles instead of their brains, I figured we'd mostly be focused on Alvis's feedback. The armed nation of Dworgen, land of the dwarves, represented by their kin himself, Gazelle Dwargo. He seemed perfectly content with me trying to cover up the whole 20,000 dead thing. He undoubtedly had his own motivations for it, so I suppose I ought to keep that under consideration. It seemed like I'd be able to rely on him quite a bit going forward. The Kingdom of Bluemund, represented by no one, officially, although having the nation's guildmaster in Fuse wasn't a bad substitute. Fuse was intimately connected with Baron Veriard, one of the kingdom's top ministers, so he did have enough authority to be here and provide some valuable advice. The Sorceress dynasty of Thalion, very suddenly represented by Archduke Errol, a sharp-minded, noble-looking, powerful figure, even if he was near powerless to defy his beloved daughter. If he was here to gauge the worth of our nation, I presumed he wasn't foolish enough to let Elen sway his judgment. He wasn't someone to neglect, and definitely not someone to drop my guard around. Besides, Thalion was powerful enough to take on the entire council by itself, on the same level as Dworgen. If all went well, we could establish formal ties with them, perhaps. I didn't want to be greedy, though, so baby steps would be key in dealing with him. Sizing them all up like this, we had a fairly prestigious lineup here. In a way, I was glad all these humans were here for it. If it was just us, Forest of Jura denizens, our deliberations might have drifted off the rails entirely. Next came introductions from the Tempest side. One by one, I had my top brass talk about themselves a little bit. Rigard and the Hobgoblin elders practically oozed authority by this point, decked out in befittingly regal-ish clothing and not losing out at all to their counterparts in foreign land. More regal than myself, really. The bedrock of our whole nation. Once every department in town checked in, we next heard from trainee, dryad, and caretaker of the forest. Having such a lofty local presence around seemed to surprise Errol at first, but he bottled it up and nodded a greeting to her. Gazelle found this more than a little amusing, even though I'm sure he and his crew were just as surprised about the whole damn thing when they first met her. Ah, well. Finally, There was the contingent from Farmus, Yom, Juran, and Grusith as well. I wanted to have them build a new nation for me, something I was planning to suggest at this summit. Would people be open to it? That was a vital part of the whole thing, something that augured the ultimate success of this event. Once Shion and Diablo behind me gave a couple of quick hellos, the meet and greet part of the summit was over. Oh, wait. Forgot someone. Shuna, do we have a change of clothes for Veldora? Yes, Veldora is. Before Shuna could finish, a loud, hearty gwawa ha 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 filled the hall. I wanted some clothing for him, since being in the buff probably wouldn't impress too many visitors, and it looks like we were just in time. The doors opened to reveal Veldora, taking in the sight curiously. I stood up to greet him and explain things to our visitors. I have one more friend to introduce, one whose name should be familiar to you all. I know this may sound surprising, but the Tempestians in the audience nervously gulped. They already knew Veldora well enough, but having a legendary, villainous dragon in their presence still unnerved them more than a little bit. I could feel the electricity in the air as silence began to take hold. This is the Jura Tempest Federation's friend, Veldora. Yes, Veldora. Some also refer to me as the Storm Dragon, although so few have an encounter with me and live to tell the tale, so perhaps you all should consider yourselves lucky. Lucky and honored to be in my lofty presence. Pompous as always, I could see, although it suited him well. But could I really trust him to behave at a summit like this? All I could picture was him growing bored in 5 minutes and attempting to butt in. For today's summit, I was kinda hoping you could join in as an advisor and maybe try to stay on good behavior. Or you can leave if you want. Why the cold shoulder, Rimuru? Don't leave me out of the party. Well, look, we're trying to have a serious conversation here, so just try not to get in the way, all right? Trust me, there is no way I would ever interfere with you. If that's how he saw it, I had to be content with that. If worse came to worst, I could give him some of that beloved manga he took from my mind to keep him quiet. The hall remained quiet as Veldora and I spoke, nobody moving an inch. Well, huh? Actually, Fuse and Hélène had passed out on the floor. Rigard and the other hobgobs were prostrating themselves before us for some reason, while Gazelle was shouting a moment, "Rimuru, please!" We must discuss this at once. And order was generally falling apart all over the place. The whole thing was pandemonium, and it goes without saying that the summit had to go into recess for a bit. Not that we had started yet. There was panic in the aisles, a lot more than I was expecting. You would think the apocalypse was here. Man, that Veldora! Guess that Storm Dragon stuff wasn't just a nickname after all. I suppose I should have expected it. Having a catastrophe-rated monster, the highest level of danger there was, stroll into the meeting hall without warning was bound to lead to chaos. They were treated as stronger than demon lords even. But think about it. If that guy's gonna sow chaos sooner or later, might as well get his intro out of the way quickly. Considering my plans, I couldn't leave Veldora and his motivations out of the picture. So I wanted him here, even if it left the other guests limp and pale with terror. As much as Veldora was keeping his aura bottled up, some of it might be hitting them all anyway. Benimaru, Shion, and my other leaders shut off their auras as a habit, something we were all used to now that weaker monsters and humans were frequent visitors. Diablo, despite being the new guy, could fully switch it off without me having to ask. I was honestly impressed. He was a good model for the others to follow. So Veldora was still a problem in that aspect, but thanks to our intensive training, he could now adjust his aura on the fly. He proudly proclaimed it was like child's play to him, but it was really more thanks to the ultimate skill Faust, Lord of Investigation. With that, I figured he'd be fine to bring out. Was that too optimistic, maybe? After all, even when sealed away, his aura was still daunting enough to keep any monster ranked B or below at bay. I ran analyze and assess on the magicules that filled the hall. No problems there. So the cause would have to be Rimuru. We need to talk. Gazelle was there, giving me a pat on the shoulder and a threatening smile. Let's delay this summit, so I may have some time. He must have been serious about it, given his shouting earlier. My instincts told me not to defy him, so I declared recess and stood up. I didn't hear any complaints from the gallery, not that all of them were conscious enough to voice them. Leaving the hall to my assistants, we moved into the reception area. I left Veldora behind at Gazelle's request, which I figured wouldn't be a problem. Some of the attendees, the 3 lycanthropias included, were so keen on currying favor with the storm dragon that I was sure he'd be occupied for at least a little while. I was alone in the room with Gazelle and Errol. Shuna was off brewing tea for the whole conference while Benimaru and Shion fought to calm things down. Let me just say this first, Errol began. I have been given full freedom of action by Her Excellency, the Heavenly Emperor. It is my word that will decide the position of the sorceress dynasty of Thalion, and I would advise you to keep that in mind as you explain all this to me. The doting Father Errol was a distant memory. Here was the Thalion statesman, the face of an all-powerful nobility, and even I had to admire the dignity he held himself with. So, Thalion wouldn't be willing to sweep this incident under the rug? He didn't voice any intention of hostilities against us, but depending on what I decided to do, we might become foes regardless. At the same time, I figured he also had to clean up after Ellen, what with everything she's been doing around here. Which meant, hey, if we aren't enemies, it couldn't be a problem to ask for an alliance. All right. I promise I'll be honest with you as well. He seemed to be speaking frankly with me. I should be just as serious with him. So our confidential talks began. We kicked off with Gazelle. So, what did you want to talk about? Certainly not the weather, you fool. Not even the Dwarven King could hide his shock as he excitedly half-shouted at me. Why has the Storm Dragon been resurrected? That was a rare sight from the normally cool-headed Gazelle. He must really flipped his lid. I thought about talking my way out of this, but there was no point to it. So I decided to summarize things. At least the part about how I ran into Veldora in the cave and agreed to help him out of his prison. Once I wrapped up, Gazelle groaned, a hand covering his face. This is beyond all expectation. You becoming a demon lord is a problem in itself without this to contend with. I thought about lightening the mood by saying, oh, no need to compliment me that much, but opted against it. If I was wrong, it'd send Gazelle flying into a rage. So, Sir Rimuru, is that really, truly? I nodded at Errol. Veldora was in human form and hiding his aura, perhaps making it a tad hard to swallow. I suppose it would have to be, he observed. No one, man or monster, would be foolish enough to pretend to be that terrible dragon. I suppose not. That must be why Ellen and Fuse were so readily accepting. Names held particular importance for monsters, but even a human would earn no advantage whatsoever from pretending to be the storm dragon, and Gazelle never doubted it from the start. I asked him why later, and his reply was simple, because I couldn't read him, which implied that Gazelle has some kind of intrinsic mind-reading ability. Strong in more ways than one, I guess. But I digress. What should we do with this, though? Indeed, Errol said to his fellow king, and here I am, already frantic enough attempting to clean up after all my daughter's misdeed. I suppose the two were much closer friends than they seemed at first glance. Do we announce this, or do we cover it up? There's the problem. The Western nations are not a concern, Errol said. Even in Thalion I see no issue with reporting this to Her Excellency, the Emperor, and no one else. But the Western Holy Church, yes? Secrecy will earn us nothing with them. The church has made it clear the storm dragon is the one dragon type they are most hostile to. If it's resurrected, they would know immediately. And if we tried to hide it, we would need to feign ignorance, which would be impossible to back up. Either way, he would be branded an enemy of God in short order. The two pondered what to do. Me? Oh, I was just saying, harm or yeah now and then. Not a bad gig. Are you listening, Rimuru? Yes. You're the one who roped us into this crisis, one that puts a great deal of trouble upon all of us. We need you to think more seriously about matters, or I don't know what we'll do. Oops. Guess they're pissed off. Let's just be a bit more apologetic and give my side of the story. Well, there's no way to fully hide Veldora, so my intention's to let the word out to the public. There's no way my nation's going to avoid the church's eyes anyway, so I'll figure something out. Gazelle nodded at me. If that is your decision, I have no qualms with it. A demon, lord, and dragon joining hands is not at all a laughing matter. This has become a more pressing issue than even I had thought at first. But looking at it another way, this is also a stroke of good luck, being able to participate in this summit. I have obtained exactly the information we need to decide how our country will stand. Errol, meanwhile, was discussing his country's standpoint more than his own, with another one of his eerie smiles. His take: it would be foolish to pick a fight against a nation with both a disaster-class demon lord and a catastrophe-class dragon. Gazelle agreed with him, solemnly nodding. In terms of international pedigree, Tempest couldn't hold a candle to superpowers like Dworgen and Thalion, but if you focus solely on military strength, we didn't just match these guys, we surpassed them. Gazelle and Errol, in their own ways, were admitting to that. Should I take that to mean, I ventured, that should hostilities break out between us and the Western Church, you will take our side? That is what you ask. Gazelle bitterly countered. Rimuru, you truly must learn how to express these things better. Thank heavens, this is a confidential talk. As he explained, just because he had no reason for Dworgen to see Tempest as a foe didn't mean he was obligated to expose his own nation to danger. That was doubly true in the case of the Western Holy Church, which the Dwarven Kingdom was not particularly connected to. Instead, all he could promise was that we could retain current relations, with neutrality being the word of the day. That left Errol Archduke of a nation I hadn't even begun to try establishing relations with. Despite the circumstances, he seemed oddly willing to see things my way so far, at least. I'm glad to have your support, Gazelle. So, Sir Errol, could I ask why you're being so kind to me with this? Errol looked similarly reluctant to put it into words. You know you can call me whatever you like here, sir, or not. Just please be sure to include my name and appellation in public, Sir Rimuru. As the leader of a nation, there is absolutely no reason to place yourself below other leaders on the record, not unless you are eager to become the vassal territory of another nation. But to answer your question, funny how he's taking pains to save me from embarrassment. I guess he's got a kinder side as well. I thanked him for that, only to be greeted with a stare and a long sigh before he began to explain why he was here and what he wanted. It all started with Ellen, his daughter. Her leaking info about how to awaken as a demon lord had led to an investigation as to who should be held responsible. It was kind of like she had created a new one, I suppose, and no nation could afford to ignore that. But then the Archduke sprang into action. Someone like Errol had enough strength to kill the whole affair, and he did, making sure only the Emperor knew the truth. All that remained was for him to gauge the situation and take action as necessary. Keeping tabs on us magically was apparently quite a strenuous feat for him, but he still managed to confirm that I had indeed become a demon lord. He could have just played dumb if I had failed, but once I did, I could no longer be ignored. So he was here to size me up and potentially send a force over to suppress me should things go awry. So, he said in closing, I wanted as few people to be aware of those facts as possible. Thus, I came out here myself. In other words, I supposed if he thought I was an evil presence, he would have destroyed us all and pretended nothing had ever happened. And what's your decision then? Well, as I said before, my decision for today is friendship over hostility. That makes sense. And being seen as non-evil made me kind of happy too. A fairly obvious choice, Gazelle retorted. Of course. Our nation enjoys freedom of religion. Our people adhere to more than only the monotheistic luminous faith. I seek to prioritize the fortunes of our nation rather than sacrifice myself for the sake of religion. Puffed. I never did like you, Errol, but we keep agreeing on these matters. My nation and the Western Holy Church do not share a common motive either. From the very beginning, I intended to support our friends in Tempest. They shared a smile. But this doesn't mean we're without problems of our own. For example, the farmers' force that Rimuru destroyed. Whether it was war or not, the death toll is simply too high. Errol scowled. And to think it was my daughter who planted that seed. So that was his real motivation then. The problem wasn't whether I was evil or not. It lay in whether the circumstances of the battle was known to the Western Holy Church. A demon lord who killed 20,000 was going to look pretty damn evil to just about any sane person. It would lend valuable credence to the Church's declarations, and I'd be named an enemy of God in short order. Now I see the fallout from forging friendly ties with such an evil presence. Could be uncomfortable for any nation to deal with. Sounded rough. I began wondering what we could do about that before Gazelle grinned at me. Don't worry. I've got an idea. Oh, could it be? The way Gazelle went on about how the farmers' army went missing earlier. All the bodies are gone. There is no evidence. And scarily enough, there are no survivors either, are there? He smiled. Then why not change the plot to whatever we damn well want it to be? The common people, along with the rest of the world, they didn't need the truth. Just give them a nice-sounding story and everyone will be happy. Oh, a fascinating offer, Errol said, eyes shining as he went back into statesman mode. Would you mind if I contributed to that, Gazelle? He must have intended to fabricate a convenient story, one that ensured none of our hands were dirty. That help out LN he no doubt believed, and somewhere down the line it'd even help Thalion's fortune. Better go all in on this, then. Besides, I had already decided to keep my nation safe, even if it meant massacring 20,000. Even if I have to shoulder heavier crimes, that faith of mine wasn't going anywhere. I suppose you have the broadness of mind to deal with whatever may come, Rimuru? Very well. A king must never live with regrets. Yeah, no point ruining the past. That was part of the initiation, and I needed it. I'm ready for anything. But what's the story you have in mind, Gazelle? Well said. Gazelle's eyes on me softened. We had little time left and a great number of details to work out. The chaos had subsided by the time we were back in the meeting hall. Cooler heads had prevailed, and the unconscious had been attended to. I wasn't expecting this kind of furor, but well. What's past is past. Gotta focus on what's ahead. I got to discuss things with Gazelle and Errol too, and if you think about it, that was a golden opportunity. Fuse and Hélène and the others were sprawled out on their chairs, all but lifeless. Are you all right? How are you feeling? I heard nothing about this devastating news. You're just awful, Rimuru. I didn't hear anything about that. Viveldora was your friend? Did you ever mention that? They had a lot of, shall we say, negative feedback. I mean, What do you want from me? I couldn't really say well. I had swallowed him into my stomach, and even if I did, they'd never believe me. Oh, didn't I? I think I did, maybe? Well, there's no point dwelling on the past. Come on! We got a summit to run. I tried to give them as breezy a smile as possible. It didn't work. Don't gloss over it! They all shouted in unison. Ha ha ha! Yeah, I did what I could to soothe them, smiling as I kept chattering away. Why are they acting so mean with me, though? I'm a demon lord now, and they're treating me the exact same way, which I was glad for. I didn't want things to get all distant and weird, but maybe a little more respect. Are you even listening to me? Hélène protested. You could at least try to be a little more apologetic. Yeah, she's right, pal. This has been hard on the old ticker, commented Giddo. Respect seemed like a distant dream at the moment. Of course, it's totally in character for them all. Fuse hadn't changed either. How am I going to report this to my boss? Wait! I'm a guild master, aren't I? He had already accepted the situation, just as bold and brazen as before. I couldn't believe this was the guy who let Veldora freak him out a moment ago. If I hadn't advised him to use the bathroom earlier, I'm sure he would have peed his pants. I congratulated him on that. He glared back at me. As if none of this is your fault, I'm going to report this in detail to my bosses, then bill you for the mental distress you're putting me through. And here I was expecting him to thank me for my timely advice. Now he's angrier than ever. Well, whatever. At least my joking around helped Fuse find his voice again. So everyone had now accepted Veldora, more or less. It was another hour before we finally got the summit rolling again. Now we were starting for real. Our conflict with Clayman remained an internal affair for the moment. That could wait. So I gave me a quick report, but apparently they couldn't discover Clayman's main base of operations. The fact that he had an army on the move was concerning, but so he was keeping up his watch. Nothing new was going to happen with that immediately, so I decided to get this summit wrapped up first. I decided to begin with a recap, as annoying as it was to me. We had all been through a lot, but laying out everything in detail to everyone at once should save us time later. I wanted everyone to be on the same page. So I began by relating how I met Veldora, dropping in my status as another worlder along the way. Hiding my origins seemed meaningless at this point. All of my people in Tempest knew, and I had no vested interest in keeping it from Gazelle or Errol. It's not like a demon lord also being an ex-otherworlder would give them anything new to work with against me. Leon was one himself, after all. I gave a quick summary of the Orc Lord fight and how it led to us building the town here. Sharing information was important, even if doing so led people to react in different ways. Moving on, I shifted to my voluntary journeys in Engelseer. This involved a lot of glossing over of my life there, along with the request I received from Yuuki, but I did go into detail about my fight with Hinata. Man, she was rough. If it had been anyone besides me, they probably would have been killed. Benimaru or Soe even. Her skills were on par with or beyond Hakuru's, and she could cast magic the likes of which I never saw before. That holy field one was particularly nasty. I used thought communication to let everyone else experience my memory and recognition of it. She might have a smaller version of that in her pocket, ready to spring on single targets. I didn't think anyone in the room could do much against it, but it was better than going on nothing. The more they knew about the threat Hinata posed, the better. They might be able to escape, at least. Hinata, Sakaguchi. It was Fuse who reacted first. She may seem cruel at first. I suppose she gives the impression of a crazed murderer to most, but according to the information we have, she's actually a little different from all that. For one thing, she's always willing to extend a helping hand to anyone who depends on her, and anyone willing to accept her help is sure to receive it. But if you don't listen to her advice, she'll never deal with you again. Whatever her motivations, though, I'm assured she is a rational leader. He seemed to know a lot about her, and was willing to come to her defense, too. I didn't want to fight her. Either it's just that she didn't want to listen to my story one bit, you know? If she refuses to help people who ignore her own background and situation, that describes my interactions with her pretty well. She must have a ton of people seeking favors from her, and I can see how she'd want to ignore them after a while. Pragmatic would be the way to describe it. Yuki described her as a realist, too. I'm sure Fuse's intelligence was valid. He sure seems well informed, doesn't he? Gazelle nodded at this. Mom, the Guild Master of Blumund clearly has a finger in every pie, as they say. The accuracy of your information is equal only to that of my own dark agents. I will gladly testify that what you heard is exactly what we have heard. Nice to have the confirmation. But, maybe so, but she didn't listen to me at all. She didn't. From the get-go, I was her target. Even if someone was feeding her a line about me beforehand, it was like she was deaf to me. Well, Errol said, that would be because one core tenet of Luminism is that you are never allowed to bargain with monsters. I was surprised to hear that from him. Hinata was enough of a celebrity to even be known in Thalion, it seemed. She had a rep in places I never dreamed of, although I suppose any nation's intelligence agency would keep tabs on the most powerful knight in the Western Holy Church. Is she famous because she's beautiful? I thought for a moment, but decided it best to keep that secret. Following their guidance, I began to build a picture of Hinata in my mind. She was notorious for her cruel words and cold-hearted actions, but apparently she had never actually broken a single tenet of her religion. She was the model soldier in every way, an unblemished guardian of law and order. So why didn't she put an end to the summoning rituals taking place worldwide? The kind of rapid-fire summons favored by certain lands bore a very high chance of bringing children over. It was evil, really, on a national level. On the other hand, Fuse countered, do we really know for sure Hinata is aware of all of this summoning and willfully ignoring it? Fair point, but summoning magic powerful enough to produce another worlder is a forbidden, secret art, not the kind of magic you'll see in public. The Council of the West has criminalized it, and I'm sure you won't find a lot of nations who voluntarily admit to it. They'll just say, no, we don't do that, and then make it impossibly difficult to pursue the issue any further. The Western Holy Church holds a lot of sway in their region. Yes, but if we're talking about getting to the point of freely meddling in internal government politics, then no, it's not that deep. Even if a kingdom like Farmus used otherworlders as military weapons, I'm sure they'd just explain it away as, discovering an otherworlder on their doorstep and giving them shelter. Without solid evidence, not even the church could investigate. You couldn't really complain that Hinata was negligent, per se. And that brought to mind something else Yuki had mentioned. If something seems the most effective way to her, she'll do it, I guess you could say, but it makes no sense to me, no. Maybe Hinata really was working to stop this, in her own way. If so, there was no point stewing about it here. The point is, I reflected, Hinata's a serious threat. If I could at least get her to talk to me, we could set something up where we don't have to be dueling to the death. But if the church labeled me a foe of all divinity, a duel would be unavoidable. I wanted to avoid that if possible. But if it happens, it happens. Perhaps I could go out and take care of her then. There is no better way to quell your anxieties for the future than eliminating the problem from the start, no? Wow, Diablo. Confident much. Being the new guy on the team must have made him hungry for work. I really wish he would think more before he opened his mouth. Whoa, man, you realize that even I lost too. Fought to an even tie with Hinata, right? Just because you're on the scene won't make it some open and shut case. He's right, Diablo, Shion added. If someone like you wants to face him down, then I'll go over and finish her off first. I await your order, Sir Rimuru. See? First Diablo starts mouthing off, then Shun joins the fray and goes all battle crazy again. Now, Lady Shion, I do owe you a debt for teaching me the ins and outs of assisting Sir Rimuru, so I hardly wish to berate you, but I sadly cannot believe that you could defeat Hinata. Oh, really? So you think you're stronger than I am? Well, fine. Let's go out and settle this for. We will settle nothing, I shouted to distract them. Diablo might have acted all calm and collected, but I guess he enjoyed egging people into a fight, too. He was polite to me, but that didn't seem to extend to the rest of his superiors. Pretty brazen for a new guy, and the way he provoked potential opponents was downright dangerous with the hyper-impulsive Shion. Quah-ha-ha-ha! So it's time for me to take action, is it? Very well. Allow me to just step out for a moment. You're not going anywhere, Veldora. If she targets us, we'll deal with it then, but there's no need to take a fight to her right now. Let me just repeat, I don't want to antagonize the Western Holy Church. I had forgotten Veldora was seated next to me. He was ready to fly out the door before I stopped him. Man, all these problem children, they're growing fast, but still, education's so important for them. Come to think of it, Benimaru and Suwai weren't itching to start fights at all anymore, and Geld had enough common sense that I could rely on him. Gabble got carried away a lot, but he still knew his place, so he never caused me many headaches. Plus, the way Ranga practically resided in my shadow, ears perked up for my command. He was almost cute compared to the others. The big issue was with Shion, Diablo, and Veldora. Any mixture of the three was dangerous. I could feel my anxieties ramping up. Better be more careful dealing with them. Either way, that's enough debate about Hinata and the church. We may fight them depending on how matters unfold, but I intend to proceed with caution and watch what happens. So that was settled. The one thing I couldn't forget was the presence of someone maneuvering behind the scenes. Hinata knew about me. She had an informant, she said, but there weren't many people out there who knew I killed Shizu. It'd be hard to identify the mole, but it had to be someone I knew. The Cabal Elen Gido trio, Fuse and a few other Blumundians, and Yuuki. Beyond that, the only ones who knew all lived in this forest. But that would mean Raphael was busy deriving a list of suspects for me. I appreciated his logic, but it could be someone or something we had no knowledge of at all. I didn't want to work with the wrong impression, and I didn't want to suspect anyone without real evidence. Better just lock that in my mind and keep my eyes open. What was the point behind having Hinata and me fight each other anyway? Was someone hoping I would dispatch her? Did they want to obstruct me from returning to town? Or did they want to lure Hinata out into the open? Oh, all of those things. Seriously, Raphael? Talk about greedy. There were too many unknowns, and I couldn't shake the impression that I was being played like a fiddle. Let's just be patient for now. It can wait. Getting back on track, I told the assembled group about how our town was attacked once I escaped Hinata. A wild, bloody conflict engineered by a clutch of farmers otherworlders. I wanted to do something for the victims, so I elected to make myself a demon lord, but before I could continue, Hélène made the confession herself. And my dad already knows, doesn't he? Like, that's the whole reason you're here, isn't it? Wow! The way she looked at Errol with those upturned eyes. Dangerously cute. The poor guy's like putty in her hands with that act. Hélène, he sighed, resigned. It doesn't matter if I know or not. There's no need for other nations to know, too. I could guess how he felt. This really was Hélène's fault. What she did went beyond rocking the boat. It totally ignored the balance in this world. But Errol had guessed this would happen. I'm sure, he had said in our earlier secret talk, my daughter Hélène will reveal she gave you the Demon Lord suggestion. The only way to stop her would be to drag her back home, and she'd hate me for it. It would be a terrible plan. He might have tried sounding like an expert strategist when he said it, although he sounded more like an idiot to me. Hard to tell, really. But Errol's prediction was right, so maybe the former. I turned my eyes toward Gazelle, a bit conflicted about all this. Seeing him nod back, I decided to proceed with this discussion the way we had planned. All right. And thanks to that, I used the assembled farmers' forces as a sacrifice, and one thing led to another, and I successfully became a demon lord. That wrapped up the basic story I had. Now for the real work. So, right. Everything I just discussed with you is the truth, but what we'll announce to the public will be adjusted somewhat. The Tempestians in the audience seemed pretty thrown by this. To the monsters, brute strength meant everything. Something like fudging the details for the story we'd give other nations must seemed pointless to them. But lies and deceit are what politics are all about, really. What is the reason for this? Benimaru asked for the group. And in what way would you change it? I was ready for this question. We worked that one out in advance, too. The way we'll do this is that I'll declare myself to be a demon lord, but we won't reveal that I've actually awakened. This is based on the assumption that other nations have no idea what actually went on around here. There's no way for them to investigate the facts. Every potential eyewitness is dead, and apart from those of us in the room, only 3 humans know the truth. Everybody knew that the king of Farmus was a greedy tyrant, so it would be easy to frame our actions as justifiable self-defense. By our logic, it sounds far more credible if Farmus lost following a fully engaged battle rather than being annihilated by a single demon lord. We'll also say that all those many piles of dead had unwittingly opened up an awful, dreadful seal. Yes, the blood that they shed as they lay there seeped its way underground, opening the eyes of the dragon that stirred below. In other words, resurrecting Veldora. Luckily, the champion Yom, accompanied by me, the plucky Jura Tempest Federation leader who's angling to become a recognized demon lord, worked together to coax the dragon to our side, at the cost of many sacrifices. Quelling the beast's anger, we agreed to worship Veldora as our guardian. Setting things up this way would establish my claim to the Demon Lord name and neatly pin all the blame on Farmus while establishing us as the good guys. Think about it, Gazelle commented. People fear what they do not understand. They will never willfully accept it. A monster who single-handedly destroyed an army of 20,000 will find no one willing to believe his claims about peace and friendship. Fuse and Yom seemed to understand as much as they groaned about it. And these guys were 2 of my closest confidants. Someone who didn't know me. They'd react just like Gazelle said they would. I could wind up at war with all the Western nations the next day. But, he continued, if we claim the Storm Dragon is behind the 20,000 missing soldiers, that would be easier for the masses to grasp. The Storm Dragon is already a living catastrophe, after all, a mastermind of all types of destruction. This seemed to convince the crowd. Only Veldora stayed in his seat, snickering. Hey! Call me a mastermind, will you? You are a smart man indeed, and completely missing the point. Well, if he's happy, I'm happy. I support this plan of action as well, Errol said, stating that my daughter helped Sir Raimuru become a demon lord would inspire nothing but fear and disdain. Much better for him to have been able to negotiate successfully with the Storm Dragon because he became a demon lord. He'll be much more appreciated that way, I think you'll find. He smiled, his eyes looming over the meeting hall in search of dissent. I swear, he's the kind of guy who would do anything for Ellen. Oh, Dad, that's exactly the kind of nefarious scheme I would have expected from a noble as crafty as you. I couldn't tell if Ellen was praising him or making fun of him, really. It made me feel bad for Errol a bit as I waited for the audience to quiet down. And that's not the only advantage for me, I said. It's important that the human race doesn't needlessly fear us, but this might also fool the other demon lords, eyeing me into thinking that Veldora's the only threat, right? And that would give me some breathing room to work with. After I thrashed Farmus, the demon lord Clayman must be on the lookout for me at least. If we spread the rumor that it was actually Veldora providing the big guns, I think that'd make me less of a worry to him. Gazelle, king of an allied nation, wanted to have Dworgen come out of this looking good. Me, I wanted the Western nations to think nicely of me while making anyone hostile to me underestimate my abilities and put their guards down a little. For now, it was much more helpful if they thought I was a whiny pushover than someone worth fearing. Besides, if word gets out that we've got the authority to negotiate with Veldora, that's going to keep a lot of nations from messing with us, don't you think? No matter what the Western Holy Church says, I think there's a good chance they'll have trouble finding anyone to carry out their order. That might be the biggest advantage of all. Even before Gazelle's suggestion, we needed to reveal Veldora's presence sooner or later, and if we did, we might as well do it when he's at his most useful. We were planning to tango with Clayman soon, so deliberately antagonizing the church right now was nothing short of idiotic. Waging a two-front war would just spread us out too thin. We had to avoid that as best we could. The trick here was to keep our foes as unworried about me as possible, but as worried about Tempest as we could manage. I tell you, Raphael made some choice edits to what was already a killer scheme from Gazelle. Sensing his, my and Errol's motivations, he weaved them all together to get the most use out of them in this plan. Amazing work. Ever since that ultimate skill evolution, his mind's been sharper than ever before. I see, Veldora said, nodding his satisfaction. So now you have a reason to take care of me then? Oh, great. He only listened to the parts of this story he liked, didn't he? That wasn't quite what I meant, but, well. Apart from him, the rest of my government seemed to enjoy the idea. I understand the merits of this, Rigard said, looking a tad relieved as he vigorously nodded. In this case, we can continue negotiating in much the same way we have before. That must have been a worry for him, how this would affect future trade with other nations. He was developing a keen eye for Tempest's economic development that I appreciated. Brilliantly done, Sir Rimuru. A truly ingenious plan. No, Shion, I admonished, relieved that at least she understood the gist of it. King Gazelle thought it up. I just made sure all our feedback was included. My thanks to you, King Gazelle, Sophia commented, bearing a fanged grin. Now, when we make our move, we can expect great things from Sir Rimuru's forces. Phobio and Alvis seemed just as eager for the idea. The three lycanthropias were on our side. Benimaru's mind, meanwhile, was already elsewhere. Very well. So now we can focus entirely on Clayman. If we can't win this, it will just prove we were talentless from the start. Good to hear. I'd need him on the field. So I, Geld, and Benimaru were of a similar mind, ready to roll out this very moment. Now I had dozens of passion-filled eyes fixed upon me. I nodded back at them. I need you to wait a bit longer, guys. You can go hog wild once this summit is over. We had a backstory, and now that we had somewhere to start, we needed to decide what we'd do next. I told the audience about how we had the King of Farmus and a church archbishop in our custody. In their place, we would support Yom as the land's new king and launch a plan to build a new nation for its people. Now, Fuse was groaning again. After falling silent for a while, I guess he had finally worked everything out in his mind. Gazelle was similarly quiet, eyes closed. His friends were bouncing ideas off one another, but opinions seemed to be split without any clear consensus. Even Errol offered no words, no doubt coldly considering how the Sorceress dynasty should react to this. I watched them all closely as I continued my guidance. First off, we would release the current king, then force him to pay reparations for invading our country. This would be a pretext, of course. The actual aim was to throw Farmus itself into a state of civil war. If the king managed to gather his nobility again and attempt a resistance, his life was as good as gone. I was dealing with a king here. I wasn't about to let him off the hook twice. Now, if this king meekly agreed to our demands at this point, we'd delay the whole Yom king thing for a while. By Raphael's estimation, however, the chances of this were practically nil. Even if he suddenly became a king who lived up to his promises, fulfilling his obligations would be punishingly difficult. His nation had just lost 20,000 men and women of working age, and he needed money to rebuild his power. He'd be forced to claim it from the nation's noble families, but they were all far too greedy to cooperate. No, the king would find some excuse or another to ignore the reparations entirely. Then Yom would raise the flag of resistance, staging a coup to help restore good faith in the government. It was the duty of the survivors to take responsibility for a lost war. What if the king didn't do that? What if he ordered his government to de facto shake down the nobility for money instead? He'd lose any authority he had. The whole reparations thing was a wedge to rip the king apart from the nobility. Once he had lost all influence with them, the internal factions of their government would undoubtedly fall apart. The king's sons were not of adult age yet, reportedly. It was easy to imagine them becoming puppets of the nobility. That, in turn, would certainly lead into battles over succession. Either way, whenever things descended into physical combat, Yom would step forward, and the exhausted masses would hail him as their champion. No matter which way it shook out, it all meant that the current kingdom of Farmus was about to meet its downfall. Tempest, of course, would announce its support for Yom, a champion they had been on good terms with for a while now. Once Yom declared the establishment of a new kingdom, we would be the first to officially recognize it and open sanctioned relations. The nobility, the source of current ruling power, would no doubt form an alliance to fight back, but we'd already factored that into the equation. We'd simply exile them all, except for those who offered to cooperate from an early stage. If they insisted upon meddling with us, then they'd have to just disappear, sadly. We would serve as a deterrent to any such alliance, preventing any direct military activity while we sorted out who was friend and who was foe. In the midst of this, we would take the time to announce new policies that would win the trust of the people, boosting Yom's popularity. Once this happened, the plan was to destroy the opposing forces. A nation couldn't be built overnight. Even at breakneck speed, it'd have to extend to 2, maybe 3 years. Of course, Yom might be on the throne even quicker than that if the current king made some particularly ill-advised decisions. That was the basic outline. It meant that, however the timeline wound up actually working out, Yom was ultimately all but guaranteed to become king. Personally, I explained, I have no interest in oppressing the people of Farmus. In terms of allowing their own ruler to go around like he owned the whole world, however, I'm not absolving them of guilt. They will have to put up with some tight times for a while, and I'd like them to put in a solid effort at rebuilding once it's all said and done. Everyone thought silently for a moment before Gazelle spoke up. I like this. I have no objections to the plan itself. However, Rimuru, the idea of Yom becoming king is another issue altogether. He stood up, putting the full force of his gaze upon Yom. It was powerfully withering even from far away. Having experienced it myself, I knew exactly how the man was feeling right then. Nah! Yom let out a grunt and clenched his teeth in the process, but he met Gazelle eye to eye. Well, he has great willpower at least. But what of his character? Is he prepared to feel for his people, to take up their pain and stand before them? A hush fell upon the meeting hall. How the hell should I know? I'm not here to be a king 'cause I want to. But if I turn down this role after he's put his full trust in me, what kind of man would I be, huh? I'm just saying, I don't want to convince myself I can't do it and give up before I even try. I also want to impress the woman I love, too. I'll grant you that, but if I'm going in at full power." There was no waver to Yom's voice. He was speaking a heap of nonsense, but his determination made it all oddly convincing. "Fool," Majoran whispered. "But so much like Yom, eh?" the beastman Grusith replied, grinning. "You have my word on this, Dwarven King. This guy's an idiot, but he's not an irresponsible idiot. Once he takes something on, he'll carry it out all the way to the end. And I, Grusith, promise I'll be there with him the whole time." Majoran nodded her agreement as all three sized up Gazelle. "Is that the case? Very well, then. If you need anything, call upon me." Like a light switch, Gazelle turned off all his intimidation, nodding at them good-naturedly. I guess they all passed his final exam, and if they have the armed nation of Dworgen backing them up, that was huge. "I have to say, though, you found quite an interesting man here," the king added with a smile. "He seeks the throne to impress a woman?" A shocked herald stammered. "Nice going, Grusith. I sure wasn't expecting you to stand up here and abandon Lord Carillon in front of us all," chided Phobio. "It felt like a circus, really." "Yom," intoned Gazelle, once everyone was done laughing, "what we seek from your nation is agricultural production. I don't want to meddle in your political affairs, but listen to this. I know Farmus can keep itself afloat through its black market trade in my nation's manufactured goods, but I think we've recently proven that this won't last forever, It was true. The exorbitant taxes Farmus placed on imported goods before reselling them had made it into one of the world's most notorious price-gouging outfit. They were not exactly one of the Dwarven Kingdom's favoured customers. Now, with a new highway linking Dworgen to a vast, fresh market, Farmus was losing its previous advantage. If the kingdom wanted to survive, it needed to have something new, and instead of a field where it'd be competing with other nations, it'd be easier to coexist if they blazed a trail into unexplored market. I had heard before that the Dwarven Kingdom faced issues with self-sufficiency in their food supply, so I could easily tell what Gazelle was hinting at. I was just thinking that I wanted a new import supplier of grain for our nation, something that wasn't so dependent on what naturally grew in the forest. In short, the idea made sense. I'd like to be in on this too. Add new grain varieties for us to your list. Who would have guessed you'd jump on the train too, pal? Well, I'll get on it. We're pretty developed agriculturally over in Farmus. I think it'll be easier for folks to accept than you'd think. Thus, with Gazelle and me sharing common goals, we made a preliminary agricultural agreement for whenever Yom was crowned. We agreed to take a break at this point while Shuna passed out tea to everyone. Once we were done, I dove right back into the summit, re-energized. With Yom formally accepted by the summit, our mission to build a new Farmus was now underway. That was really the trickiest part of this whole meet. The rest was much smoother sailing. So, as a representative of Blumund, Fuse stated, "I have a proposal." Listening to King Gazelle and Sir Rimuru speak, I believe we might have something to offer this plan as well. In Farmus, there are two noblemen, the Marquis of Muller and Count Helman, who share an intimate relationship with Blumund. If we could negotiate with them to join our side on this matter, I think they could do much for our cause, don't you think? I believe they will provide staunch support when it is time for Yom to take action. Whether he's a guild branch leader or not, does Fuse really have that kind of power? Fuse, perhaps sensing my disbelief, gave me an awkward grin. As I stated, I represent Blumund here, and you may consider me to be a part of the Blumund government. I make this proposal not as a guild master, but as a public servant. As he explained, Fuse apparently had a seat in Blumund's intelligence department, not as a member of staff, but as kind of an assistant supervisor to the whole outfit, which was fine and all, but This was kind of a huge offer he was making, wasn't he? Could he really decide on this solo? I asked him about this, and then he gave me an even more startling revelation. While I was meeting with Gazelle and Errol earlier, he had already tipped off the King of Bluemund about events here and had him draw up a document providing him full representational right. That's the kind of quick footwork I suppose I should expect from a tiny kingdom like that, not to mention a sign of just how much Fuse was trusted. As he put it, Fuse had several pieces of info that would sink the whole kingdom if they were released. Secretly, I considered making him tell me somehow. I couldn't help it. So Fuse had been taking advantage of his position to divert all kinds of information his way, anything he thought might be necessary, even before he heard about our plan. The way he described it, the Marquis of Muller and Count Hellman could basically enjoy the Bluemund King's personal support. Being a powerful noble in Farmus, the Marquis was in no position to offer any public kindness to Bluemund, but he and their king were close friends behind closed doors. Muller, in fact, was distantly related to the Bluemundian royal family, and they had gotten along well for many years. Count Hellman, meanwhile, owed a great debt of gratitude to the Marquis, making it extremely unlikely he would betray him. "Wow, you sure you want to reveal all these secrets to us?" "Oh, it's fine. I am sure the Dwarven King was well aware of it all before I came here. The dark agents of Dworgen are just as talented in their jobs as our own intelligence group. As neighbor states, Fuse must have figured the dwarves would have known a thing or two about them already." Gazelle simply twitched one of his shoulders upward a bit, offering no further reply. Henrietta, the beautiful night assassin poised behind him, blinked a bit as well, so I praised her as a talented agent, and I could believe it. "Ho, ho, ho! Oh, you are being too humble," she said. "The kingdom of Bluemund's bread and butter lies in intelligence. If you are posted in the center of a spy agency for a nation that treats information as saleable goods, I'm sure you must be far more talented than my own team." No. The voice was friendly enough, but her expression indicated she didn't actually believe what she was saying. "No need to be so harsh on yourself. Our fighting forces would have nothing on your dark agents, I don't think, in terms of intelligence gathering. Of course, I do believe we enjoy some useful advantages." Fuse was just as headstrong, it seemed. But Bluemund's small size allowed it to cover intel from every nation in the world, no doubt. That was the most powerful weapon it had to defend its borders with. But regardless, if Fuse said it, it had to be true. Those two Farmus nobles definitely need to be recruited, and fast. Did you hear all that, Yom? Yep. Yeah. I'll add it to the list. We'd sell Yom to them first. He'd enjoy a true champion's welcome, and it'd be an epic event. But we could work out the details at another time. Yom's team could handle that at their leisure. Great! Great! So that's how Yom the champion will gain a country of his own soon. Everyone murmured their agreement, Yom bringing a hand to his head in bashful embarrassment. I'll pretend I didn't see that and declare this topic well and truly settled. Next up, just as I was about to proceed to the next topic, Errol apparently finished processing our discussion and burst out into hysterical laughter. Ah, ha, ha. This is so entertaining. The leaders and representatives of entire nations expressing their minds freely without doubting one another for a moment. I feel almost like a fool for staying on the alert around you all. He couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculousness of it all, even though the light remained sharp in his eyes. This was absolutely the face of a high nobleman, not Errol, the helplessly devoted father. Archduke Errol of Thalion, a man whose position made speaking his mind virtually impossible. Without warning, he stood up, overwhelming the air around him. The sudden change in atmosphere turned all eyes silently toward him. We nervously awaited whatever he might say next. The meeting hall was silent, save for the turning of the pages as Veldora read some manga. Oh, well, what the hell, man? I didn't even give that to you yet. Where'd you pluck that out from? Ah, well, he had no interest in listening to anyone here anyway. As long as he's shutting up, I have no complaints. He certainly helped relieve my tension just now. Let's just see what Errol has to say. The Archduke cleared his throat to return the attention to himself, then solemnly opened his mouth. That's resilience there. Allow me to ask, the man over there, Fuse, do you truly place your trust in this monster, Rimuru? How do you mean, sir? I mean, even if a bunch of monsters decide to go and start a country, did you have to officially recognize them? And was there any need to establish official trade relations, for that matter? In terms of your relative locations, you certainly could have acted with less haste. Whoa. It seemed like an honest question, not one hurled out of spite. That was why Fuse found himself without words, having trouble finding his reply. What I am saying is this. If I were in your position, I would engage them in trade, yes, but I would also see how the Western Holy Church reacted. Give them confidential reports, you see, and leave matters to them if there are any problems. That way you enjoy all the profit, but you aren't beholden entirely to one side should issues crop up later. Isn't that the way any smaller nation should handle matters? The words and his gaze were sharper than any sword. And Errol wasn't the only one. It seemed like everyone's eyes were upon Fuse now. Why me? He whispered to himself, and then, all right. In that case, allow me to be honest. Resigned to his fate, Fuse tore at his hair and began speaking loudly. His usual brazen personality was back. He was facing the Archduke of Thalion, and he had had enough of all this formal ceremonial speech. Duke Errol, I was of the exact same opinion as you. I stated the same case to my superior as well, not to mention a nobleman friend, but I was brushed off. As Fuse went on to explain when he tried to convince his boss of this, his concerns were immediately dismissed. The reasoning, what if Tempest decides to declare war on us? This was before I visited Blumund, but after the battle with Charybdis ended. To them, we were this nation packed with high-level magic-born, powerful enough to take out both Charybdis and an Orc lord. Waging war with them, Fuse was told, would result in instant annihilation. Luminism was not widespread in Blumund. The Western Holy Church would provide little serious backup. Any unwise moves, and the country would cease to exist. Resistance, they concluded, was futile. So, what to do then? We'd earn their trust, build a mutual friendship, and find a way to coexist. We wouldn't be afraid to cooperate with them as much as possible. That was the conclusion the highest levels of Blumund government made. And I mean, your nation and the Dwarven Kingdom are powerful enough that you have all kinds of choices available, but with us, one misstep and it's over. And if we're wagering our fates here, better to trust in the monster lord than the church. That's basically it, Fuse explained with some chagrin. Thinking about it, having his exact thoughts pointed out to him made me feel kind of sorry for Fuse. It was basically admitting that the kingdom of Blumund was too puny to take up Errol's common-sense suggestion. Not that it was wrong, but still good or bad, right or wrong. That wasn't important. They had decided to fully trust me. It was beyond reckless, or was it really? If it blew up in their face, that was it. But they had concluded that there was no other way for them to survive. I was as powerful as an entire army. No wonder they saw me as a threat. Better to fight with us, not against us. For a small nation dealing in intelligence and living in the shadows of superpowers, maybe that was an effective strategy. Definitely reckless, but in a way, effective maybe. Effective against me anyway. Regardless, I was sure I could trust in Blumund as well, and Errol must have come to the same conclusion. Still, that is quite the brash decision. And If I could change the subject for a moment, I understand you came here to provide military assistance to Sir Rimuru. Was that the decision of your, superior as well? Exactly. We've ratified a common security agreement, and I've been ordered to follow it to the letter. Of course, even if the government broke its promise, I would have come here anyway. I'm a free man, I'll have you know. The guild is unaffiliated with any nation by design. Normally, you see, it'd be crazy for someone like me to be here. You could say my luck ran out the moment I was appointed to Blumen's intelligence team. He sounded like he had no idea why he took the job in the first place. Almost too honest of him, not that he could do much about it now. I had no idea his king was so dedicated to keeping his word, though. Complying with that agreement and bracing themselves for war with Farmus, and here I thought that treaty didn't earn us much of anything. Now I was glad for it. I had real insight into how they thought of us at present. Sticking to promises lies at the core of any human relationship. That applies to nations as well. Any nation that doesn't follow its promises or treaties can't really be trusted. This whole incident had proved to me that Bluemund is eminently trustworthy. They risked their necks because they believed we would win, not that even they thought I'd wipe out the enemy by myself. Can I guess who this superior is? He sounds like quite the gambling man. Fuse nodded, seemingly fighting back tears of frustration as he smiled. As you've probably surmised, it is His Majesty the King. You know, he did seem like a pretty nice guy when I met him. Guess he's more of an expert at this whole nation-leading thing than I thought. You need the guts to go all in when you're running a country sometimes. So, he continued with a sigh, that's what was going on, and his choice wound up being the right one. Never in my life would I have imagined you defeating a force of 20,000, Sir Rimuru, and resurrecting the storm dragon. It's no longer a question of trust at all, I'd say. And that document giving me negotiation rights here, I think the higher-ups may have set a new record drawing it up. It was like he was the sole bulwark keeping his homeland from collapsing. I could understand why he was a tad overwrought. Ah, I see now. The tension disappeared from Errol's face as he lowered his head a bit toward Fuse. I apologize, Sir Fuse. Thanks to you, however, I fully understand the Kingdom of Bluemund's intentions here. Sly as always, aren't you, Errol? Interjected Gazelle. You know I trust Rimuru. There's no need to go feeling out other nations to satisfy your doubts. You may say that, Gazelle, but it's not going to be that easy for us to forge a new pact with a nation of monsters. I have a new and healthy respect for the King of Bluemund. Ah, enough of that rot. You came here because you had the decision made beforehand, did you not? So what is your conclusion, Master Strategist Errol? Errol reacted stonily to Gazelle's provocation, not because he was relatively safe in his homunculus, but because he really did just have that much nerve. You could say I have made my own conclusions, yes. But before I answer you, can I ask one more question? He turned to me next. Dad, come on in. Stop acting all stuck up and just answer. Ooh. Hey, lady, pipe down. Yeah. The Archduke's trying his hardest to look all cool for you, okay? The tension in the air was thoroughly ruined by Ellen and her two cohorts. So much for the master strategist, mused Gazelle. I felt a little bad for Errol, so I decided to bring some solemnity to the environment, meaning I unleashed a bit of Lord's ambition. Let me hear it, Errol. I could hear my government stir in their seats, even as Gazelle and his friends groaned in astonishment, and Yom, Fuse, and the Urzania contingent began sweating. I set it to run as long as possible, but it was even fiercer than I gave it credit for. This was, after all, the merger of skills like coercion and magic aura, something I could use as an attack. Misuse would be dangerous. Still, I thought I had gotten pretty good at acting all kingly like this. The trick was to erase all expression from your face as you spoke. Hiding your emotions and taking a dispassionate tone was enough to freak your audience out, really. Between Shizu's good looks and the wispy, transparent feel of a slime, the mix gave me this perfect sort of mystique. Add Lord's ambition to the picture and it was perfect. I didn't need anything else. If I let my emotions bubble to the surface and started acting more like myself, that mystique vanished in short order. You had to train at this, really. So as a former middle-class schmo, I think I was doing pretty well. Either way, it was enough to take in Errol. Impressive. In that case, Demon Lord Rimuru, let me ask you, how do you intend to wield your powers as Demon Lord? Oh, that? Simple. I wanted to create a world that's easy to live in the way I picture it. A bountiful world where people could be as content as possible. No bluffing, no dodging it. That's what I really thought. So that's what I told him. That kind of thing, I guess. And I'm sure I'll have some stumbles along the way. It's not going to be that easy, I imagine. You seriously believe you can build that kind of fantasy world? Oops. That sounds like real surprise there. I've successfully managed to shock a high noble who almost never reveals his emotion. Well, that's what my power is for. Ideals are just a bunch of raving without power to back them up, and power is just kind of a vacant void without ideals to back it up, isn't it? And I know I'm pretty greedy, but I'm not into seeking pure power for power's sake with no other particular goals in mind. I was rephrasing a famous line or two in my mind, and I think I managed to get my point across. I mean, doesn't this go without saying? You work at something because you want to accomplish something. That's the essence of humanity, I think. Ha 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 ha! Hilarious! That is hilarious, Demon Lord Rimuru. A demon lord versed in the concept of karma. I think I understand why you managed to awaken yourself now. I didn't stop him from laughing at me. Let him have his fun. And once he settled down, he stood up and kneeled before me. My pardons, Demon Lord Rimuru, as the envoy of the sorceress dynasty of Thalion, I hereby request the establishment of formal relations with your nation, the Jura Tempest Federation. I hope to hear a positive reply from you. The hall fell quiet again except for that page flipping. Better not let that bother me. If I turned toward him right now, it'd ruin the entire atmosphere. The sight of a storm dragon lying on a bench reading manga while sipping some iced tea he had someone make for him would just scramble my brain. I was hoping we could build a positive relationship myself. I will gladly accept the offer. Cheers erupted, and everyone leapt out of their seats to celebrate this memorable new bond. Today we welcomed another faithful ally. So we now had the beginnings of diplomatic relations with Thalion, our third human nation. Soon, Farmus would be no more, and Yom would be at the helm of a new nation. Slowly but surely, the map was being redrawn. Things were moving and accelerating, faster than I had pictured at first. Chapter 2. Word from Ramirez. Just as the summit was winding down, and I felt it was time to wrap things up. The doors flew open as someone stormed in. I heard all that. Tempest shall fall to ruin. There was a tiny winged girl, and while it was hard to believe from looks, it was Ramirez of the Labyrinth, one of the world's 10 demon lords. I wasn't exactly sure how to take this. Should I open my eyes wide and go, what was that? I didn't have much time to react because Ramirez was flying straight for me while Beretta was kindly closing the front door behind her. Long-suffering is the way I describe that demon's body language, and I bet I was right. Getting bossed around by Ramirez all day would do that to anyone. Now Diablo was standing in front of her, dressed to the nines in his butler eye outfit. He'd been stationed behind me, quietly listening to the proceedings, but he wasn't willing to let this interloper barge in. And really, he made capturing Ramirez look as easy as grabbing a dragonfly out of the air. Hey, she shouted, flailing around. What are you doing to me? I just love her. She doesn't act the part of a demon lord one bit, and it's just adorable. Sir Raimuru, Diablo said, walking back to me, I have captured an intruder. What should we do with her? She raved about this town falling to ruin, but how should we address this insolence? I looked at Ramirez. She was batting her wings helplessly, trying to escape Diablo's grasp. Yeah, I'm using my full magic force, and I still can't escape him. This can't be any kind of regular bodyguard. Who are you? What did I ever do to you? She never was very quiet. And no offense, but given the incomparable difference in power, I didn't think Diablo would lose her any time soon. And this was a demon lord? See, this is why I sometimes wonder if being a demon lord is anything special at all. Do you know this fairy, Sir Rimuru? Fuse asked. Oh, right. We were in the middle of a summit. Right toward the end, in fact. If she had only come in a couple minutes later, she never was good at taking social cues like that either. Yeah, I do. This is Ramirez, and she might not show it, but I guess she's a demon lord too. Hey! What do you mean? I don't show it. I am feared as the strongest out of all 10 demon lords. I'll have you know. She flashed me the most arrogant smile possible, still stuck in Diablo's grasp and oblivious to how non-threatening she looked. The audience was nonplussed, a few giving comments like, huh? Demon lord? And someone like that? What? What? Like, what? Come on, what's your problem? You're supposed to act more surprised. I'm kind of a demon lord, guys. Ramirez of the labyrinth in the flesh, all right? Why is everyone acting so uninterested? I mean, demon lord or not, you're kind of caught between two fingers right now. If I had to guess, everyone thinks you must be some kind of poseur, you know? I'm too kind to actually voice this, of course, but, well, as a demon lord himself, it's only fair that Sir Rimuru would be acquainted with other demon lords, I suppose. If anything, the Storm Dragon's resurrection was such a shock, I don't think anything could surprise me at this point. Our audience was nodding at one another. I suppose that makes sense, actually. Ramirez, on the other hand, was less than satisfied with that. The Storm Dragon? Veldora's been revived? You guys are being tricked! I beat Veldora into the ground with a single punch. That guy was all roar and no bite. Besides, his era's over now. If you want someone to fear, you can start being horrified around my presence today. She punctuated this with a high, haughty laugh. If anything, she had an even bigger mouth than Veldora. I had Diablo hand her over to me and took her to see him. Veldora, you mind entertaining this girl for me? She's a demon lord too, more or less, so maybe she'll want to be friends with you. Mum, I am busy unraveling a grand riddle at the moment. I didn't have time for his sulking. Oh, that manga? The murderer was... You're good now, right? Thanks. With that bout of mercilessness, I returned to my seat. Veldora looked shocked, eyes wide open. Maybe it wasn't the nicest thing to do, but we're in the middle of a summit. I wanted him to think about his actions a little, not let him do whatever he wants. Besides, the sight of Veldora had already made Ramirez faint on the spot. 2 problem children taken care of in one stroke. So wrapping up, I wanted to go over everything we had to do. Benimaru, our next target, is Clayman. I want him taken down. Just what I've been waiting to hear. Benimaru gave me a fearless smile, flames dancing eerily in his eyes. The rest of the Tempestians in the audience were similarly elated. I guess they'd all become would-be warriors over time. Didn't they all just have a huge battle in town a few days ago? Ah, well, high morale's never a bad thing. As for the 3 lycanthropias and the beastmen under them, no need to say it, Alvis growled. We are under your command, Sir Rimuru. For Bio and Sufia seemed just as enthused. I shouldn't have bothered asking. And you think you can beat him with this team, Rimuru? I will. He's riled me. I see Gazelle gave me a wry grin. I will trust you in your word, then. And in a smaller voice that I figured only I could hear, here I thought you were my junior training partner. You've grown far too much. But I do not believe you can afford to think lightly of Clayman, observed a concerned Errol. He holds sway over a vast army of magic-born, and rumors tell of close connections with the Eastern Empire. That doesn't matter. War is about quality, not quantity. Heavens, I think I can hear my common sense collapsing as we speak. It was indeed totally lacking in common sense, but it was enough to quiet him. I could tell he was interested in what I had now. I knew it was crazy too, but I also knew I was right. The larger army usually wins the battle, but that didn't apply to this world. The Orc Lord was a good example of that. As long as you can decapitate the leader, it was always the more adept fighters that dictated the result. Besides, this time we didn't lose out in numbers either. I had cut it out from the summit for brevity, but Soe had already briefed me on Clayman's movement. So I was still pinning down an exact number, but they were moving sluggishly and still stuck inside Milim's domain. His replication would be back here soon, though, and I could save my final decision for then. That strategic meeting could come later, but for now we needed to make sure we had the script down for conquering farmers. We'd release the king, then have the Marquis of Muller and Count Hellman pursue his blame, beseeching him to take responsibility for his failure. Depending on how he reacted, Yom would then spring into action. Regarding any actual war with them, that will be our issue to tackle. For now, I want all of you to trust in me and leave farmers for us to worry about. It shouldn't be long before I'll ask you to help us make Yom into the champion king of a new generation. The audience nodded their approval. When it came to human affairs, we'd make a lot fewer mistakes relying on them instead of trying to go it alone. I was looking forward to their support. Now, Fuse, I want you to contact Muller and Hellman confidentially. Sure thing, he replied. Again, we'd likely work out the details in a later meeting, but we had a plan of action now. First, we'd portray things so it was Yom and his forces reclaiming the king from us. We'd then have the Marquis of Muller put the king under his protection, providing backup for Yom the whole way. And about those 3 pals, actually. By the way, Xion, how are those 3 dealing with your questioning? Did they give us anything useful? I had forgotten about that. It didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but I had left our prisoners in the care of Xion this whole time. Of course they did, Sir Rimuru. Oh, somebody sure is confident. I had a bad feeling about that. I turned toward Yom and Majoran, who were supposed to be present during all the questioning. They awkwardly turned their eyes away. Yom began. Yeah, questioning? Interrogation? Either way, they talked a lot, pal. That they did, agreed Majoran. But that was no questioning. It was something surreal. I'm not sure you could even call it interrogation. I really don't want to hear anything else, thanks. Xion overdid it, no doubt about it, but then I let her. It'd be unreasonable for me to complain about it, and I had no intention to. Even if I wanted to stop her violent rage, I guess I was cooped up in the cave and beyond contact range anyway. In a way, it's my fault for not being there. Let's just assume I never noticed. Sorry, people of Farmers. But then again, you guys struck first. Hopefully you'll consider yourselves lucky for surviving at all. Either way, we had 3 prisoners in custody and following Shion's interro. Questioning, they seemed fairly willing to talk. First off, Shion began. Ed Noyle? Ed. King Edmaris? Whispered Shuna into her ear. Thanks for that. But really, Shion, you couldn't even come up with the king's name? I know it's kind of a weird one, but King Edmaris had apparently made contact with a merchant, one who brought him silken fabrics from our nation and whetted his appetite for conquest. The king also feared that trade would drift over to our nation in the future, which also led to those moves on his part. Shion's rundown continued, the content of which didn't surprise me much. The only thing it made me wonder about was whether that merchant deliberately spurred Edmaris to action. Do we know who this merchant is? Some black market dealer? I apologize, my lord. That much we do not know. She looked so sad about it that I felt the need to hurriedly console her. The question wasn't that important anyway. Let's switch subjects to Archbishop Rehaim. That's fine. What about the church? Yes. He revealed who was pushing him behind the scenes. The name was... It's a long one, Shion. You think you got that one remembered at all? The core of it all was Cardinal Nicolaus Speltus, Majoran said after Shion shot her a pleading look. Shion was great at extracting information from people, but anything else? Forget it. She had some kind of mental block keeping her from remembering proper names. Better give her some other assignment next time. Good thing Juran was around. I can't really expect much in the critical analysis department from Yom either, so she no doubt provided some handy backup. According to her, Nikolai stated that they planned to take us all down, as a nation clearly against the will of their god. Planned to, anyway. I see, Fuse muttered. So Archbishop Rehaim wanted all the glory of defeating a godless enemy so he could earn extra clout with the central authorities? Everyone seemed to agree with this. Either way, we still have some wiggle room. The Western Holy Church hasn't made a definitive decision yet. Perhaps there's a way to negotiate ourselves out of being designated hostile. In that case, Fuse said, let me handle that. His approach involved taking advantage of the Council's presence. They would release a statement declaring that the nation of Tempest should be recognized, putting pressure on the Church to act. Appealing to the Council would also place the spotlight further on Tempest as a waypoint along a series of new trade routes. The fact that monsters lived there was an issue, but they were all both kind to strangers and fully capable of speech. If anything, they'd gladly be your friend. That much, of course, we had already proven. Or really, we'd made it happen through all this astonishing evolution. In so many words, our aim was to earn treatment from the humans, similar to what dwarves, elves, and other demi-human races enjoyed. King Gazelle would back us up as well, keeping up a lively trade relationship with us and advertising the benefits of Tempest with more energy than ever. This, I imagined, would likely not be enough to make the Western Holy Church abandon their core tenets. But Dworgen and Blumund already had formal trade relations with Tempest. Not even the Church had the kind of power to annul those agreements. And with us having such deep ties with a small group of human nations like this, other countries were bound to grow curious soon. Plus, we now had the sorceress dynasty of Thalion declaring their allegiance. That put even more pressure on the Church to settle matters. Not that this is for me to say, Fuse added, but recognizing Tempest is a double-edged sword. We all need to be careful to make sure we don't accidentally stab ourselves in the process. He was right. Blumund was in the tightest spot out of them all. Dworgen and Thalion were essentially beyond the range of Holy Church influence. Both were powerful enough that they could give the United Western Nations a run for their money. Blumund, meanwhile, was a blip, all too susceptible to pressure from outside its borders. Except all that was a thing of the past. Hey, Fuse, was it? No need to fret. We dwarves can make runs through Tempest to access your markets as well. And with the stronger position that we'll put your nation in, the council will find it prudent to tread lightly with you. Gazelle's right, I thought. Two nations, Dworgen and Thalion, both with different cultures and technical expertise, were interacting with each other through Tempest. This town was going to grow exponentially, I was sure of it, and then a new culture would bloom. Culture and technology. The sorcerous science Thalion boasted and the spirit engineering Dworgen cultivated would connect on our doorstep, two different families of tech rolled into one. It could create an industrial revolution straight out of fantasy, and the kingdom of Blumund would have dibs on enjoying it first. Even in terms of pure accounting numbers, the potential profits were enormous. Meanwhile, the new kingdom of farmers created by Yom would be reborn as a breadbasket to the entire region, filling the people's stomachs and planting the seeds for an entirely new food culture. We'd need to spread the wealth around to make sure none of us was competing with another member of the Alliance in each specialty, but I was planning to attend to that anyway, on the sly. Raphael, Lord of Wisdom, had calculation skills that went beyond what even quantum computing could manage. Calculating global economic effects was no sweat, and at accuracies far greater than even the Earth simulator supercomputer in Japan could manage. That kind of made me sound like the man behind the curtain ruling the world, but I am a demon lord, so at least it'd be in character. I could understand Fuse's concern too. Blumund was so tiny, it might wind up being exploited by its bigger neighbors without any recourse to turn to. That's why it was so hard for them to turn away from the council, as friendly as that alliance was to smaller nations like theirs. Of course, he's worried. Maybe, in the short term, it would have been better for them to keep dealing with the council, pool all their intelligence skills together, and Blumund might even been able to force the Western Holy Church into all-out war against us. If that was the choice they made when they first met us, I might have been slain by now. But the Blumundians didn't opt for that. They trusted me and decided to walk down the same path. You do the deed and then you get rewarded for it. Blumund had already picked me. I didn't see any reason not to take the hint. Living together in harmony was right at the crux of my ideal. Besides, Fuse, when you return home, I want you to tell the king that I have a favor to ask. A favor? Not another painful one, I trust. Kinda rude, wouldn't you say? It'll take a while to explain, and I'll probably fail to get the point across to you, so I'll visit later to go over it in detail with him. Oh. And I'm the rude one? You make me sound like some kind of dullard. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just mean, do you know much of anything about economics, Fuse? All right. I will give word to the king and arrange a time. Great. I nodded. Blumund's role here would be to keep statistics on the amount of trade in all the main manufactured goods of the region. I'd have them examine the products imported and exported from each nation, then make sure that the necessary items were shipped to the necessary place. To put it another way, I would have Blumund become the first large-scale trading company in the world. Get it right, and there'd be nothing small about this nation any longer. They'd be a financial superpower wielding influence beyond comprehension. Considering Blumund's geographical location, I wanted them to be a trade hub going forward. But that would wait until everything else wrapped up. I needed to defeat Clayman. Yom needed to build a new nation. Fuse and Blumund needed to use their information access to check on the movements of the Western Council and Church, until we won at least. My main concern was the Church. I didn't think they'd make any sudden moves, but they still needed to be kept in place. Neither they nor the Holy Empire of Lubelius were willing to recognize our nation. I wanted to postpone any conflict for as long as I could, giving us time to prove our effectiveness and devotion to common harmony. If we had to fight, I'd like to keep it peaceful, but judging by Hinata's reaction to me, that might be tough. None of these problems would be wiped up that easily. Everything depended on what we did from here on out. So about those 3 prisoners. There's King Edmaris, Archbishop Rehaim, and who was the other guy? Oh, right. The dude who survived my attack. Were we safe letting him go? Shion, we had 3 pals, right? The one who survived all the killing. That guy has to be pretty bad news, right? Oh, yes. That terribly frightened man. Frightened? Maybe he was just some wimp who managed to survive through sheer luck. Oh, the final survivor? If I had to guess, perhaps Fulgen, captain of their knights. If Gazelle knew someone on that force by name, he must have been at least a half-decent military officer. So maybe it'd be risky to free him. I turned to Diablo. What kind of guy was he like? Pretty strong, right? You think it'd be all right to let him off the hook? No, Sir Rimuru, he replied, smile still on his face. He is a minnow, incapable of being a problem at all. By human standards, however, he does seem rather well versed in magic. He's a magician? Maybe not a knight captain like Fulgen, then. Do you know the name, Shion? Yes. It's Raymond, sir. Raymond! I haven't had ramen in years, actually. Nothing like a steaming cup of instant noodles during an all-night deadline crunch at work. I miss that. Maybe I'll try to fashion some later. Raymond? Fuse asked as I basked in fond memories of my past life. Was there someone named that in Farmers? It does not ring a bell, replied Errol. And a magician, you say? I am aware of a magic-born named Raisin, who should still live there. Raisin, the champion? Mum, a man who should never be omitted from the story. I know that name, Phobio chimed in. It is well known, even within the Beast Kingdom. The guardian of the great land of Farmus, and among the most intelligent of magic-born. Yeah, I know him too. A human who's mastered magic up to the wizard level and beyond. I've always wanted a chance to challenge him. I'm sure we'd win in close-quarter combat, but he is not one to trifle with. No. All the lycanthropiers knew him, which surprised me. There was someone like that still left in Farmus. This Raymond guy didn't matter to me, but Raisin certainly needed some attending to. You're sure the man we have is named Raymond, Shion? Yes, probably. But he's just a young man. One of the people who attacked this town. Certainly not the master magician you all are talking about. She sounded a lot more assertive on the second half of that statement than the first. But hang on, didn't Diablo just describe our prisoner Raymond as a magic user? Curious. I decided to get the story from a few more witnesses. What we knew for sure is that our captive was a young man, an otherworlder who had participated in the attack. Everyone was in agreement on that. Diablo, are you making up stories in an attempt to earn Sir Rimuru's praise? Shion goaded him. Not at all. I would hardly expect to be heaped with adulation for having defeated someone of such low caliber. I simply seek recognition that I have carried out the work provided by the master I serve. That's true, that's true. Diablo wanted me to know he was a good servant, but he didn't say anything about his opponent being tough at all. He was dissing the guy every chance he had. So, come to think of it, Hakuro mused, when Geld and I cornered that otherworlder, a fairly powerful magic wielder interfered. I believe that man was named Raisin, actually. He had prepared a type of nuclear magic he was ready to unleash at any moment. So we let the otherworlder go, since this wizard was much more of an imminent threat. So it is Razin, not Raymond? Razin, this guy I wanted to keep an eye on was involved in the battle after all. Report. Using certain secret rituals in the realm of spiritual magic would allow one to leap between physical bodies. Oh, right. That, you think maybe that raisin guy took over the body of the younger dude? Shion was floored. She never seemed all that sure about our prisoner's name. I was fairly certain my theory was correct. I'm sure we will discover our ward's true name shortly. Diablo pounded the final nail into Shion's coffin. It almost drove her to tears. Our man turned out to be Raisin in the end. Nobody named Ramen out there after all. All right, so enough bullying Shion over this. What do you want from her? She's she. Asking any kind of brainwork out of Sean is a mistake in the first place. But you dispatched Raisin himself that easily. I cannot believe it. The champion who supported farmers for centuries. He was one of the rare humans who was equal to me as a wizard. Superior, even. All the shocked eyes in the room turned to Diablo. If you think about it, he's kind of a mystery. Why is he so keen on being my servant? He claimed to be willing to work for free, so I had no real reason to turn him down. The guy describing this amazing wizard as a minnow kind of confirms how strong he is. And this was before I named him, too. And right now, this guy was choosing to lord it over Shion. She gritted her teeth, no doubt frustrated over how she brought this fight to him and lost big. Ah, well, nothing should come of it, as long as Shion doesn't go and start acting like they're bitter rivals. Having both a talented secretary and a ditzy one on board is going to lead to a lot of jealousy, I'm sure. Right. So, let's do this. Yon, I want you to take the 3 prisoners and do something with them for me. Diablo, I want you to join him. Now Diablo was looking panicked at me. I could see Shion sneer back at him, but that order wasn't for her sake. This was the result of more serious thought. I was just thinking about who I could have help out Yom's team, assuming I left Veldora to keep the town safe. Someone who was reasonably intelligent, strong enough to handle anything that came his way, and could move fast if needed. So I would have been the best choice, but I needed him on the battlefield. Benimaru was my general field commander. Shion was out of the question. Hakuro couldn't use shadow or spatial motion, so it'd take time for him to travel anywhere. Geld and Gabil would stand out too much in human society, meaning Diablo fulfilled all my conditions. He said he'd lend a hand when it came time to take Farmus down, so I doubted he'd have any complaint. He'd have no problem guarding someone as potentially harmful as Raisin, either. I will leave this to you, Diablo. I understand, Sir Rimuru. He gave me a delighted smile. Something didn't seem quite right about it to me, but if he said yes, then no complaint. Right now, Diablo was probably 3rd in strength after Veldora and me. No matter what happened, he'd have it handled in a flash. This job might take several years, so I hope you'll be patient with it. Contact me with thought communication if anything comes up. Not our problem, sir. I will be happy to handle this mission well before the allotted time. He sure had a lot of confidence. This was an entire nation I was asking him to take down, but again, that's another reason I felt safe giving him this assignment. Now, with all the plans settled, we could end this summit between nations, and now I could focus my full attention on all-out war with Clayman without any regret. To finish off, I asked if anyone else had something to say. A hand shot up. It belonged to Errol, who was looking expectantly at me. Yes? I asked. Errol had been waiting for this. Our nation and yours are separated from each other by extremely treacherous forests and mountains. If we could connect ourselves directly through that region, that would allow us to cut the travel distance by quite a margin. A highway, in particular, would make the trek far easier. He shot me a glance. I knew what he was getting at. If we were going to be building a formal relationship with Thalion, of course we'd want a direct link between us. We'd have to do that, of course. Products that used to require long detours to deliver would naturally be more attractive once we had a better road. That was a part of my plan from the start. Of course, it also meant we'd have a lot of civil engineering to do, cutting down trees, building tunnels, paving the roads. The budget would be huge, and maybe they were a superpower, but it wouldn't be that easy to procure a budget like that. No doubt, Errol already had some ballpark figures he composed himself in hopes of forcing the whole job upon us. "Errol," Gazelle commented, "you are asking for too much. Not even Rimuru can accept such a massive undertaking so lightly." "Well, hang on. I'm pretty sure we covered all the work and expenses for the highway to the Dwarven Kingdom, didn't we?" "Don't be ridiculous, Gazelle. If it was Sir Rimuru saying that, I would accept it, but not from you of all people." "Ah, guess Errol knew too. So if I'd already accepted the job from Gazelle, would it be wrong to say no to Thalion? In my honest opinion, I had no problem being left to the task. A highway was a small price to pay for their recognition, really. But if I kept taking these low-paying jobs, so to speak, every country we ran into going forward might expect a similar handout. Humans are sly like that, something I was sure reminded of by my experience in Blumund. They had me right where they wanted me. Let's get a thing or two straight before we go any further. I understand your suggestion, Duke Errol. We would be willing to accept your request for a highway. However, Errol nervously swallowed as he looked at me. "Don't worry, man. I'm not going to ask for much. However, I want you to let us handle the highway's security and lodging facilities. Of course, we would take payment for this, in the form of a small transport tax on top of operating expenses for those services. It would be like running a toll road. We'd set up stops at decently sized regular intervals where people would have to pay fees to advance. That would provide us with permanent funding. We might start in the red, but over the long term, it'd probably lead to profit. Our special interests at work, you could say. On top of all that, we'd keep the highway maintained for them. A bargain, really." "I see. Impressive. And only natural to demand that much. However, I would like to have the right to negotiate this transport tax, perhaps once every few years." "Oh." Errol's pretty impressive himself. He immediately saw what I was trying to accomplish. Of course, none of this would happen without both sides coming to an agreement. No point setting that tax too high. "I'll take the offer." "All right. Let's go with that." "That's it." Fuse seemed flabbergasted, but I let it slide. In diplomacy, the power to make a decision trumps all else. "Go. We got a new job for you." "Yes, sir." It gladdens me to hear. We have the teamwork to handle every step of the operation, the supply lines to transport the needed materials, and people with skills that need and control the earth. The work you provide us is our very nourishment, Sir Rimuru, the best military training ground we could ever hope for. Yeah, that's the motivation they go with, huh? And here I thought Geld had some common sense. Maybe not so much. It was so surprising I didn't know how to react for a moment. Yeah. Well, in that case, we better get this war finished up so you can get to work. Indeed. Soon you will enjoy the results of our daily training regimen. Geld was really up for a fight. I'm sure he'll be an asset in the one against Clayman. That was the last of the feedback I received. And thus, after several twists and turns, our summit was finally over. A wealth of nations came to the bargaining table today, each with their own motivations, duking it out with words in search of a world where man and monster live hand in hand. It might have come out of nowhere, but this so-called monster and man summit would later wind up becoming a turning point in history. I had once again taken a major step toward my ideal. With our talks between national leaders complete, it was finally time for our anti-Clayman strategy conference. I figured we all needed to hear Zoe's report first, so I ordered the meeting hall to be set up once more. As I did, I had the nagging feeling I was forgetting something, and it just so happened that I was. Ramirez. What was that noisy little pixie going on about? Was she still unconscious? Worried, I headed over to Valdora, only to find, well, take a guess. It was Ramirez, entranced by the manga she was reading. I was concerned she'd start bawling unless I gave her some attention, but I had nothing to worry about. Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Shut up a second. I'm just getting to the good part. She didn't even look up at me. Why was she here again? That manga had her full attention right now, but she had something important to do here, right? I suppose she must have woken up, set off to yell at me again, and then noticed the manga volumes strewn all over the sofa. They must have captured her imagination so thoroughly she didn't even realize the summit was over. She must have made amends with Veldora as well, because now he was happily being served by Beretta, as if that whole fainting spell never took place. Eesh. I turned toward Beretta. Congratulations on your evolution to Demon Lord, it said with a polite bow. Allow me to thank you, Grandmaster, for letting me share in the benefits of said evolution. Thanks to you, I have transformed from an arch-golem into a chaos golem. This evolution had imparted elements of both holy and demonic force into it. That was mainly thanks to the skill reverser, which allowed the user to obtain two diametrically opposed essences at once. In Beretta's case, aspects of both demonic and angelic power, I suppose. A new spirit core was born inside it, fusing with its older demonic one to create a new chaos core. This let it handle holy element attacks, something it was weaker against before. I couldn't have been the only one who saw that as incredibly unfair. That rock-solid magisteel body, already impervious to most physical attacks and magic, and now it was even covered for what few weaknesses it had. You couldn't ask for a better upgrade than that. This unique skill reverser was something involved with me, it seemed. A lot of the panic I felt at the time must have come across to Beretta. When I was encased in that holy field, my emotions when I was left powerless by the sealed-off magicules must have affected how this power manifested itself, I think. Given that an arch-golem runs on magicules, it must have feared that it, too, would stop in its tracks. So it came up with this countermeasure. Between Reverser and that chaos chore, Beretta was turning into one extremely interesting research subject. Report. The unique skill reverser is already integrated into the ultimate skill, Uriel, Lord of Vows. Its effect can be recreated by applying control laws to metallic elements. Creating a new chaos core requires providing the correct conditions and materials to... What? Raphael just chucked that out offhand, but I couldn't believe how useful he was. That's it, food chain. I have food chain as part of the ultimate skill Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, so I can obtain the original model for any skills owned by my friend. Beretta had it too, so we talked about it for a little bit. It seemed rather satisfied with the skill and the fun it had experimenting in the labyrinth. Following its evolution, it figured something similar must have happened to me as well, too. In any case, I said, I'm glad you're still doing well. Once this is all settled down, we should talk a little more in depth. I appreciate you saying that. Now I have something to look forward to. Yeah. I'm also glad you're still listening to Ramirez. Keep that up, unless she gives you any orders that are too crazy. I will be happy to. I promise I will not betray your expectations. Great. Hang in there. By the way, what are you guys here for? I shot a glance at Ramirez, still enthralled by her manga. Whoa. Beretta must have forgotten, too. It made a beeline for Ramirez, bringing her out of her trance-like state. Lady Ramirez, now is not the time for this. We must inform Sir Rimuru of the news. Shut up! I'm really busy right now. Please, my lady, recall your goals traveling here. I told you, fate has brought me and this wonderful thing they call manga together. Oh, which suitor will she choose in the end? You can't argue with that impassioned logic. Literally, you can't. Oh, the pains Beretta must go through. I couldn't let this go on. I had a general idea of what she was reading, so, with a sigh, I decided to threaten her a little. If I didn't, we'd all be forced to wait until she was done with the series, and that one was an epic running over 40 volumes, so even someone as calm and Buddha-like in his patience as I couldn't hold out that long. Hey, Ramirez. If you don't want me to spoil it for you on who she goes with, then tell me why you're here already. The threat produced immediate results. Right, she shouted, saluting to me and hurriedly flying into the air. Not a care in the world. It couldn't have been anything serious, just her overreacting and carrying on as always. The rest of our visitors had stopped their chatting as they prepared to leave, also remembering that Ramirez was still there. I guess they all wanted to satisfy their curiosities before going. The fairy noticed the attention and proudly puffed out her chest, or lack thereof, crossed her arms, and gave me the boldest nod she could. I'll say it one more time. Tempest shall fall to ruin. Oh, what did you say? I replied without enthusiasm, following the script. She took the bait. You know, she said patronizingly, that isn't something I want to happen, of course. So I came all the way over here to tell you. You better thank me. I tried my best to avoid all her little jabs at me. Giving them attention would just prolong the conversation. So why are we falling to ruin? Well, before I tell you, she stopped, turning serious as she looked around to size up the dignitaries around her. Then she nodded to herself. Ah, I suppose this has a lot to do with you humans, too. All right, listen up, all of you. Clayman's just proposed that we launch a Walpurgis Council. A Walpurgis what? Right, a Walpurgis Council. A special meeting of all the demon lords. Oh, she said launch, so I thought it was some kind of huge magic spell at first. I was planning to storm Clayman's domain, so if she told me that Clayman was attacking first, I would have freaked out. Pressing her for more details, Ramirez stated that staging Walpurgis required the consent of at least 3 demon lords, and once convened, attendance was very much mandatory. Absence was never forgiven. It was one of the very few things the capricious, self-serving demon lords had agreed to on paper, although this still didn't prevent some extremely lazy demon lords from sending a representative with full rights to the council instead. I think I have read about this, Errol said. Once, all the demon lords came together to wage an epic battle, one that the Western Holy Church named Walpurgis, or the Feast of Demons. This was something he had apparently read in some records dating back 1,000 years ago. The war was a costly one, causing serious damage and disasters across the land. Walpurgis, the term coined by the Holy Church for it, had the connotation of not just a demonic feast, but one attended by those who spread chaos and destruction worldwide. These were worldwide affairs, I supposed. So if demon lords gathered together like this, did it mean war among themselves, or them teaming up against some other enemy? So are the demon lords about to declare war on something? No, I'm a busy woman. I don't have time for wars and other annoying stuff like that. Ramirez looked like she had a lot of free time, but never mind. She was a demon lord, one who had been around for a long time to boot. Maybe she was part of those conferences of a millennium ago. It wasn't out of the question. Errol nodded at her. I believe the demon lord Ramirez is telling the truth. The war in the records I read was officially called the Tema War, the war between heaven and demon. It was fought by multiple factions, all vying for power. Of course. As he put it, these Tema Wars, or Great Wars, were triggered every 500 years. There was a reason for that. It was because the forces of heaven, in other words, the angels, came down to earth at around that cycle. These angels were kind of natural enemies to demons, I suppose, but oddly enough, they would attack pretty much everyone indiscriminately. Developed cities and towns, for some reason, were a particularly favored target. Nobody knew why, but there you go. That is the reason why we never left the underground, Gazelle said, and maybe they had the right idea. As advanced as they were, they'd stick out like a sore thumb. The sorceress dynasty of Thalion took the same tactic, building a city in the hollow of a gigantic divine tree, that fancy tree city, as Gazelle had mockingly called it. As superpowers, both nations spared no expense in keeping their land safe. So what about the Western nations? The Council of the West was established to protect themselves against monsters, but also so they could survive an upcoming Great War. Member nations worked together, while Dworgen and Thalion basically hunkered down. But the angels weren't the only enemy to worry about. As if responding to their dissent, the monsters on the ground would suddenly explode into action. In this case, the magic-born, knowledge-bearing monsters. Some demon lords would use Tema wars to stage invasions of human nations as well. The Great War of a millennium ago saw that happen, which led to a lot of tragedy for everyone involved. The humans, to their credit, weren't anyone to be trifled with. That could be seen in what was likely to be the largest antagonist of the next war, the Nazca Namrium Ulmeria United Eastern Empire. The Empire's thirst for power could strike any time, any place. If the Western nations showed any sign of weakness, the Eastern power could bare their fangs at a moment's notice. Thus, you would have these wild, frantic world wars with angel and demon and human brutally slaughtering one another. That was your typical Tema war. So I guess it was kind of slander to accuse the demon lords of triggering them. Not that I wanted one of those either. And what's with angels setting their sights on the bigger cities? I wanted my city to be the richest one in the land, incomparable to anything else. But maybe I ought to wait a bit. Maybe it's smarter not to develop the most important facilities we needed until we had the resources to defend them. But this was all in the future anyway. Let's just put it in the file for now. Back to this Walpurgis. So, what is Walpurgis, though? What do all the demon lords assemble for? If it didn't have anything to do with the Great War, there had to be some other motivation. Wait, is it that, maybe? Like what Milim was talking about, how they punished anyone else who declared themselves to be a demon king? Are they gonna decide who'll do me in? Well, first I think you have kind of the wrong idea, so let me start with this. What Ramirez had to say hadn't occurred to me at all. These Walpurgis councils, we hold a lot of them. All you need is 3 demon lords to agree to one, which is pretty darn easy. Back in the day, it'd just be this informal chat over tea with me guy, and Milimbut Walpurgis is just a place where demon lords come together, catch up on news and talk about whatever's happened lately. It's really not a huge deal. It's just that humans don't know about it. This sounded like quite a revelation. Maybe she saw it as nothing, but it was almost scary how lightly she treated the demon lord job sometime. Maybe I should take what she said with a grain of salt. If I accepted it as the unvarnished truth, it might come back to bite me in the ass sometime. Okay, then. Stupid if it's just high tea with your friends, then why's this nation gonna fall to ruin? Even someone as kind as I am felt the need to yell at her a little. This kid just has no idea what's going on. Look, no, all right? She waved her arms up and down. The problem isn't that they're holding Walpurgis. It's what they're gonna talk about. What they'll talk about? If they're all meeting together, it's gonna be about killing me, isn't it? As Ramirez put it, 2 people agreed to Clayman's initial Walpurgis request. The demon lords, Frey and Milim. That triggered it. And the topic of discussion. The new force born in the forest of Jura and their leader assuming the title of Demon Lord. So, me then? So you declared yourself a Demon Lord? I nodded. Yep, yeah. And I don't regret it one bit. Oh, well, that's not so weird coming from you. You might have to deal with a few tricky spots, but with all the power you've got, it ought to work out, huh? Ramirez made it all sound like it wasn't her problem at all. Which I guess it wasn't. I mean, I was prepared for this, but still. You think they want to punish me for it? That's how they're phrasing it, she replied. But one of the unwritten rules in our line of work is that if you want to punish someone, go do it yourself if you care that much. They're holding Walpurgis this time because they were betrayed by the demon Lord Carillon. Plus, Clayman was going on and on about how Mjurin, one of his underlings, was killed. What kind of line of works is Demon Lord anyway? She ignored the question. But apparently Clayman had already fingered Rimuru, so-called new Demon Lord, as Mjurin's killer, which meant his goal was report. It is believed to be the takeover of the Demon Lord Carillon's territory and the suppression of the forest of Jura. Yeah, I think so too. So that's why his army's en route. I guess he made the first move before we even realized it. Shrewder than I thought, I guess. Hey! Are you listening to me? Now Ramirez was giving me an uncharacteristically stern look. You're acting like this, no big deal, but it's huge. Milliam's already taken down Carillon, I heard, and Clayman's ready to send an entire army of magic born someone's way. Punishment, heck! This is war! Clayman's come up with an excuse to take each and every one of you down, all right? The summit attendees began to stir. Having one of the demon lords taken down was serious news to the superpower nations. I suppose it would be. It could totally disrupt the balance of power between them. And while it had already happened, the news was a total bolt from the blue for everyone else. Pretty heady stuff. That, and Lord Carillon, a betrayer? How dare that brute accuse him? Clayman will pay for this. I'll crush that upstart with my own 2 hands. Whether Lord Carillon is there to lead it or not, our armies are unhurt and in full fighting shape. We'll never let Clayman's minions seize our land. It goes without saying that the lycanthropias had the most visceral reaction to it all. Nobody likes their master being called a backstabber, I suppose. Plus, from what Ramirez said, apparently Clayman was gunning for his whole territory. Man, we really got a late start, didn't we? I had no idea he'd be moving this fast. Better dispatch him quick. He can't be up to anything good. Calm down a sec, Ramirez. Yeah, it's true. I declared myself Demon Lord, but I didn't kill Majoran. What do you mean? I mean that Clayman's telling you a pack of lies. I expected him to come out against me with that accusation. Plus. You got any evidence to show for that? Either way. Demon Lord Ramirez? Pardon me for speaking me out of turn. I am Juron, the magic-born servant of Clayman who was allegedly killed. I'm gonna crush Clayman. The moment I made him think Majoran was dead, I knew he was going to react sooner or later. I didn't take the bait. Clayman was just hooked by my lure. The rest of the demon lords weren't involved. The sight of Majoran threw Ramirez for a loop. Wait, so now I get it? The demon Lord Clayman's the real culprit now, isn't he? I knew it. Good thing she recovered so fast. Too bad that was incredibly obvious to anyone else in the room. I felt bad for her, so I decided to follow up on something else I'd wondered about. Yeah, I agree with you there, but I wanted to ask you something. Mum. What? Just ask Detective Ramirez here and she'll crack the case. Oh, I wound up just egging her on, didn't I? Detective? Seriously? She must have been peeking at whatever Veldora was reading, huh? I opted not to pursue that for now. How do you think the other demon lords will react to this? I wasn't expecting much, but figured I had to ask. She had been a demon lord for ages, so I couldn't deny the possibility that she had something to go on. The room went quiet, awaiting her response. It was a question of deep interest to everyone else, too. Too bad Ramirez was so indifferent to that. Well, I don't know. It was just like, here's what we'll talk about during the party, so join in, okay? So nonchalant with it. I shouldn't have expected anything else. Just a kid. I should be glad she came over to tell me at all. Next question. Okay, so when is this Walpurgis Ramirez? Do you know the exact date and time? I'd want to know that before we formulate our anti-Clayman strategy. Oh, didn't I mention it? It's gonna be 3 days from now, on the night of the new moon. 3 days? That's sooner than I thought. Gonna be kind of hard to finish him off in just 3 days. So, is this showdown gonna have to wait until after Walpurgis? Another issue to bring up with the gang, I guess. That was about all I wanted to ask Ramirez. That was all she was here for, it turned out, and it wasn't like I'd be able to glean anything else useful from her. Then a sudden thought came to mind. So why'd you come all the way here to tell me? Mum. Well, really, it's like, if you get killed, what's gonna happen to my Beretta here? So I decided to take your side on this, and that's why I'm here. That kind of thing. And I'm gonna build a labyrinth entrance here, but is that okay? No, it's not okay. Where'd that come from? What kind of entrance anyway? I appreciated her bringing the news, but this came right out of nowhere. Oh, what's the big deal? Don't sweat the small stuff. She never was one for listening. No, she was much more for talking and arguing her point until she got it. As far as she was concerned, this conversation was already over. She's one of the most freeing wild fairies I've ever met. I am sweating the small stuff, and you should too. And don't go around thinking that Beretta is all yours either. I held my ground, refusing to let her get her way. Any entrance to the labyrinth built around here could never possibly bode well for us. And Beretta's fate wasn't just in my hands. It had a lot to do with the golem as well. It wasn't something she had any right to dictate. A simple question on my part led to what I could only call an outrageous proposal. We argued vehemently about it for a while, to no effect, before the crowd finally broke up. I was too busy to deal with her any longer, and Ramirez, her business apparently done, went back to her manga. As they left, I promised all the attendees that I'd inform them of whatever new information I found. They all agreed to this before they went their separate ways. Fuse planned to stay the night at the inn before heading home. I hope you're prepared for what lies ahead, he warned. It's your country being targeted this time. A demon lord is a very dangerous thing. I think I know how strong you are, Sir Rimuru, but I understood what he meant. At worst, I could wind up making enemies out of several demon lords at once. Out of the 10 of them, who could I count on as non-hostile? Carillon was a wall. Ramirez promised to back me up, so there's one. Milim's my biggest worry. I'm pretty sure she's just being tricked, but I'd still need to prepare myself for the worst. So if I manage to completely screw up everything, I could have 8 demon lords wanting me dead. Of course, if it looked like I was gonna lose Milim before that, it was probably best to run for the hills immediately at that point. Oh, I'll figure something out, I reassured Fuse. Errol and Ellen also whined at me about wanting some time to talk to each other. I agreed to have them stay for several nights before leaving, not at the inn, but at our luxury Ryokan-style hotel. All of Tempest was proud of that place, and if we could earn the Duke's praise for it, he was welcome any time. It was funny, though, seeing how different Errol the statesman was from Errol the person. He was so preoccupied with his daughter that I was worried she'd run off on him. I just had to pray he wouldn't do anything to make her even angrier. Gazelle also opted to stay a few extra days, so I lodged him in the ryokan as well. As I guessed from seeing them speak, they had known each other for ages, even fighting in battles together. Errol must have really been a hell of a wizard. And now, funnily enough, they were using Tempest as a new channel to build geopolitical ties with. It's always better to get along, of course. We really enjoyed a celebrity lineup at this summit, though, didn't we? Leaders who'd hold major sway over human nations in the future. And, if you think about it, I was standing on equal footing with them. Having that selfish fairy crash it at the very end made for a less than snappy ending, but I think it's safe to say I gained a lot from it all. We would like to rest up as well, but that wasn't happening. I didn't want demon lords breathing down my neck, and we needed some countermeasures. After a meal, we all gathered again in the meeting hall. The three lycanthropias and Majoran were our only guests this time. Yom and Grusith were already preparing to depart. Grusith really wanted a seat in the conference, but relented after Phobio screamed at him. They had an important job to do, so I really wanted them to focus their full attention on that. I was hoping Majoran would join in the preparations as well, but she was the one with concrete intelligence on Clayman, so I had to ask her to join. And for some reason, Diablo was joining us. Hey! There wasn't any reason to kick him out, so I gave him permission. The moment I entered the hall. Oh, you, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Ramirez accosted me yet again. What do you mean? I asked. Then she began yelling at me, her face turning red. Here was the basic story. During this break period, she was called into the dining hall. I had totally forgotten about this, but Ramirez had a long history with Trainee and the other dryads who served her back when she was still Spirit Queen. Trainee recognized her at once, of course, and it wasn't long before they were all giving her the royal treatment, answering her every beck and call. That's pretty great, huh? Yes. Yes, it is great. Really great. So I've decided to live here, too, Rimuru. Guess Ramirez really likes this town? And as a lonely demon lord with no minions to serve her, I'm sure the dryad kindness lifted her spirits sky high. Between that and being guided around town, soaking up all the sights, she decided to take the plunge. I told you to stop making all these unilateral decisions? Plus, remember, Trainee and the dryads are kind of busy managing things in the forest. They don't live with you anymore. They can't spend all day dealing with you here. I gave the three doting dryad sisters waiting behind her some serious side-eye as I lectured Ramirez. She wasn't interested in listening. Oh, don't be so stingy. What's the big deal? If anything happens, I'll help you out of it. Oh, Ramirez is the strongest ghoul you'll ever find. With your help, I'm headed straight for the... No. Never mind. If I said that out loud, it'd make her cry. Sir Muru, Trainee said, we promised to take care of Lady Ramirez. I do hope you will be forward-thinking in your decision. Do it for us, please, her sisters said in chorus. I dunno. She's gonna be such a troublemaker. We'll be dealing with even more humans here before long, and Ramirez flitting around will be hard to ignore. Another issue for the back burner, then. All right, I'll think about it. You will. Oh, Rimuru, I knew you'd see things my way. Let's give some thought later to how Ramirez's presence would impact the town. I had other issues to take care of before that. With Ramirez suitably placated, it was time to start the conference. Right, right. I know it's tough having all these discussions at once, but bear with me. We have two items on the agenda here, fighting Clayman and the Walpurgis Council. Ramirez here has just informed me that I am being targeted. First, I'd like you all to hear Zoe's report and discuss our strategy. Zoe, give us your briefing on Clayman's forces. Sir, he began right after my introduction. While we were holding our summits, Clayman's army had been busy. They had stopped in Milliam's domain to rest and organize their troops. They do not appear to be led by Clayman himself, so he stated. Their leader is accompanied by a slew of magic born and boasts a great deal more magicule energy than the rest of them, but even then, his force is along the lines of the three lycanthropia. If that is the demon Lord Clayman, he is far too feeble a threat. Man, he's brimming with confidence too, huh? In terms of lycanthropia level strength, I can think of 3 magic-born serving Claymen who would fit that description. That many, huh? Yep, yeah. He's sure a demon lord, I gotta admit. These 3 were 3 of Clayman's 5 fingers, his most favored of assistants. Yamza, the middle finger, Adelman, the pointer finger, and Ninehead, the thumb. Majoran, by the way, was the ring finger. The final little finger was named Pyron, but was mostly involved in intelligence gathering and rarely appeared in public. I had been wondering about the moderate jesters group and their relation to Clayman, but Majoran apparently knew nothing about them. Clayman was never one to trust in his underlings, she explained, so it wouldn't be strange at all for him to put observers in place to keep tabs on us during mission. You could call them the audience for his puppet shows, I suppose. They might be been active without any of Clayman's forces knowing, like in the Orc Lord battle. Better make sure I don't forget that. So, who's their commander, Majoran? The leader Suai had spotted was a thin, frail-looking magic born. His thought communication broadcast a perfect image of him to all of us. This is Yamza. Yamza, the frozen sword mage. He is a cruel, unfair, merciless lowlife, but a regrettably talented one. He willingly swore his loyalty to Clayman, and we never did get on well after that. So the army was led by Yamza, a magic-born and, according to Majoran, the strongest of the 5 fingers. Clayman had granted him an ornate, expensive magic sword with the power to freeze its targets, earning him the nickname. In other words, there was no guessing what his latent skills were without that weapon. Yamza was commanding an army of some 30,000 magic-born, all with varying levels of power. By Zoe's estimation, around 4/5 were a solid B rank, the rest mostly an A-. There were a few solid A's at the top, but we're still talking Gelmud level at best. That made them stronger and dicier than the Farmus army I annihilated, but still nothing to really break a sweat over. A little too weak, aren't they? Right now, the number of refugees we had taken in from the beast kingdom of Eurazania had surpassed 20,000. Around half, 10,000, were in fighting shape, each averaging a B rank, which went up to a- after their beast transformation. It was a surprisingly powerful force. Even Farmus's most elite Night Corps were lucky to average a B, and that was with assorted magical enhancements placed on them, so it said a lot about how strong Eurazania's fighters were. Humans and beastmen were just different, down to the foundation. We had a big force of them, but Carillon's domain still had more on reserve. These were beastmen that the army recruited from nearby villages during the capital evacuation, only to have them spread out across the countryside. The most powerful officers of the Beastmaster's Warrior Alliance had brought them back together, regrouped them, and sent them off to hide out at strategic point. Add their numbers up, and they, conservatively, amounted to over 10,000 themselves. Thus, we had a total of 20,000 A- fighters on hand. Carillon really was a demon lord. What a force he'd had on him. It is strange, yes, Alvis said. Yamza is undoubtedly a powerful magic born, but we 3 lycanthropeers would never lose to him. And while his force outnumbers ours, we hold an overwhelming advantage in training and fighting ability. Yeah, agreed Phobio. If you want leadership, we've got loads of it. Do they think that Lord Carillon died and we'll just fall over like trees to them? Sufia sniffed. No, Clayman can't be that much of a fool. All seem to believe that Clayman's force wasn't much of a threat. Benimaru wasn't as sure. One moment, though, could Clayman be aiming at something besides this town? Ah, yes. Maybe we had the wrong idea. Everyone was always trying to hit this town first, so Ramirez sort of assumed Clayman was after me once more and flew on over. And here I was hoping we'd get to strike them from both sides once the army left Urazania. The best laid plans and all that. So, are they marching for the Beast Kingdom? There are nothing but refugees left there, plus over 10,000 fighters. They may be better in combat, but Clayman's numbers could overwhelm them. Right. So I reported that they were camped in Milim's domain for now, but they had already reorganized and were ready to head into Urazania territory tomorrow or the next day. I didn't think they'd attempt a night march, but we'd need to factor that possibility into the equation too. I wonder if they are aware at all that we are on the lookout for Clayman, Geld gravely stated. I wasn't so optimistic about that. Better to assume the worst. Then we can take action when it happens. But even if they are marching for this town, observed Majoran, Clayman would never ignore danger from the rear. He would snuff out the source of that first before proceeding. Yeah. So would I, actually. But snuff it out. Wait, so you mean Clayman's intending to kill off all the fighters in the Beast Kingdom? And who can say if it was just the fighters? Understood. I have predicted the actions of the Demon Lord Clayman. There is a 100% likelihood that he seeks to awaken himself to become a true Demon Lord. I do not believe this town factors into his plans. However, to achieve this, he is likely taking the crude and uncertain tactic of hunting down all remaining life in the Beast Kingdom of Urazania. Ah, so genocide then. I'm a total hypocrite for saying this, but I can't say I'm a fan of his any means necessary approach. Clayman never left any stone unturned. I was sure he'd been observing the highway leading out from this town. The moment we sent out reinforcements, he would know. And even before that, Clayman is a master of intelligence gathering. I imagine he's aware that we lycanthropeers and the main Carillon force have evacuated here. Even if we march for home right now, it would take 2 days at least. We've totally been given the slip. Just as Alvis said, Clayman had read through it all. An army composed of what normally B ranks wouldn't make it in time, even if they never stopped to rest. I was intending to invest all my troops in the fight as well, but by the time we reached the battle, the Beast Kingdom would be massacred already, I'm sure. But would that genocide be enough to make Clayman awaken? Understood. Despite the lack of efficiency, he would be able to obtain a vast number of souls. Clayman's chances of awakening are 78%. This probability would rise if he was able to obtain more souls shortly afterward. That's bad. We got to stop him. If not for all those imperiled beastmen, then at least for my own ass. That being said, Urazania's people were on friendly terms with us, and trust is worth a lot more than money. Sometimes compassion can help you as much as the other person. There's no need to refrain from being fully involved. Benimaru, stop them. He grinned at my fairly reckless order. You got it, or I should say, leave it to me. Nice to see he's a man of integrity, too. Get him heated up and he can't help but drop the formal speech. He always treats me with so much respect in public, seeking to draw a line between personal and political life, but I wish he wouldn't go through so much effort. I don't want him openly sneering at me, so at least I don't have to worry about that, not that public derision of me as a problem in this nation. I suppose it's kind of like if you get promoted beyond your former boss in your workplace, and it gets all awkward between you two. It's just the way society works. Deal with it. So I decided to deal with it and act the part of the boss. Great. We will now design a defense line for the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania. I want to hear suggestions for a way to win, with Benimaru taking the helm. My leaders all bowed at me. Yes, sir. Even the 3 lycanthropias joined them. I guess my dignity was more than intact. Still, that Clayman's even sneakier than I thought. Scheduling Walpurgis in the evening 3 days from now must have all been part of the plan. He'd stage his Eurazania genocide before any other demon lord could intervene, then gleefully report on it during the event. It would take time to unite the scattered forces across the land. Right now, any fighters in the Beast Kingdom would just be picked off one by one. It'd be impossible to resist. And then you have all those powerless civilians being killed without a second thought. Now that we'd decided to block that, the meeting hall was buzzing with ideas. Everyone wanted to assemble a force at once and head on over, but nobody verbally brought it up. Everyone here was deeply acquainted with the importance of starting with intel. I didn't move immediately after declaring we'd defeat Clayman precisely because I was awaiting Sui's report. Even now, we were having supplies gathered in the town's main square and refreshing our soldiers' equipment. Kaijin, Garm and Dold were all crafting new weapons and armor, using their respective technical skills, and all our fighters were changing into them and preparing for the battle ahead. No point in panicking. You had to know the enemy's location, army formation, numbers, and mission. Running into the fray without at least that much won't earn you any results to be proud of. Now our deliberations were nearing their climax. So that's about the war power we have on hand. If we can have them be there in time, we can win. The problem is transport, isn't it? There's no way to make it, so we need a way to buy time. Why not send the Goblin Riders and Gabble's force in first to stage a guerrilla resistance? Hakuro suggested. No, it would mean nothing, Benimaru calmly stated. I've examined the geography of the Beast Kingdom, and much of it is either flat or features low hill. There are few natural elements to conceal oneself in. A surprise attack from the air would be effective, but a guerrilla force of 100 or so simply wouldn't be adequate. The best place to hide a force like this would be the fruit orchards lining rivers, but these were spread out across hilly areas with good drainage, so not as subtle as we'd want. The terrain wasn't suitable for concealing large numbers of troops. "Since when were you looking into our geography?" Sufia quietly groused. I was actually kind of wondering that myself. Benimaru probably did some research when I sent him to lead our first envoy team into the Beast Kingdom. I guess I really can rely on him to be thorough. Sufia didn't seem genuinely offended, at least. We have a team of approximately 400 beastmen who are geared for speed, Alvis advised. Bird types are rare among us, no more than 100. Sending them out in advance would be a death sentence. Simply being able to fly didn't shield them from fatigue after all. If they plus Gabil's team couldn't even reach 200, there was little point deploying them first. With the high visibility of the terrain too, small squadrons couldn't accomplish much. So for our strategy, we would have to go back to basics. Plow everything into doing what we could as accurately as possible. That's it. We'd send messages out to the fighters across the land, gather up as many civilians as we could, and evacuate them out. Once they were in Tempest, the Dryad's protection should do a lot for their survival rate. We'd then have our speedier forces to use guerrilla tactics to aid in their escape. The slower armies would march as well, swallowing up the refugees as they prepared to face off against Clayman's force. That was the basic wrap-up. It was a battle against time and relied a fair bit on luck, but we didn't have any better ideas. Thus, to prevent the worst, we decided that all of us should go out on the field to fight as well. Our top leaders, Benimaru, Shuna, Sui, Shian, Geld, and Ranga, had all learned the spatial motion, extra skill, giving them control over transport gates linking two locations together. Diablo was born with that ability too, but he was with Yom's team at the moment. I could call him back if things got bad, but I wanted to handle this with us 7 if possible, myself included. Each of us may have had the power of a whole army, but we couldn't afford to push ourselves too far. Shuna, in particular, wasn't too suited for on-the-ground combat. I wanted to have Gabble and Hakuro covering for her if possible. Guess it's the only way, I reasoned. If we can help earn our forces sometime, I think we can pull this off with a minimum of casualties. Would have been nice if we could just bring 'em all over there with regular transport magic, but I brought up that idea, mainly so I could publicly shoot it down. Our problems would be solved if we had magic that could instantly transport an entire army from one point to another, but not even my spatial motion worked on 10,000 troops at once. But, understood. Transportation magic allows for the transferal of materials at a low cost. It works by using a separate dimension to link 2 points together, but it is not effective for handling organic matter due to heavy magicule irradiation. However, anyone protected by a barrier would not be affected by the transport. Those are the fundamental rules of transportation magic. So that's the difference between teleport and transport magic. It's just that teleport costs more magicules to cast, since it includes spells to protect who you're teleporting. Wait, so, in other words, since magic-born and monsters have natural magicule resistance, anyone capable of erecting a barrier over themselves can be transported successfully without issue. A full transportation spell that included measures to protect the target would also be possible. So if you're strong enough not to die when exposed to a ton of magicules, you can go across this separate dimension or whatever. I guess that's the way the spatial motion skill works. I should notice that. What's more, if you can fully protect whoever you're transporting, it's no problem to send them over. I suppose that's a sort of teleportation, really, but wouldn't that just waste a lot of magical energy? Besides, trying to adapt that into a legion magic you could deploy on tens of thousands of troops is far beyond what I could do right now. Understood. The spell has already been developed. I have also succeeded in pairing it with the extra skill Dominate Space to greatly reduce the magical force required. Well, look at that! I can't believe how much Raphael has grown, developing new skills and magic without me even having to ask. I mean, my skills must have evolved a huge amount when I awoke into Demon Lord form, but I still didn't have a grasp of them all. They would have just been going to waste without Raphael. If I had to guess, this was ability adjust at work, but either way I couldn't ask for anything better. Right here, right now, it had just provided me the exact spell I wanted more than anything in the world. No complaints here. Sir Rimuru, Shuna warned me, aware of the danger. It's too hazardous to attempt transport magic on an army. Yeah, you're right, Shuna. But just now I've successfully developed a new spell. All our problems were cleared away. I felt bad for Clayman, kinda. He would have won if it wasn't for my evolution. Oh, what on? Just now. Everyone gave me surprised looks. I nodded back at them. The question is, are you prepared for this? If we use this spell, we can send our entire army over there at once. But it'll be the first time I've ever used it, and we haven't tested its safety at all. There's no time to experiment with it. But do you still trust me? I at least trusted Raphael. If Raphael says we can do it, then there's no room for doubt. But what about everyone else? Do they trust me enough to stake their lives on this? No need to worry, Benimaru said with a brazen smile. I have given you my loyalty, and as your loyal retainer, I would gladly die if ordered to do so. I know all too well by now that you'd never give us a meaningless order. The rest of my leaders agreed. Even Diablo, the new guy, was nodding with that eerie grin on his face. The lycanthropeers joined them. You got my trust, Sufia declared. We can't start getting suspicious of someone whose help we're asking for. He's already saved me once. Our fighters know that, so I ain't about to start whining now. Oh dear, Phobio, you're making it sound like I have no choice but to agree. But we're the slowest force, and as long as we are, I'll want to rely on Sir Rimuru's power to help us out. Alvis seemed a tad dubious still, but not enough to turn us down. I nodded at them all. I hear you loud and clear. Time to turn the tables on Clayman's schemes. It's all up to you men and women now. Let me see some victory. Rah! I was starting to see some wild, ferocious smile. If we can all make it in time, we're sure to win. Plus, no matter how closely Clayman's surveilling the highways, he'll never notice our troops get transported in. It's practically in the bag. No wonder everyone seemed so confident again. So I left reworking our strategy to Benimaru. While he was doing that, so he gave another report, that a group of 100 Dragon Faithful had merged with Clayman's force. 100? That much shouldn't be a problem, said Benimaru. Did Benimaru know about this group already, or? So I meekly asked. What are these Dragon Faithful? The name for those who worship the dragon. In other words, Lady Milim, the Dragon Princess. Oh, Mylene's people. I thought Milim said she didn't have anyone working under her. So, kind of like her fans then? Her domain, which didn't really have an official name, featured a population of under 100,000, mostly people living off the land in harmony with nature. Maybe they were acting as bodyguards to Clayman's force as they proceeded through their domain. So I didn't have any more information yet, so we dropped the subject. For now, I ordered him to continue monitoring the Clayman army, as well as search for a suitable area to deploy our own forces. That wrapped up how we'd handle the battle. Next came the Walpurgis Council Ramirez had warned me about. The 3 lycanthropias were already gone, relaying our strategy to their troops and convincing them my transport magic would work. Majoron left as well, since Walpurgis was my problem, and she wouldn't have any feedback for that. Her job was to assist Yom. This meant it was just the usual Tempest gang and me, which put me quite a bit at ease. There was no need to hold anything back for politeness' sake now. If we only knew where Clayman was, I could just teleport right on over and put an end to this pronto, but if his military was in motion, that meant his headquarters had to be more lightly guarded. My leaders and I could have zoomed right over and finished him off without having to worry about a counterattack. Of course, I couldn't afford to laze out on this town's defenses while I was away either. Better keep that in mind. I apologize, so I said. There is an area in the region surrounded by a thick fog of magicules. I found it too dangerous to proceed inside. No need for him to be sorry. He needed to be careful in everything he does, even with a replication of himself. It'd be a lot worse if he screwed up and the enemy found out what we were up to. Clayman's Hyuki ought to be beyond that cloud. This was already enough of a lead to go on. Should several of us explore the area while it is unguarded? Benimaru suggested. Isn't Clayman holding Walpurgis shortly? Shuna coldly countered. I fear we may miss him entirely. True, added Hakuro as Benimaru winced. It would reflect quite poorly on us if we underestimated the enemy force and tasted defeat. We need Sir Benimaru to keep our forces together. All right. Any other suggestions? Shion's hand shot up. Yes. Why don't we storm that Walpurgis thing and slash up both Clayman and any other demon lords who have a problem with us? Her eyes were gleaming as she said it. It was my fault for letting that idiot talk in the first place. I could feel the veins throbbing around my temples, but I held it all back. This wasn't the first time I had to deal with something like this. Shion, how are you going to slash them up? Can you give me something more realistic to work with? Clayman solo was one thing, but picking a fight with yet more demon lords would never work. We needed to handle them one at a time, something Xiong would have to learn sooner rather than later. My scolding made her visibly depressed. Eesh. Let's try to soften the blow a bit. I may not act it all the time, but I like being kind to her. But crashing their council might be a good idea. Her face rose, full of expectant joy. She was never willing to let a bit of praise go unnoticed. Listen, Ramirez, you have experience with them. Do you think I could join in this thing too? Wait. You want to participate, Rimuru? No, I just wanted to ask. Clayman's going to be there, so I thought it would be interesting if I paid a visit as well. If I'm being targeted, showing up somewhere Clayman didn't expect me ought to rock him a little bit. Resorting to violence during a council might not be too apropos, but I could consider my options once I'm there. I think it's probably okay. But you can only have 2 attendants along with you. Any more than that would lead to trouble that all the demon lords preferred to avoid. Once, one of the newer demon lords brought along 100 or so warriors to the council as a show of force. This stoked the ire of another demon lord whose nation had just been raised and was looking for anyone, to serve as a little stress relief. That newer lord wound up killed along with all the magic born for dessert. Ever since, it was forbidden for relatively powerless magic born to participate, and only 2 guests per demon lord were allowed. In other words, Walpurgis councils had ended in violence before, which meant it wouldn't be, unprecedented if I did it. Maybe I should seriously consider trying to rile Clayman into a fight over there. Well, what do you think, guy? Think it'd be fun to join in? A wonderful suggestion. I would be happy to join you at... Diablo, you fool! I will be by his side, and I refuse to allow anyone else. There they go. Xion and Diablo back at it again. Bringing those 2 along would be suicide, so I crossed them off the list from the start. But either way, Diablo said, if we go into battle with the demon lords, as long as we can defeat them, all is well. What need do we have for a demon lord besides yourself, Sir Rimuru? Xion briskly nodded her total agreement. Exactly. I had thought you were an idiot, but for a new recruit you seem to have much potential. You stated exactly what I was trying to say. Are they friends, or foes, or what? Whatever they were, I used to think Xion was the only one who didn't think. But no, they both agreed that killing all the other demon lords was a fine idea. Why'd it turn out like this? Looking around the room, I could see a few other people nodding their agreement. A few were more conservative, but a lot of them seemed more interested in spilling blood than securing a victory. The flock of warhawks in my leadership seemed to be growing, but that was just way too reckless. Better hit the brakes on this conversation. Wahoo! No need to go crazy. We haven't decided on anything yet. Besides, Diablo, I put you in charge of Farmus, so I'm not bringing you along either way. True. I understand. Diablo seemed to think of conquering Farmus as a children's pastime. I like that confidence, but hopefully it didn't cause him to miss something and mess up the whole thing. His emotions appeared mixed to me, disappointed but glad to be assigned work. Isn't that dangerous, though? Shuna asked. There we go. That's the kind of opinion I wanted to hear. It is, replied Geld. Besides, even if we don't join the council, wouldn't it be more effective to seize Clayman's headquarters while he is away? He was absolutely right. It was better to proceed with a battle we could win without exposing ourselves to danger. Geld was as much a hawk as any of them, but he wasn't that impulsive. I was glad to hear that from him, but I had my reasons to contemplate attending Walpurgis too. Something concerned me about it. No, Benimaru said. What Sir Rimuru is most concerned about is what move the demon Lord Milim will make. It is hard to imagine Lady Millim betraying us, but we cannot deny the possibility that Clayman is controlling her. Perhaps she has her own motivations, but at the very least we are sure she has defeated Lord Carrillo. I think it is not a bad idea to pursue the truth of that matter at the council. Exactly, agreed Sui. I wonder why Lady Millim signed on to convene the event. Perhaps she has some kind of plot in mind? Great to see they were of the same mind, sharing both my ideas and the issues they presented. Yeah, it'd be crazy to think that Milim would just do whatever Clayman wants. I mean, Milim is so self-centered. Are you really one to talk, Ramirez? Maybe not, but I couldn't help but agree with her. I find it impossible to believe that Lady Milim betrayed us, Shion concluded. I have no evidence to back it up, but that's absolutely how I feel. Right. No evidence. And I didn't think she stabbed me in the back either, really. Raphael complained about a lack of data to work with, but even I thought that scenario unlikely unless there was some vast change in the state of things. I've decided to believe in Milim, but that doesn't mean I'm letting her do whatever she wants. I agree with all of you. Milim hasn't betrayed us, which means something else must have happened to her. Like Ramirez suggested, I think it's a good idea to consider Clayman the culprit, or at least the cause of this. That's why I'd like to take up Benimaru's suggestion. I'm thinking about joining the Walpurgis Council and seeing what I can find out in there. Something definitely must have happened. At the very worst, Milim might attack us the moment Walpurgis ended. That was the real cause of my anxieties, the reason why I couldn't let her be. Clayman alone I could handle. Him plus Milim I really wanted to avoid. Well, at least I've steered this in the right direction and we won't resort to violence as our first. Right? Right. Looks like Detective Ramirez had the right hunch the whole time. So, how about we just kick Clayman's butt? Oops. Maybe not. Not as long as Ramirez was here. Besides, what the heck is with all you guys? You have this, like, treasure trove of powerful magic born at your beck and call, Rimuru. If you had this many, what's the big deal about just handing Beretta over to me for good, huh? She was getting carried away. The strength she saw in us was giving her a swelled head, and she still hadn't given up on Beretta, which, as I noted, Beretta has a say in too, so her selfishness isn't gonna get her anywhere. But she had her allies in the meeting hall. I see. She makes a very good point. Right, perhaps I could come over and do a little killing? Wow! Chill out, Chio! And Benimaru and Soe, I see you guys packing up to leave town. You're not going anywhere yet. Here we go again. Just when I was ready to Arsvaf for Walpurgis, I needed Benimaru and Soe to fight Clayman's forces. We'd be carrying out these plans at the same time, so I had to select the two attendants joining me carefully. Who should it be? I could physically feel the pressure from behind my back. It was from Shion, of course. She might go nuts if I didn't take her. It was getting harder for Benimaru to keep her calm, so maybe I should babysit her instead. Besides, Clayman's schemes almost killed Shion. They did kill her, in fact. She might have a chance to take revenge for that, which was another reason to take her along. All right, she's in. I wavered a bit on the second choice before settling on Ranga. I thought about having him stand by in my shadow, but that put us in trouble if a holy field or other special barrier was thrown over us. I could feel him perking his ears up toward me. Let's go with him. He'd make a great bodyguard. So that was the two. They both knew spatial motion, so it'd also be easy for them to flee if it came to that. If I tried deploying the new barrier I devised based on Holy Field, I was pretty sure that'd get us out of there safe at worst. That was something we could rely on as we joined the council, at least. But what if Milim really was being controlled? In that case, it was likely that our town was next on the list for destruction. I had to do everything I could to prevent that. I had no interest in seeing this town be scarred again. All right, I'm gonna join in. I'm taking Shion and Ranga with me. Ramirez, can you send word that I'll be at the council? Sure thing, she casually replied before immediately opening up some kind of special demon lord-only line and informing the others about my presence. It was powered by this ridiculously complex-looking spell using spatial interference to allow for synchronous communication. I looked at it, curious about how it worked, and then I heard loud, haughty laughter coming my way. Quah-ha-ha-ha! So, finally thirsty for some action, are you? No need to hold back now, Rimuru. Why don't you and I come along together? I will tag along with you. Those demon lords aren't worth fearing for a single moment. Come to think of it, I had totally forgotten I had this guy too. I appreciated his confidence, but Veldora wouldn't work, no. Well, hear me out, Veldora. I want you to stay here in town so you can defend it. What? What? He looked genuinely shocked. I said I will tag along with you. With me you will stand taller than all the demon lords combined. Hey, defending this town's really important work too. Like, the most important work. We'd have all available forces tackling Clayman's armies. That just left a few of Riga's security platoons and Shion's team. Defending the town only worked with Veldora's presence. With him around, even if the Western Holy Church stopped by to attack, we'd have nothing to worry about. I tried explaining all this to him. So, you see, you need to hold down the fort. Mum, he seemed less than convinced. Right. Maybe I should give him the real reason. But just as I was about to open my mouth, Ramirez started shouting again. Hey, Rimuru, I just got off the line. They said it was okay, but aren't you being really mean to Master Veldora? He could just be one of my guests then. That'd make me feel a lot safer too. That seemed reasonable at first glance, but I could tell Ramirez just wanted Beretta and Veldora by her side so she could look super cool around her colleagues. Veldora probably thought along the same lines too. No, I wasn't interested in coming so I could serve as your guardian, no. Where? Oh, you're so cold, wise teacher. What's with that teacher stuff? Ramirez and Veldora had become manga buddies in record time, I guess. They definitely got along, but in terms of the power balance between them, I'd say this was all Ramirez trying to curry Veldora's favor. Well, fine. The most important thing was that my presence at Walpurgis had been recognized. That was helpful for me, although it probably had more to do with how the other demon lords didn't want to venture near human lands just to deal with me. We're actually planning to start spreading rumors about you, Veldora. We discussed that at the summit earlier, but you knew that, right? Having him be Ramirez's attendant was an idea. Personally, though, I wanted the other lords to think he wasn't coming, since it had put them off guard for me. Mom. Yes, of course. No. Sounds like he wasn't paying attention. He was way too enthralled in his manga to notice any of our proceeding. In that case, it'd be easy to trick him. Well, if I brought you along, it'd probably make Clayman think like, oh, that Rimuru, he's a wimp, just bringing Veldora along as a ringer. What? Curse that Clayman. I'll make him pay for that, Shion cried. That insect doesn't know what he's waded into, added Diablo. Perhaps I should come over and kill him after all. Shion, Diablo, calm down already, Benimaru chided, looking a little angered himself. That was just an example. Man, it's so easy to tick those two guys off. Yeah, like Benimaru said, that's just what I'm picturing him saying. So I mean, if we bring Veldora to the council, people will be so wary of us that it'd mess up the whole point of us being there, right? Veldora blinked. Oh. Ah, I see. Shion beamed, though I wasn't sure she had thought about my words at all. Fine idea. Well said, Sir Rimuru. Hey, 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 hey. Still, he will pay for making light of you. I'd love to make him atone with my own 2 hands, but perhaps I should let Shion do the honors. So you'll throw the enemy off their guard in order to make your negotiations easier? Benimaru, at least, had the right idea. But shouldn't we be avoiding danger as much as possible? Asked Shuna. She had a point, and Geld and Gabble nodded their agreement. If the enemy is going to be wary of us anyway, added Hakuro, would it not be best to focus more on our own safety? So I gave this a silent nod of his own. I could understand everyone's worries, sure, but I could cover for that. It's all right. I can actually call for Veldora any time I want with the Summon Storm Dragon skill. That doesn't count as an attendant, right? So if things go bad, I can ask for his help then. Until that happens, if it does, I want him protecting this town. I smiled triumphantly at the audience, asking them to defy me. My leadership seemed impressed, at least as did Veldora. I see. I'll be the great hero who swoops into the rescue at the last moment. Great. If you're fine with that, so am I. Isn't that kinda unfair? Don't be stupid, Ramirez. I was hoping you'd call it smart. Ramirez may not have liked it much, but Veldora was already murmuring his agreement. Just one more push. Besides, that gives you one more slot to fill for Walpurgis, doesn't it? This visibly excited her, as it did the rest of my government. Oh, that totally makes sense, Rimuru. So, who are you gonna match me with? I guess she had no complaints. Really, I think all she wanted was a chance to show off to the other demon lord. But at least she was on my side. Now for that last one. I could feel all the unpicked holding their breath, but sadly for them I needed someone strong in that position. Benimaru would have been great, but he'd kind of be handling a war in my absence, so I went with someone else. Sorry to disappoint you all, but I'd like Haku. A moment, please. I was stopped by the woman standing behind Ramirez. Trainee, Sir Rimuru, I hope you will give me this assignment. Oh, Trainee, just look at you. Ramirez was already tearfully accepting the offer. Well, so be it. All right, I'll let you go along, Trainee. Now we had our member assignments for the Walpurgis Council. Me with Shion and Ranga as my attendants, and Ramirez with Beretta and Trainee under her. Then, if we needed it, Veldora was a quick summon away. Lucky thing indeed that I was accepted. Me and Leon Cromwell also kind of had some issues to tackle, but I'd settle with just meeting him in person this time. I had Shizu's request to fulfill, and I didn't want to ignore that forever. But my target right now was Clayman. I hadn't forgotten about the Orc Lord Chaos, or about Majoran. But most of all, I was concerned about Milim. One slip-up and I might be forced to fight her next. I was prepared to face down Clayman, but the idea of a life-and-death struggle with Milim made me singularly unenthusiastic. It'd be great if I could get all that worked out at Walpurgis. If not, I'll think of something then. Clayman, you've made an enemy out of me, and I'm not lenient enough to easily forgive someone I've identified as such. You better be ready for me, and if you lay a hand on any of my people, you can expect to pay for everything you dish out. Now I'm starting to adopt Shion's way of thinking. Still, I couldn't help but feel a little happy about it. The time for fretting in darkened rooms was over. Now we had a clear, concrete goal to reach out to. Chapter 3. The eve of battle. It turned out to be unusually easy for Clayman to convene a Walpurgis council. The use of Carillan's betrayal as the topic was important to him. The way it was explained to the demon lords was basically that Carillan violated their non-aggression agreement by invading the forest of Jura, and Milim punished him for it. That was clearly a screen, but none of the other demon lords protested. It would all be coming out during the council, but by then it'd be over. That was Clayman's aim. Walpurgis would earn him valuable time toward awakening himself, becoming a true demon lord and obtaining immense power. And Milim would be there too. If she acted subservient to him in front of the other demon lords, that just proved to them all that Clayman was not willing to accept any backtalk. That was his plan, and to make it reality, he needed his military operation to succeed. It had to wrap up quickly before the other demon lords could interfere. He also had the perfect excuse to punish Carillan for violating that treaty, just like how the council was convened. He just had to produce the evidence he needed to prove it. With everything in place, Clayman immediately took action. Passing through the demon lord Milim's domain, his forces pressed on into the beast kingdom of Urazania. Yamza, a man faithful to Clayman from his very heart, was chosen to be their leader. He was the only one who knew his master's true aims, to drive his army of 30,000 into Urazania and claim the over 10,000 souls inside before the council began. These people drive me up the wall. How dare they propose that we work together? The man yelling angrily was Midray, head priest of the temple built for the dragon faithful in their domain's largest city. This made him leader of those who worshipped Milim as a goddess. But Father Midray, failing to follow this order, would put us in serious trouble. Yamza, their commander, he bore an imperial edict from Lady Milim herself, did he not? The simpering associate pleading his case before Midray was Hermes, a member of the priests who served this temple. He had a transcendental air about him, which most people mistook as him being spaced out and insincere. It grated on Midray's nerves. Silence, Hermes. I don't need you telling me that. I know it. Hermes couldn't help but roll his eyes at the enraged head priest, even though he understood too well what irked him. It was those magic-born who had been camped out since yesterday. They had come here to the city of the Forgotten Dragon without warning and promptly occupied it like it was theirs all along. Apparently, they were a force from the Demon Lord Clayman, heading for the Demon Lord Carillan's domain to investigate an agreement he had broken. Refusing them simply wasn't an option. Midray could rant and rave all he wanted. It wouldn't have changed a thing. There was a pretty good reason for this. The demon lord who toppled Carillan's beast kingdom of Urazania was none other than Milim, the object of Hermes's and his fellow priests' worship. If their supreme being was involved, it was only natural for Clayman's forces to ask them for help in collecting evidence against Carillan. In fact, if they didn't find anything, that would put Milim in an embarrassing position. Milim herself wouldn't care, but Hermes and the others would. Lady Milim can be such a handful sometimes. Her selfishness could be forgiven, Hermes reasoned, but just a little. Really, a tiny amount would be fine. He wished that she gave them a moment's worth of consideration. How dare you, Hermes? You will never cast doubt upon Lady Milim's actions. No, I know that, but it's getting harder and harder for us because we're always spoiling her. He didn't say it. It just sparked another wave of anger from Midray. This is quite a handful, he thought, sighing. He recalled how things had spiraled downward since yesterday. The army had requested permission to pass through in advance, and even then, their high-pressure tactics rubbed the priests the wrong way. This force clearly looked down upon the Dragon Faithful. It was obvious that their requests for support weren't really requests at all. They were orders through and through. The Dragon Faithful that resided here, in the city of the Forgotten Dragon, numbered less than 100,000 in total. They all worked together in their daily lives, there being no central government to speak of. As a result, none were particularly gifted in battle. They relied on Milim's protection to keep the peace. That, at least, was how it appeared to outside observers. But this was only half right. Yes, there was no government. All the crops and other goods produced were collected at the central temple, where it was distributed equally by the head priest. It might seem like this system would fail, encouraging people to grow unproductive and lazy, but that wasn't the case. Everyone, workers and non-workers, was guaranteed at least a certain amount of the wealth, and the more hard-working would also be provided with additional supplies. This was similar to the universal basic income idea that had gained traction around modern Japan. The main issue was who got to decide how much of a contribution each individual made to society, and that was Midrei's job, granted exclusively to him by Milim. That right afforded Midrei all but absolute power in this city, but he never abused that power. Why? Simple, because the other priests who served him had the right to dismiss him from office. If he got too selfish with his decisions, he'd lose his post. That understanding was what kept Midrei from becoming a tyrant. Of course, they already had a tyrant on hand in Milim, and nobody was stupid enough to try to imitate her game, but still. Thus, these tens of thousands of people were far better led and organized than one would expect at first. While some may think the city was lacking in military strength, that was completely untrue. The Dragon Faithful, thanks to certain local conditions, all had very strong physical skills. In addition to their organizational acumen, each adult was strong enough to almost reach C rank. Their pacifism didn't make it clear at first, but this was actually quite a formidable group of warriors. The priests, in particular, were in a class of their own. There were only 100 or so of these guys, hand-picked from the best the region had to offer, and they could definitely mess you up. Their daily prayer sessions to Milim battle training gave them superior combat skills, and once you got up to the level of Midrei or Hermes, they were even strong enough to give Milim a run for her money. That's why Midrei was so enraged that Clayman's forces were treating them like dirt. And that wasn't this people's only secret. The second one was the clincher. Another day passed. Clayman's army was now freely raiding the city's storehouses for food supplies. The veins throbbed on Midrei's forehead as he was asked to remain patient with them. "But why has Lady Milim not returned?" he asked, trying to adjust the target of his rage. "Well, who knows?" Hermes distractedly replied. They had gone through this back and forth a dozen times or so, and it was getting on his nerves more and more. "We prepared this wonderful meal for her. I hope Lady Milim is not hungry somewhere out there, you see." "I doubt it," Hermes countered. In fact, he was sure about it. The wonderful meal Midrei mentioned was a plate of nature's bounties, which in fact was a bunch of raw vegetables on a plate. The last time he had a meal with Milim, Hermes stole a glance at her, only to find her lamely chewing away, all expression drained from her face. I could tell she wasn't enjoying it, he thought. She was just trying her best to power through it. Judging by her joy when some roasted meat was brought out, there was no doubt in his mind. He had suggested to Midrei that actually cooking the food might please Lady Milim more, but that fell on deaf ears. It was the head priest's firm belief that providing all the glories of nature in their most natural form was the best possible way to pamper her. "That's exactly why Lady Milim hardly comes around any longer," he wanted to say, but it'd be his neck on the line if he did. Hermes had travelled extensively across the land, giving him insight into the cuisines of many nations. The other priests, meanwhile, didn't have that experience. They were too closed-minded to think that anything apart from pure nature would be right, so Hermes just gave up eventually. Perhaps not, mused Midrei. But just imagine that villain Clayman, thinking he's king of the world, making Lady Milim write that edict. It was definitely written in Milim's sloppy, unique handwriting. They had no choice but to carry it out, but they could only go so far with it. Yeah, true. We can't do much if it's Lady Millim's orders, but they've emptied out food storehouse number 3 too. We've only got 7 left. That's going to make things lean until the next harvest. Damn it! Damn it all! Veins swelled across Midray's bald head like the skin of a melon. It was rather clear just how angry he was. And given how he had to work hard to keep from laughing at it, Hermes was a pretty shameless priest too. As they spoke, the very source of all their troubles came walking up, the general manager of the Clayman 4. Fie! Keep your cool, Hermes. I hear you. You first, Hermes thought. He was hoping the man would walk on past, but sadly he was headed straight toward them. They closed their mouths and waited for the man, Yamza, to arrive. Yamza was the general commander of Clayman's forces, a man seen as one of the demon lord's most trusted confidants. Slender in size and build, he looked light enough to float into the air, making him a fighter built for speed. Or perhaps not a fighter so much as a swordsman. A first-class swordsman with arms as fast as a passing gale. The ice blade, a unique weapon gifted to him by Clayman, allowed him to use the aspectual magic ice blizzard. Between that and his latent sword skills, the frozen sword mage was an A+ magic born in rank. Well, hello there, Father Midray. We do appreciate the provisions you're supporting us with. With an army of 30,000, there's just never enough to go around. He flashed a friendly grin at them, but his eyes weren't smiling. He silently, carefully gauged Midray's response. He didn't give Hermes a glance. It was a common thing to see, magic-born treating humans like second-class citizens. Hermes wasn't a fan, but he sucked it up just as Midray told him to. There was no point starting a fight. He saw it as just a temporary affront. It's an honor to be in your service. However, sadly, it is difficult to provide you with much more than we already have. Lady Millim would be saddened if our people don't have enough to eat. What are you saying? Even that little retort was enough to set Yamza off. Your Millim was the one who stepped out of line. We're trying to clean up the mess she made, so the least you could do is show us all the respect you can. It was an act, of course. He was pretending to be mad so that he could see how Midray reacted. If the head priest retaliated, he clearly intended to use that as a pretext to sack the city. "Ah, my pardons," Midray modestly began. "We were thinking only about ourselves there for a moment. We will provide you with all the cooperation we can, so please feel free to ask." Hermes was thoroughly impressed. All that haughty elitism and Midray didn't let any of his anger reach his face. He kept the smile going the whole time. "Well done, Father Midray. Your head didn't go all melon-like at all. I would have snapped at him long ago." Yamza returned his smile. I see. I was hoping to hear that. We have enough people to sweep up the Beast Kingdom, but allow me to give you the opportunity to help us out. You should be able to support us with material transport, shouldn't you? Wait just a minute. First you take our food, then you take our people from... Hermes hadn't intended to resist him. He just let his mouth run off. The next instant, Hermes felt an intense pain in what used to be his left arm. "Ah, silence, you piece of trash." The slitted eyes of Yamza, placed upon Hermes for the first time, were cold as ice. Holding his severed arm in place, Hermes gritted his teeth and glared at him. "So you don't know your place? You appear in a hurry to die." Now his smile was brutal in its chill as Yamza pointed his blood-stained sword at Hermes. "Bastard! Thinks he can tell me what to do." Just as Hermes was about to lose his temper, he was thrown back by a force like a wild animal butting against him. This was a kick from Midray, hard enough to nearly break the skin. No, my apologies for all of this, Sir Yamza. I'll teach this fool how to behave correctly, so please, by my name, I hope you will forgive him. Midray bowed his head toward the magic born. Puffed! Always a pain, isn't it, when the people below you are such idiots? I will forgive him just this once. We will depart tomorrow morning, so I want all of you priests to prepare immediately. Midray's mediation was enough to make Yamza sheathe his sword, but it came at a heavy price. The Dragon Faithful's priests, the leaders of their people, had just been forcibly conscripted. Yamza promptly left with nothing more to say. He wasn't expecting fighters among the faithful. He just wanted the priests and their healing magic. And thanks to Hermes' needless meddling, Yamza had everything he wanted. After he left, Midray sighed and healed Hermes' wound. You utter fool. I warned you about that. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. Hermes held his arm in place as Midray began his work, casting the holy magic recovery on it. In a few moments, the amputated limb was good as new. The blood loss made him a little light-headed, but he could use his own healing skill to tackle that. All right. Well, even if the priests are gone, our people won't be affected right away. But that man! The anger he held back was now clear on his face as Midray glared in the direction Yamza walked off to. He is damaging Lady Milim's own assets. He was referring to his attack on Hermes. It was an unforgivable act of aggression, although he was now trying to sweep that kick he landed under the rug. That kick hurt like hell too, you know. But Hermes didn't bring it up. He knew Midray didn't mean ill of him. As befitting someone who worshipped Milim, Midray tended to fly into violent rages all too easily. Something you could say about everyone in this domain, really. No, but really, do you mind if I kill him? Fool, the head priest promptly replied. You don't stand a chance. He wasn't wrong. Hermes probably couldn't even scratch him. Yeah, that sword's unbeatable, and I think he's hiding something else too. Indeed, he is the confidant of that scheming sneak Clayman. He won't reveal his true powers that easily. A real man would put it all on the table to secure victory, but not them. I wouldn't call that approach very smart, Hermes thought, but again Hermes didn't agree too often with the way people thought in this domain, so he pretended to agree and went back to work. With the new deadline of tomorrow morning coming out of nowhere, he had a mountain of business to settle. The next morning, with 2 days left until the Walpurgis Council, the Clayman force continued their forward march. It was the morning after the summit. I had been working all night, and my body was giving me a lot of guff for it. Or my mind was, anyway. In reality, I couldn't have been healthier. Not needing to sleep helps a lot at times like these. Last night, after our conference, Soy contacted me again. He participated in the meeting in the flesh, but one of his replications reported in this time, after collecting information from across the Beast Kingdom. Soka and the other 4 people on her team were contributing as well, providing a few more solid leads. The Clayman force, ever on the lookout, still had not moved. In the midst of this, they all searched for some place to deploy our own forces, but a problem arose. The fleeing residents of the Beast Kingdom were spread out all over the place. If we wanted to rescue them, then no matter where we transported our army to, we might have some areas left unevacuated before time ran out. Thanks to the Clayman force's invasion route, we were lagging behind schedule. Suggestion: it would be more effective to transport the citizens to a single location. I see. Yeah, I suppose it would be. No reason why that kind of transport is military only. Dominate space allowed me to smoothly travel wherever I wanted, including to Sue, his replications, or Soka and the others. I could then use the new type of transport spell we devised to collect all the evacuees together. Thanks to that, things got very busy after the conference. First, I had Geld's army go on ahead to build a field base that could accept these refugees. I transported them over to the former location of Eurasania's capital, which Milim had turned into a vacant lot. Being a wide-open field, it stuck out like a sore thumb, but there'd be no better place to deploy a large force in. Then I personally went from village to village, transporting the refugees out. This we wrapped up before the end of last night, which was why I was so exhausted, mentally speaking, that is. Phobio was with me, which thankfully kept us from dealing with any resistance, although it exhausted him as well. Performing all this teleportation, he marveled before he left, looking at me like I was some kind of fiend. How can you keep yourself together? And such elaborate transport magic, over and over again, it seems absurd. Well, that's rude of him, isn't it? Of course I'm tired. By now, Phobio should have been asleep in a room inside one of the field tents Geld's force built. But that didn't matter. Our main force would be ready soon, so I needed to perform one really big transport shortly. I headed for an empty field just outside town. Rigurd was there, having spent the night preparing for this. Unlike me, he was running and hopping around, a bottomless well of energy. Rigurd was called back as well, and he was pitching in all he could to help Rigurd. Once they were done, it was my job to transport all the people gathered here to our Beast Kingdom field camp. Once that was over, I planned to start preparing for the Walpurgis Council 2 days from now. Upon reaching the field, I found lines of Tempestian soldiers waiting for me, including 10,000 beastmen, led by Sophia and Alvis. Their armor was piecemeal, nothing unified about it, but that was unavoidable. We had simply provided them whatever armor we didn't need, and since many were capable of transformation anyway, this was better than confining them in full uniform. Next to them were my leaders, ready to serve as reinforcements. Even compared to the Charybdis battle, our size and our power to wage war had grown tremendously. Benimaru, noticing, stood next to me and took this opportunity to explain the evolutions that had taken place. Following my own Demon Lord evolution, everyone else in Tempest had some change of their own. The world language said something about everyone in my genealogy receiving gifts, and I assumed that meant everyone I had named. Based on what we heard from the townspeople, he said, as we faced the ranks of soldiers, the men now enjoy enhanced stamina. The women report that their skin is glossier and more beautiful than before. None of that mattered to me, or I should say, it was beyond my comprehension, but I suppose you could say their spiritual strength has risen. Some, he reported, looked like they turned back the clock a few years. Everyone appreciated it. But these were the townspeople. They were holding down the fort back home. Let's see what our fighters are packing. Among our platoons as well, there was a litany of changes. Some soldiers learned new skills for themselves. Others gained the same skill in groups based on the unique nature of their squad. I couldn't wait to dive in and see for myself. We first visited a group that had been with me almost from the start. Goptar's Goblin Riders, a legion of hobgoblins led by starwolves that almost never naturally appeared unless the right conditions were in play. But were they really hobgoblins? That's their species, perhaps, but their essence was something wholly different now. Astoundingly, they had all learned the extra skill Unify. This was a rare one that let man and mount quite literally become one, turning them into mobile, high-speed, four-legged warriors. They were awarded an A- rank in this form. They didn't manage a solid A since they were geared mainly for one-on-one combat, but they were killers in battle. A few working together could probably beat a ranked magic-born. That was the whole gimmick with them, of course. The Goblin Riders were a team, guaranteed to work rapidly with one another's thoughts and remain steadily in formation. They were keeping up with Hakuro's training, after all, and if you imagine 100 moving in tandem, you can see what made these riders so fearsome. I definitely felt like the human-invented ranking system was doing these guys a disservice. I could expect a lot more from them than that, even. Next, we visited some of Benimaru's personal trainees. Once I became leader of the Forest of Jura, we started enjoying a lot more combat-ready monsters in our midst. This included 300 ogres, the most powerful of which were young men and women from the village that sought my help early on. They looked up to Benimaru a lot, which affected the gifts they received. It was really a crazy sight to see. Some had volunteered for the force, making them named warriors from the start. They were strong enough to be considered low-level magic-born, which made them a tremendously reliable asset. Even a wild, non-sentient ogre ranked a B, and these guys were both fully equipped and had learned some arts. These were never gonna be wimpy kids. These ogres had formed a sort of elite personal guard for Benimaru, and each was a minus in rank. I named them Team Kurinai, or Red Flame. Now for the fighters assigned to Benimaru's main force. This was around 4,000 hobgoblins, and their evolution was really fascinating to me. They had more or less taken on the flame element, learning skills like control flame and resist temperature change. Kind of a surprise. Each soldier ranked a B equivalent, and you could call them a specialized assault team. By the way, these hobgoblins all had a reference to the color green in their names, since their skin was green. I don't know who named them, but I really wish he thought a little more about the long-term effect with that. Report. They were named by you, Master. I know. I wasn't expecting to get dissed by my own skill here. Talk about unwanted sarcasm. Like I can't read that far into every single thing, guys. These monster evolutions just made no sense. Since everybody was named Green something, I named this army the Green Numbers. Might as well go with it. I wanted to go with Red something, since these were Benimaru's forces, but I kinda liked the feel of this too. It'd be a nice little surprise, this green force unleashing all these flame attacks. I think I'll have their equipment repainted green for the battlefield sometime. Next up was Geld's force, a sort of complement to the Green Numbers. The High Orcs all evolved in the same way, earning power-up skills like Steel Strength and Iron Warp. Their officer class also had the extra skill Control Earth, letting them mold and sculpt the land around them. Good for digging trenches in a hurry, as Geld put it. In addition, everyone in the army had earned the extra skill Armorized Body, making them into much more of a defense-oriented tank unit. They had also taken on a lot of my personal resistances. Resist melee attack to start with, followed by pain, rot, electricity, and paralysis. Cabal's Karas shield, the completed version of the one I gave him as a present, was now a unique piece of equipment that boosted his magic resistance. Basically, whether it was melee or magic, they could deal with it. I gave half a thought to exposing them to Shion's cuisine, so they could gain poison resistance but quickly banish the thought. Still, obtaining all those shield-like scales from Charybdis was really a stroke of luck. Kuroba had made lots of copies of the items Garm had created from them, and I really have those craftsmen to thank for that. Now, this unit was sturdy enough that each member ranked a solid B. That, plus the unique equipment on each one, made them impervious to any normal force. It was almost unfair how defensively able they were, and they numbered 5,000, their ranks beefed up by a constant stream of volunteers. Normally, they were involved in construction work, but when they received the call, they transformed into a powerhouse, an iron wall that no attack could pierce. Their official name was now the Yellow Numbers. Close behind them were the 100 Dragonauts under Gabel's command. Dragonauts were naturally gifted with a pretty decent array of skills, and they had all but breezed into the A- ranks. Now, with my gifts, the dragon in their blood had awakened to an even stronger degree. Each of them now had the intrinsic skill dragon body, along with either flame breath or thunder breath, giving them some much-needed long-range attack. Gabel could use them both, which meant he really was an exceptional Dragonaut, I guess. What I still didn't really get was Dragon Body. Report. The intrinsic skill Dragon Body is... I didn't need the full documentation. I know now that I can't use it, so there's not much point in hearing it. I'm sure Gabble and the rest will take the time to figure out how to use it best if they want. What's the point of having power if you never earned it for yourself? That's what I think. What about me? Well, I have the ultimate skill, Raphael, Lord of Wisdom. If I have a problem, Raphael will help me out. No issue there. That's my power. So in a way, it's like I'm the one making the effort there. I don't think it's going too far to say that. So, hopefully Gable and his team can learn how to use that dragon body thing before it's too late. Not to throw it all on you, but good luck. Still, in a way, it was almost like this squad's talents were going to waste with Gable. They could fly. They could breathe fire and lightning from the air. It's nuts. And thanks to their intrinsic species aspects, they were resistant to pretty much everything. Scales of steel, breastplate armor of magisteel. Whether by sword or by magic, no half-hearted strike was going to break their skin. Flight alone was enough to give them an overwhelming advantage, but look at that defense. Speed, offense, defense, the complete surprise assault package, all in one. I named them Team Hiryu, or Flying Dragon. They only numbered 100, but they were the strongest unit in our forces. Last but not least, we had a brand new unit, one positioned as my personal elite guard. Led by Shion, they were also 100 strong, composed of the victims I revived after the battle in Tempest. There were some children, age-wise, among them, but apparently they had grown up to, and beyond, the point of maturity. I guess their frustration at not being able to fight encouraged that kind of evolution. Who knows? As far as skills go, they all earned the extra skills, complete memory and self-regeneration. Those two complemented each other. Complete memory meant that even if their heads were blown off, their memories remained in their astral bodies. They could then use self-regeneration to recover fully instead of dying instantly. This meant they had basically gained the astonishing healing skills of the orc disaster of yore. If self-regeneration ever evolved into ultra-speed regeneration, they'd be pretty much immortal. And I had 100 of these guys. I couldn't even deal. And thanks to that regeneration, they were durable enough to take Shion's ultra-intense training and deal with it just fine. As a female member put it, one who was just a little girl not long ago, we don't die or anything? I didn't have much of an answer to that, no. I wasn't sure if this was the best thing for 'em, but hey, have fun! Break a leg! Their strength was at around a rank C for now, but I had a feeling that, over time, they'd become the strongest unit in our forces. With that expectation, I decided to name them Team Reborn. They all had a whole new life ahead of them after all. That rounded out the briefing. It felt like the effects of my evolution dovetailed well with everybody's personal efforts to bear some major fruit for us. My first impression was, wow, we're more damaging than ever. The total force was under 10,000, but we could whip pretty much any army out there. Their numbers weren't as strong as the Farmus military I wiped out, but in terms of war power, we would have totally overwhelmed them. All this stuff came as a total surprise to me. Being outnumbered is still a weakness, but we just have to gradually build that up between strengthening our country and negotiating with others. I think a standing force of around 10,000 would be the number to shoot for. Plus, we still had our reserve forces protecting the forest of Jura. They weren't part of this campaign. The difference in training was just too much. But if we could work 'em up, they'd serve us well enough in battle too. That's something to tackle in the future. Still, after Benemaru finished his report, I couldn't help but be amazed by the sight of 10,000 of my soldiers in formation. That plus 10,000 Beastman soldiers, an army of 20,000, all lined up and waiting for the order to march. Shion's Team Reborn, as my personal guard, was on standby away from the crowd. They were holding down the fort back home this time, so they'd just get in the way among these ranks. Sir, Rimuru, Rigurd reported. Everything is ready. I thanked him for his long hours of frantic work. Oh, I hardly deserve it, he said, smiling. So if we're all set, it's time to get transporting. Oh, Lady Alvis? Alvis is fine, Sir Rimuru. I was trying to be polite, but I guess I made things worse. Let's just bulldoze right over that. All right, Alvis. We have all your friends assembled on the other side, so I want you to relay what we talked about to them. I think Phobio should be organizing them into units, so you take care of the rest. Understood. I promise I will not forget your kindness. She bowed deeply at me, followed by Sufia and the rest of the beastmen. It felt almost oppressive, but I didn't react. That was how they wanted to show their appreciation. You really saved us, a smiling Sufia told me. Now we can smash up Clayman's forces without a second thought. We'll let you have him, Sir Rimuru, so take out all our anger on him for me. Pretty scary face, considering that smile. Alvis was similarly glaring at me in apparent agreement. Everything was set for them. Now all they had to do was go wild on the battlefield. We'd enjoy a force of 20,000 beastmen alone, so I'm not sure we needed the reinforcements, but the more, the merrier. If it was just them, we'd still be outnumbered anyway. With these extra fighters, we now had a unified force of 30,000 to go against Clayman's own 30,000. We were even now, and we were the better quality army. Victory was as good as ours. The only problem, Benimaru, any issues with our operation? While I was rounding up beastmen last night, I had Benimaru and his team shake down our plan of action once more. The gist of it hadn't changed, but since we weren't spreading out our forces to collect the refugees any longer, a few details needed to be changed. We're all set, sir. He shot me a crafty smile. If Clayman is targeting the citizens of the Beast Kingdom, then retreat is certainly an effective option as well. Yes, I agreed with him. No need to smash right against his front line and get people killed. I discussed it with Sir Benimaru as well, Alvis said, excitedly playing with the staff in her hand. We've got enough leeway now to move the site of battle, so it'll be a little while before we begin. All systems go, then. Failing to complete his mission before Walpurgis would make for one angry Clayman, no doubt. At the very least, he'd treat his underlings even worse than usual. If their army's commander fears that and starts freaking out, the ball's on our side. We will deploy the force at the entrance to the forest of Jura, the wasteland that was once our home, the now toppled Orcish kingdom of Orbic. Now it shall be their grave. There was something close to sheer malice in Gel's voice. Clayman's scheming cost him his home nation, and now it would be the site of the decisive battle. I suppose anyone would have felt the hand of fate at play here. The strategy, as it was, is pretty simple. We'd make it look like we had the refugees evacuate into the forest of Jura, then strike at the enemy forces trying to pursue them. That's about it. Raphael provided the perfect simulation of it in my brain. Obtaining and replaying the information Sui and his gang gave me, I had a picture of the future that was almost as vivid as reality. I then thought communication that to everyone else so we could all equally grasp it. Our original plan called for us to keep the refugees secure as we lured the enemy over, eventually surrounding and destroying the fort. With this change, the faster units would serve as bait instead. That reduced the danger to the individual forces involved, which greatly boosted the chances of this working. The key to this was making sure they were all inside the forest before crushing them. I didn't intend to kill them all, but I didn't like the idea of them running away and attacking again later. We had to be thorough. You got all that, Benimaru? Of course. Let's give them enough hell that they never dare defy us again. Oh, he's got his no-mercy face on. I like that. Let's wipe 'em out, Benimaru, Shion added, cheering him on. You need to take out the garbage fast, you see, before it rots. Diablo was also cheering him on. I'm not so sure, but whatever. They both wanted to join in, of course. They just looked fighting. But Shion would stay with me to prepare, and Diablo would be stepping into Farmer's Land soon. They were out of the picture. Now, to just leave things to Benimaru and wait for the good news. Right. No matter what happens, I want you to report back immediately. I'm sending you off now. Win this one, guys. Rah! Victory shall be yours. And now they were all looking at me, all those many, many eyes. As I regarded them with my own golden pair, I deployed a square of magic. I spent ages practicing this last night, so I had it down pat. Beneath the feet of all 20,000, a giant square drew itself in layers from the bottom to the top. A complex array of geometrical shapes built themselves up inside, too intricate for me to figure out. Something this size, of course, required a lot of magic and concentration. My energy rapidly drained, but based on my figures, I should manage to hold out. Not to brag, but my magicule stores had risen exponentially too. It took around 5 minutes in all. Everyone stood there bolt upright, waiting for the transport spell to complete. And then, the moment the melange of shapes within the square stacked up above the heads of everyone inside, the entire army was gone in the blink of an eye. Transport complete. Looks like we got them out of there. Back when I was practicing last night, I was a little concerned Clayman had noticed all the light this was generating in the darkness. So I combined it with a blindness bomb to sap all the light away from the magic square. You never know where you may mess up. Diligence is key. There was no need for that now, though, and the sight that unfolded before me could only be described as magnificent. Well done, Sir Rimuru. Such a beautiful spell. Indeed, it was so charming. I had earned high marks from Diablo and Shion. Diablo must have really liked magic. Once things calm down, I'd like to talk shop with him a little. Maybe he's got a spell or two I don't know about. And I've got to help Shion stop being jealous of everyone around her. I can't afford any weird drama around here. Such were my thoughts as I nodded at them, and we went on our way. After everyone left, we were greeted by a clearly bored Veldora. Rimuru, he asked, can I go and beat them all up too? I knew it. He hadn't listened to a single word I told him. What are you, deaf? I'm trying to keep you a secret until the Walpurgis Council begins. If you go crazy out there, the secret's going to be out in 2 seconds. Yes, of course. I almost forgot. Almost my ass. I don't know what to do with this old coat. I gave him a whole bunch of manga volumes I'd stored up, but will that be enough? Because I'm really worried he's going to try to pull something stupid. Better keep a very close eye on him. Yom and his squad also set off that afternoon. I look forward to having them tell everyone they run into along the way that Veldora is back. I told them to make sure and phrase it so it spreads as quickly from village to village as possible. The purpose for this, of course, was so Clayman would hear about it as he keeps snooping on us. Hopefully the news will reach him sooner than later, I thought as I saw them off. Diablo told me to expect us back very, very soon, but how much of a pushover does he think Farmus is anyway? It almost made me worried, but I still left things up to them anyway. Everybody makes mistakes after all, and if something came up, we could think about it then. It wasn't long after when Gazelle set off toward the Dwarven Kingdom. His assorted ministers were livid, which made his departure a bit more hurried than I think he would have liked. Guess that decoy he hired wasn't up to the job, and I could guess why. I definitely shouldn't be taking any lessons from him on that front. Nobody likes being found out. Another day passed, and while Benimaru reported that things were moving along well, we weren't without our problem. Naturally, a group of 30,000 soldiers and refugees is a little restricted in where it can go. These were stout beastmen, however, not humans, so I was told that they should reach their destination without too much delay. I wasn't too worried, though. I had something to deal with that. Right, I said, patting Benimaru's shoulder. We're all ready to take in the refugees here, so I'm gonna transport all the non-combatants over to Tempest. Oh, there is that, yeah? Benimaru groaned, chiding himself for not coming up with it first. You know, though, that transport spell costs a lot of magicules. The more people you're transporting, the more it adds up. At this point yesterday, I was fresh off moving a force of 20,000 around. I didn't really have much free energy left. I couldn't go shooting that off rapid fire, so it wasn't like I was deliberately wasting time. Besides, this was a completely new sort of magic, one that flew in the face of conventional approaches, so we'd be able to weave this into future tactics with a lot more frequency. I mean, I don't think too many people could cast that spell anyway, so that should help preserve our unique superiority. Regardless, Rigard had set up the required camping quarters after I sent everyone off yesterday, so I figured we could transport the refugees alone into here. So I did it all in a snap, and none of them were nervous about it either. I guess they were all adaptable enough that they got used to it quick. I let Rigard guide them around, since that work I started yesterday was still calling my name. I really wanted to finish it up in time for Walpurgis, so I just had to hope no more issues arose. In the end, the day of the Walpurgis Council began without any major crisis. My work was done before lunch, allowing me to dive into the final stages that afternoon. Looks like I'll be on time. That's a relief. Rimuru, is this? What do you think? Pretty neat, huh? What you, some kind of genius? I had enough of dealing with Ramirez's yelling at me. I didn't want to engage any longer. I had to save my mental acuity for this evening, so I'd just ignore her rantings for now. After lunch, I worked on the final touches, then placed the finished item in my stomach and headed over to the Treant village, where Trainee lived. Veldora wanted to join me, but he'd have to wait. I didn't want anyone attacking town, not that I thought they would. Right now, the whole urban area was being protected by a barrier that Veldora put over it. That prevented any potential eavesdropping from Clayman as well, so him abandoning town at the moment was a bad idea. So I promised him next time and set off with Ramirez and Trainee. I assigned Beretta to deal with him, as much as it hurt my conscience. He'll probably be used and abused, I'm sure. I'll have to reward him later. With a quick casting of dominant space, we were on our way. Once we reached the village, we quickly spotted the insectoids Apito and Zigion. When I first saved his life, Apito was maybe around a foot long, but now he had grown to nearly 20 inches. It was great to see that guy in good health. Zegion, meanwhile, was at well over 2 feet and strong enough that a lot of monsters knew better than to pick a fight. Of course, there weren't any monsters around here that were hostile to Zegion anyway, so there's no real way to gauge his power. I told it not to do anything too risky, so it probably hasn't. Unlike Gobta and Gabil, it knew its limits and didn't get all carried away over everything. Apito flitted right up once it spotted me, happily providing me with some honey. Ah, thanks. The perfect medicine. Let's have a taste of that, Mum. Yep, yeah. That most rare of cure-alls. And it tastes real good, too. Hey, ooh, oh, Rimuru. Sir Raimuru. I wanted to ask you something. I looked toward Ramirez. She looked freaked out. What? What? Those insects are those army wasps. I dunno. You don't know. Ramirez gave me the most exaggerated double take I ever saw. So what if they're army wasps? Sir Rimuru, Apito telepathically said to me, it is as that person says. I am a queen wasp, the highest of the army wasp order. Would you like me to summon my queendom? Whoa, that sounds pretty fancy. I think we can go without that for now, though. You can save it for when this village is under attack. If you want your friends around here, I'm sure you can talk that over with the Treants. I'll refrain for now, then, Apito said, wings thrumming in what sounded like a happy buzz as it flew off. It sounded quite pretty, if a bit chainsaw-like and lethal. Are army wasps pretty dangerous beasts, then? I doubt it. Apito collecting honey for me and everything hardly seemed hostile at all. Plus, Zegian was there too, giving me a shy salute as it followed after Apito. Maybe that guy was the king of the insects or something. It certainly felt kind of regal. I was pretty sure it'd only grow in strength. Maybe evolve, even. If so, I'd love to have that guy join my team. Turning around, I saw Ramirez with her mouth agape, while Trainee was doing her best to console her. Yeah, you're right. I guess they are army wasps. Plus, one's a queen. I heard them. I mean, never mind. You can do just about anything, can't you? And that other one, I really don't think it could be, but she wasn't making much coherent sense. I ignored her. No time to deal with it, and besides, if it was Ramirez, it couldn't be that important. We had reached our destination, a dryas, the holy tree that was Trainee's main body. I took out my completed project from my stomach. It was an orb, dull in color. No sheen, no glow to it, but you could absolutely feel the power. What was I going to use it for? Well, Trainee, and all dryads were descendants of fairies, a form of spiritual life that could take on physical form by combining themselves with plants. They could freely release their spiritual bodies and use magicules to create temporary corpuses to live in. Their real bodies, however, were these dryas trees. The Walpurgis Council was going to be held in some kind of special dimension, so Trainee might not be able to get in. So I decided to conduct a bit of large-scale surgery on her so she'd be able to move around in her real body. Unlike Beretta, which had no physical form in this world, Trainee had a corpus. As a result, we needed to transfer the core within her from her current body to the new one, much like a golem becoming established in its own form. I had an idea of what this new core could be. It was a chaos core, one that can only be made with certain materials under certain conditions, and that orb I just took out would be the vessel for this core. In a way, it was like extracting magicules from the magic stones that can be taken from the cores of monsters. It's hard to make these retain no element at all, so I went through many failures before I created this. I also needed several other materials to make this orb, so I spent nearly all of yesterday gathering them. Making a chaos core required an equal mixture of spiritual and mystical force inside this vessel. With Beretta, I could have just filled them with both in equal quantities and densities, but it wasn't so simple with Trainee. She would have to inject the orb with her own spiritual energy herself, while I put in mystical force that had been mixed to an exactly proportionate density and size. Now it was time to get to work, and that meant it was time for Raphael to shine. With my signal, Trainee began to turn her body into spiritual matter and let it flow into the orb without a moment's hesitation. I injected the mystical force alongside her, not missing a beat. This was precision work, but it proceeded with no calculation errors. The dryas lost its life force, visibly withering before me. Alongside that, the orb began to blink on and off, almost like a pulse. Light and darkness traced a spiral inside it, and then the orb began to shine a light shade of green. The flickering of life was thriving inside. Report. The individual Trainee's element has mixed into it, but construction of the chaos core is successful. It had all gone as planned. Okay, it worked. This orb is now Trainee's main body. Thank you so much, Sir Rimuru. Yeah, thanks, Rimuru. Now I can take Trainee here along with me. You should be safe with that, yeah? But, Trainee would no longer be separate from her main body, so she wouldn't have issues traveling across dimensions anymore. But something still seemed missing. Trainee, do you mind if I take this tree that used to be your body? Of course not. Use it however you like. I thanked her, then got straight to work. What you gonna use it for? You'll see. I cut down the tree, working the wood, creating precision parts with it to form a human shape. Oh! Ah! Is this? Are you gonna? Ramirez quickly understood what I was up to. She was right. I thought I would make a replacement body for Trainee, using the dryers that was imbued with her magical force. 3 hours later, the doll-like figure I had been working on all afternoon was complete. Its core was reinforced with magisteel, the surface made of fully polished wood. It felt remarkably comfortable to the touch, a very fine piece of work. Oh, is this? Even Trainee, who rarely expressed surprise at anything, couldn't hide her excitement. What do you think? Pretty good, huh? You can use this as your body if you want. I didn't need to ask. Ramirez was overjoyed, but Trainee needed no encouragement from her. She thanked me profusely and installed herself in her new body. From that moment, the wooden doll became Trainee's new corpus. It was the world's first fully mobile dryad. From the moment the Chaos Core, the heart of any monster, you could say, entered the doll, magic force surged out of it, penetrating and filling every grain on the surface. Then, amazingly, the white grains faded, no longer standing out, turning as intricate and detailed as human skin. Perhaps more beautiful, even. A beauty that goes beyond humanity. Unlike with Beretta, I didn't work from a skeletal frame for the face. I simply carved the head to look the way Trainee looked. But once her orb was in there, its expression grew as soft as anyone you met on the street. It was wood, but the mouth still moved and the eyes blinked. I have no idea what was driving that, because she's a monster, was my only real guess. This body was kind of herself once, so maybe it was more compatible than most cases. Either way, that pie-in-the-sky surgery of mine was a greater success than I ever could have guessed. And for some reason, she was stronger now too. My mystical aura, injected into the orb so perfectly by Raphael's fine-tuned work, had produced a chaos orb that worked in exact harmony with Trainee's spiritual force. It was the equivalent of doubling her magicule stores. I think taking in the holy and demon elements earned her some new skills, too. She struck a greater presence than Shuon, who boasted the most magical force out of us all. Definitely stronger than the Orc disaster. Not up to the demon Lord Carillon, but I could feel a different type of sheer awesomeness from her. I think it could bring her to disaster level, the venerable S rank. Of course, she'd still be special for now, a calamity-level threat due to not actually being a demon lord. The guild-crafted ranking system really couldn't deal with special case magic born like this. Personally, I'd feel safe calling her a sub-demon lord. Between the dryers, the doll, and the dryad, we had here a creature that was worthy of awakening into a demon lord someday. That's the kind of powerful magic-born Trainee was now. And among other things, it let her join Ramirez on the trip. I'll bet even Raphael was surprised by that one. Understood. It was all according to plan. See? Totally surprised. No need to be a sore loser about it. Raphael had nothing to counter me with. With that mental victory in hand, we all said goodbye to Trainee's sisters, Treya and Dorith. They'd been watching the whole surgery, looking incredibly jealous. I suppose I should do the same thing for them, as thanks for all their work watching over the forest of Jura, but that would have to wait. We could consider that after we were all back safe from Walpurgis. I didn't want to lose Jura's guardians because they were too busy doting on Ramirez. Besides, well, we were now on our way back to town, and I'd now done all the preparing I could. Looking up, I realized there was no moon in the sky, the stars twinkling at me. Today was a new moon, wasn't it? And soon, under this beautiful night sky, the bell for the first round would ring out. With the stars behind me, I set off for my battlefield. Interlude. The Demon Lord. The Demon Lord Clayman awaited the appointed hour, a glass of wine in his hand. The Walpurgis Council was tonight, and as a mixture of anger and happiness danced across his face, he thought over a few things. First, the bad news. Ignoring the warnings of his friend Laplace, he had advanced his forces into the beast kingdom of Eurazania, but they had failed to discover even a single citizen left there. The effort had gone to waste. The briefing from his commander Yamza drove him into a fit of rage, but until they knew why this happened, giving further orders would be careless. Instead, Clayman decided to gather his forces together and carefully continue the search. What they found was a group of stragglers frantically attempting to flee the kingdom. Upon being advised of them, Clayman immediately ordered an attack, sending scouts to the area to search for anyone else hidden nearby. They eventually found several hundred civilians in hiding, but as they attempted to dispatch them all, they immediately ran away. Finding this suspect, the army conducted further investigation, only to discover that a larger group of some several thousand refugees was fleeing toward the forest of Jura. The small group of several hundred was just bait to help the rest of them flee. Those insolent! Now Clayman knew why there was nobody left living in the Beast Kingdom. They had undergone a mass emigration to Tempest, relying upon Rimuru for their continued survival. The stragglers were also onto the Clayman force's activity, fleeing the area once the bait was taken. He wanted to have those souls safely hunted and collected before Walpurgis, but it just wasn't going to happen. He had to admit that now, and it made him deeply unhappy. Yamza, the council is about to begin. I want your entire force to chase them down before I return. Kill every last one of them and bring the survivors before me. I swear to you it shall happen, sir. He nodded, but it did nothing to overturn the fact that he wouldn't be awakening tonight. It annoyed Clayman terribly as he closed the magical link. Meanwhile, there was good news to be had. Using his feelers in the ground, electric signals and natural geomagnetism, he was constantly gathering information. Nobody had been fully aware of this power yet, giving Clayman free rein over a vast array of data. It was what allowed him to enjoy the alias of Marionette Master. At the time he gained this skill, it permitted him to interact only with people or things within his line of vision. Now, however, thanks to ceaseless training and effort, it had become the keystone force of his entire empire. This unique skill, Manipulator it was called, converted information into encrypted communications as it conducted surveillance over a wide area. Deploying a member of his team to an area allowed them to function as his eyes and ears to gather intelligence. It was this vast network that informed him that Veldora, the storm dragon, had revived. This, in itself, was not welcome news, but the human beings who had spoken with the storm dragon and apparently survived the experience had some very fascinating things to say. According to conversations surreptitiously heard from adventurer types leaving the monster town, Rimuru, self-styled leader of the forest, hadn't defeated the farmer's force at all. The missing army was the result of the storm dragon's resurrection, and since he had only just been reborn, the dragon's stores of magicules were largely lost, emptied out as it raged upon Pharmas's army. That explained why there was no massive onrush of magicules around the forest of Jura, as one would expect from such a cataclysmic event. That these adventurers lived to tell the tale was another sure indicator. If the storm dragon Veldora was alive once more, there was no way Clayman, a demon lord, wouldn't have picked up on that. The rumors must have been true then. He lost his magic force during the battle with Pharmas. These two pieces of news conflicted Clayman. It would be a simple matter to slay that dragon right now. I may even be able to add him to my cache of pawns. A tantalizing fantasy. The dragon has been using the town the monsters built as his personal den, it seemed, and it was hard to gather information in that area, but he felt no need for concern. Those empty stores of magicules wouldn't rebuild themselves in 2 or 3 days. After Walpurgis, he'd have all the time in the world to snare him. And if all else fails, I can simply send Milim after him. For now, though, it was time to concentrate on the council. Or perhaps, if Clayman hadn't been over-reliant upon Milim's strength, he might have noticed all the points that didn't quite add up. The fact that there wasn't a single enemy casualty yet, the force, reportedly scattered all across the Beast Kingdom, was now gathered together. Both pieces of information were too important for someone as careful as Clayman to overlook. But it wasn't Clayman on the ground, it was Yamza, and Clayman's mind was too full of the upcoming council to notice. That was how vital this Walpurgis was. Out of nowhere, Ramirez, a demon lord who preferred to remain incognito, cooped up in her labyrinth most of the time, asked for Rimuru, the subject of the meeting, to be extended an invite as a supplementary condition. Clayman hadn't accounted for that possibility. It prevented him from making a snap judgment, but as he groused over it, the others quickly agreed to the suggestion, making it impossible to stage any resistance. Still, this could lead to good things for him. It's better this way. Now we've unmasked Rimuru's true nature. I was almost fooled into believing that he leveled the Farmus military by himself, but there's no hiding the truth. Clayman grinned. If Rimuru was joining the council, he should consider himself welcome. There, before all the other demon lords, he'd know exactly how powerless he really is. A mere slime, borrowing the majesty of a dragon for his boasts. I hope you consider it an honor to be crushed by my own hands. He went back to fantasizing about his own future glories, and that was why he missed it. Those small yet glaring inconsistencies out on the battlefield. You be careful too, okay, Clayman? Now's not the time to be too reckless. His friend's words flashed across his mind. Now, a small sense of unease was taking root, the nagging feeling that he had missed something. But he laughed it off. Don't you worry, Laplace. I will win this. He drained his wineglass as if to wash the anxiety away. It was with a somber gloom that Frey prepared for the council. Things were in a constant state of flux. The original plan had all but gone by the wayside. She didn't expect any of this, and now it was all too unclear how things would shake out. But she wasn't nervous. She was aware of her limits, and she always made decisions based on cold, hard facts. That was how the Sky Queen always acted. If all went well, then fine. If not, she would have to prepare to make the right move herself. It all began with a certain promise. In order to defeat Charybdis, she had accepted an offer from Clayman. In exchange, she agreed to take one request from him. Several months ago, Milim visited Frey's domain. She didn't exactly slip in unnoticed. There was a loud bang as she shoved the doors open and ran into the room. Frey didn't bat an eye. Milim always acted like this, when she felt that massive aura. One Milim never bothered to hide. She knew it had to be her. "Hey, Frey, beautiful day out, huh?" She beamed at her, playing around with her beautiful platinum pink hair to show it off. Was Frey busy at the moment? Who cares? On Milim's hand, however, was something new. Not a ring, a brass knuckle covering her 4 fingers. It was something far too boorish for most young women, but on Milim, it couldn't have been more perfect. It had a relief of a dragon carved into it, half aglow in magical aura, and it fit snugly in her clenched little hand. Maybe a little too hot, though?" she said as she fanned her face with one hand. It was obvious what she was doing. She never gave a crap about the weather. "Oh, Milim, haven't seen you in a while." You look like you're doing well. Did something nice happen to you? Frey had to take the bait. Otherwise, she'd have to put up with this act for the next hour. Oh, you could tell. Well, just look at this. She thrust her dragon knuckle-equipped hand in front of Frey's face, giving her a proud little... Frey glumly sighed. Oh, wow, she said, giving Milim what she thought the girl wanted. It looks great on you. Where'd it come from? Oh, you wanna know? Came the bashful reply. Ooh. I don't know if I can tell you or not, hon. Oh, what should I do? This "I'm the best" act was grating on Frey. Despite all the years they had known each other, it still rankled her. Well, aren't we friends, Milim? It's all right to tell me, isn't it? Milim's eyes sparkled. Oh, yeah, we sure are friends, huh? Okay, I'll tell you. To tell the truth. Now that Milim finally had the invitation she wanted, she burst into a long story about the town of monsters she visited. The self-aggrandizing tale went on for a while, accompanied by several wardrobe changes from the new clothes she picked up there. It gave Frey some pause. Milim loved carrying on about herself all the time, but rarely to this level. Once the conversation died down a little, Frey realized that now was the time to do the favor she promised Clayman. Oh, right. You know, Milim, I actually have a present for you too. From friend to friend. Would you like to see it? She signaled to her attendants. They quickly brought over a tray bearing a beautiful, shining pendant perched on top of purple satin cloth. An orb had been installed on the pendant, a jewel that even someone who knew nothing about precious stones could tell was worth a fabulous amount of money. Mum, a pendant, huh? Can I have it? But that doesn't mean you can have my knuckle, okay? Frey chuckled. That's fine, Milim. Consider it a symbol of our friendship, and as a friend, I hope you won't be too shy to wear it around. Milim gave a bright nod to Frey's soft smile. You got it, she chirped as she attached it to her clothing. Forbidden magic, demon marionette launching activated. At that instant, the expression on Milim's face changed. Her eyes glazed over. The light of consciousness faded away from them. With the magic in the pendant released, a forbidden spell wormed its way into her. This jewel was the orb of domination provided by Clayman to Frey, and having Milim put it on was the promised favor Clayman asked of her. So there's my promise. That takes care of my duty, but what will Milim do? Frey observed the girl. She stood there motionless, face a total blank. Then, for just a single moment, she felt like Milim's blue eyes looked at her. There, at that moment, Milim knew something weird was happening. Maybe, yes. Indeed. I suppose it is, Milim. The dragon knuckle fell out of her fingers, clunking on the ground. Frey looked at her and sighed. I'm done, Clayman, she called out to an empty corner of the room. Are you happy? I am, the marionette master replied, emerging from the corner. Well done, Frey. Now I've obtained the strongest puppet there is. This is what she gets for picking on me, calling me a young upstart. Pathetic, isn't it, Milim? He punched her as he laughed his nasal laugh. Her face reddened, a cut appearing on her lips. The multiple layers of barrier protecting her were gone, meaning that even she could be hurt now, especially if it was a demon lord like Clayman doing the hurting. Shouldn't you stop that? Frey coldly commented as the half-giggling Clayman prepared to land another blow. It wasn't a pretty sight to see, and besides, this isn't the sort of weak curse that'll undo itself after a punch or two. This is forbidden magic. It includes all the magic force I can muster from my body. Don't you resent her at all after the way she acted around all of us? That's why you joined me on this plan, is it not? It's not. I just fulfilled my promise to you. No need to lie to her face like that, you know. This girl is nothing more than a doll to us now. A pointlessly, sturdily made doll, I should add. We can just fix her before she falls completely apart." The veins were visible in his eyes as he kicked Milim away, Frey coldly watching the whole time. Such an impertinent man. This is how you really are. It was at that moment when Frey abandoned Clayman for good. Thus, she decided to act on her own instincts for a change. "Listen, Clayman, maybe you don't know, but Milim comes with a self-defense mechanism, all right? The way she described it, at least, it's called stampede, and it puts her in an uncontrollable state. You're free to trigger that and die if you like, but try not to take me with you." The words were enough to restore Clayman's composure. He resentfully groaned. "What a bastard of a demon lord this is. Very well. Using her should give my words a little more presence among us all. And you, Frey, you're a co-conspirator as well. I'll expect you to work for me." "Oh, I thought we were equals." "Fool. I'm the one who came up with this plan. You're already one of my pawns. Or would you like to engage Milim in battle? Are you threatening me?" "You can take that any way you like, but if you don't want to die, I'd suggest not angering me." It was classic Clayman, sometimes offering the carrot, other times the stick, but always with a heaping helping of arrogance. And it's true, this was Clayman's plan all along. That, and it was his hint to Frey that Milim had a weakness for the word friend. How he managed to learn that little tidbit, she didn't know, but all Frey did was keep her promise, although she only did so because of one she firmly believed in. "All right. Good. Just don't think about doing anything to betray me. As long as you listen to my requests a bit, I will personally guarantee your position as ruler of the sky." The escape route was cut off. Now Frey was Clayman's business associate, a fancy name for his puppet. All of this happened several weeks before the day of ruin that visited Tempest. Thinking it all over again, Frey sighed. With Milim under his wing, Clayman was using her overwhelming potential violence as a cudgel to coerce her with. Now Frey was simply following orders, forced to do his bidding. She couldn't help but laugh at how much she deserved this. She felt like such a fool for believing him. But she also had another thought. Clayman was a sly, conniving demon lord, never one to play down, but he also tended to overestimate his own power. That's why he never had a perspective on the true essence of things. Frey, luckily, was blessed with exactly those observational skills. Not a skill like breathing fire, but something she naturally picked up in her relations with other people. The ability to see the kind of truth that someone like Clayman, who treated people as nothing more than useful tools, could never notice. So, trusting her instincts, she made a bet. And no matter how it turned out, "I don't think you'll be alive for much longer, Clayman." She began going over the procedure to come. The promise came to mind once again. It made her smile. The frigid land was encased in howling snow and ice, surrounded by frozen tundra. Temperatures stayed at well below 0 degrees Fahrenheit, driving away nearly all life. In the middle of it all stood a tall, looming castle, a beautiful, fantastical palace. A demon castle, one materialized from an unimaginable amount of magical force. It was called Icefair Castle, and it was the domain of the demon lord Guy Crimson. A calm, collected man strode along a corridor inside the castle, his hair of platinum blonde, eyes long and narrow. Those blue eyes were a prominent feature of his chiseled visage. His skin was fair, practically translucent, and his beauty would almost make some assume he was female. This was the demon Lord Leon Cromwell, known alternately as either the Platinum Devil or the Platinum Sabre, and he stalked the halls of this castle like he owned them. Ahead of him was a large door, decorated ornately by a master woodsmith. It led to the audience chamber where the master of this domain awaited. Leon was here to see Guy Crimson, and as he stood before the door, two large, heavy magic-born grunted and strained to open it up. "The Demon Lord Leon Cromwell has arrived." A beautiful female magic born beyond the door shouted Leon's name as he entered. There he saw two lines of powerful greater demons lining the way ahead on both sides. Each one was a named demon, and each had been granted physical corpuses for use in this world. All of them were powerful beyond the definition of a greater demon, easily surpassing what a high-level magic-born could manage. They were also bedecked in a fine array of magical equipment, each having evolved in their own unique ways. They numbered 200 or more in all, and some were even calamity-class threats, rated Special A on the scale. But not even these demons could defy the figures beyond. The sheer, overpowering awe exuded by the 6 demons that surrounded the throne in the chamber's midpoint under the watchful eye of Guy Crimson. These were named arch-demons, capable of subduing even calamity-class monsters. If anything, they could be defined as demon lords themselves. Amazingly, not even these demon kings were allowed to speak freely in this chamber, for there was a wall, an impregnable force that none of them could ever conquer. The green-haired demon that heralded Leon's arrival was soon joined by a demon with blue hair that guided him down the aisle. She was gorgeous, the personification of all human desires. Her graceful, wispy arms were hidden in the sleeves of a dark red maid's dress. The green-haired one was Miseri, the blue-haired one Rain, and they were the 2 pillars who stood on both sides of the absolute ruler Guy Crimson, doing the speaking for him. They were both demon peers, superpowered creatures that each rated a disaster classification, the equal of a demon lord. Now Leon was at the throne. Miseri and Rain nodded at him, then took their posts beside Guy as the man on the throne stood up. The only people in this room allowed to move a muscle were the 2 demon lords. "It gladdens me to see you, Leon," he said in a clear voice that carried across the chamber. "Doing well, I hope? I appreciate your answering my invitation." His blood-red eyes had stars of gold and silver dancing in them, and his wavy, burning hair was a deep shade of rouge. He was about as tall as Leon, and while Leon was feminine in his beauty, Guy's was more prideful and distant. He had an alluring sort of attractiveness, the look of one born to lead and conquer. He walked down the steps from his throne as he greeted Leon, bringing an arm to his chest and embracing him. Then, without hesitation, he placed his hand upon Leon's face and kissed his lips. Leon pushed him away, wincing. "Leave me," he complained, like he always did. He glared at Guy, looking genuinely peeved. "I am not interested in other men. How many times have I told you?" "Oh, ha, 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 ha. Oh, you never were any fun like that," Guy gleefully replied. "I'd be happy to become a woman for you if you like. But very well. Let us change locations." He walked off without waiting for a response. This, too, was how it happened every time. Considering the Arctic region he lived in, Guy's clothing was quite unusual. He mostly had his clothes draped over him, revealing a great deal of bare skin. To Guy, who never felt the cold anyway, that was never an issue. He wore a near mystical smile to complement his bewitching beauty, perhaps recalling the sensation of Leon's lips against his. And then a snake-like tongue licked his bright red lips, creating an eerie sort of irresistible allure. For Guy, who could adjust his gender at will, men and women were both targets of his sexual appetite. He, or she depending, was Guy Crimson, Demon Lord, master of this castle and the oldest and strongest of Demon Lords. As the Lord of Darkness, he was the sole and absolute ruler of this blindingly cold continent. Guy pressed on ahead, not bothering to guide Leon. Leon followed behind as if this was normal to him. No one else in the audience chamber moved until they were both gone. It was forbidden. They all bowed their heads to them, waiting for their ruler and his guest to leave. Once all were sure they were gone, Misery and Rain stood before the rows of demons. And then a single word from Rain: disperse. Then the two demon peers left, setting off to prepare tea for their guest. They were the highest ranked among all the demons in this castle, but their sole occupation was to take care of Guy Crimson. This work was prioritized above all else in this domain, and so they quickly set off, not wanting to attract their master's ire. Following Guy, Leon stepped into the ice terrace on the highest floor of the castle. Despite being open to the elements, not a single snowflake made its way inside. It was a comfortable, fully air-conditioned environment, and since Guy was wholly unaffected by the temperature around him, he had set this up exclusively for Leon's sake. He might have been arrogant, but when it came to his friends or those who recognized his authority, he took care of them down to the last detail. Musing about how little Guy had changed, Leon gruffly threw himself down in his seat. It was made of ice, but didn't feel cold at all. That didn't faze him, nor did the way the ice bent pliably under him, providing a soft cushion. "So," he asked, "what did you call me here for?" An ice table appeared out of nowhere. Rain lined up 2 cups of tea on it, as Misery soundlessly stood by the terrace entrance. They were not to interfere with their master's speech, unable to speak themselves without permission. This was not at all an equal relationship. Until ordered, they could not even allow their emotions to be shown in public. If they ever acted on their own without their master's orders, they would be provided with nothing but a quick death. Even demon peers as powerful as them both were mere tools before the demon lord. That was how strong Guy was, and that was why they wouldn't move even if Leon attacked Guy right there. His rule was absolute, and worrying for his safety was the height of disrespect. Their presences were thus ignored as the conversation continued. "Well, as you know, a Walpurgis Council is coming soon. I thought I should implore you to attend, no matter how inconvenient it was. Oh, rare of you to force anything upon me like that. I know, even if it means I owe you a favor, I want you to participate." "Why is that?" "Ah," Guy smiled, enjoying this. "Wary as always, I see. Very well. Let me explain. It was Clayman who proposed this one. A little man. But for some reason, Milim's name was among the co-signers. Milim is one of the oldest demon lords up there with me. She wouldn't lift a finger for someone the likes of Clayman. So, I believe." "You believe that reports of Carillan's death might not be entirely true?" "Oh, you know, do you?" Guy resented having his thoughts guessed so easily. Leon paid it no mind. "Clayman went too far," he continued. "He tried to harass me without leaving any evidence behind, but I'm not letting it pass this time. Whether Carillon lives or not, if Milim is taking action, that is bad news." Guy gave this a relieved nod. I agree with you. This might be just another game to Milim, but I don't like to see anyone tipping the balance of power among the demon lords. It just gives me more work." Waiting to make sure Guy was no longer peeved, Leon decided to tackle the question that interested him the most. "So, Guy, do you think Milim is being controlled by Clayman?" "Thinking about Milim is pointless," came the blunt reply. "Someone like me is too intelligent to read the behavior of a moron. That is one of my very few weaknesses." He shrugged and gave Leon a broad grin, then went back to his first question. "But if you worry about it that much, Leon, should I assume you will be participating?" Leon could tell that dancing around each other like this would lead them nowhere. "Yes, I intend to. I hate working with others, but this time I suppose I have no choice." "Oh, well, very good. Before then, I was hoping we could embrace each other in bed later this evening. I have no interest in men, or in women unless they strike my fancy. Besides, what benefit would embracing you, as you put it, have for me?" "You don't have to start with that. If you wish, I would happily take on a woman's body for you." Guy slithered in for a hug. Leon, seeing it a mile away, dodged it beautifully. One saw this little exchange between them on regular occasions. "By the way," he said after it was clear Leon wasn't putting up with it, "it's rather rare for Ramirez to provide feedback to us one way or the other, but do you know anything about this Rimuru person?" This was another topic of the next Walpurgis, something everyone had an interest in since it had marked the first new demon lord after Leon. "The way Clayman puts it," Leon replied, "he's just a self-styled demon lord. Personally, if he has the strength to back it up, I have no problem with him." "Ah, so you think Rimuru is qualified to be a demon lord?" "I was just wondering, since Ramirez, of all people, is involved. If someone's piqued her interest that much, it should be a lot of fun for me." Although this Walpurgis was convened by Clayman, Ramirez had made the additional proposal of having Rimuru himself attend. By Guy's estimate, Ramirez must have had something to say about Clayman's actions here. "Ramirez? Ramir? I have trouble dealing with that fairy. She makes fun of me every time we meet. I've thought about strangling her to death countless times." But if it was Ramirez making this request, Leon had to agree with it. He couldn't help but feel like he owed that much to her. "Better not. If you kill her, you'd be making me your enemy, you realize." "I'm sure. I wasn't being serious. Besides, there's no way I'd win in a fight against you." That was no lie. Leon was no fan of Ramirez and her big mouth, but he didn't actually mean her harm. And to be honest, he had no hope of beating Guy. They were both equal in Demon Lord rank, but the difference in strength was like night and day. Leon was closer to misery and rain than Guy on that score. There was just no comparison. "Mum, I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe you'd kill me 1 in a million times." "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not interested in a fight I'm not guaranteed to win. Quit being so modest. There aren't many people who could wound me. The mere fact that you have a chance of killing me makes you more than strong enough, Leon." Puffed. "The truth's the truth. You and Milim are on a different echelon from us. And speaking of that," Leon was reminded of something. The reported resurrection of Veldora, the storm dragon. And when he told that story, Leon managed to honestly shock Guy for the first time in his life. Just then, an icy, shrill voice echoed across the terrace, cutting them off. "Oh my, I am very interested in that topic." The voice was a perfect match for the beautiful woman it belonged to. Her skin was like porcelain. Her eyes a fascinating sort of cold, glowing blue diamond in color. Her pearl-white hair cascaded past her cheeks, where the light green shade of her lips drew the eye. She was allowed to move and speak without Guy's permission, shining more beautifully than any crown jewel. She was praised as the Ice Empress by some, but to the rest of the world she was known as Velzard, the Ice Dragon, one of only 4 dragon types to exist, and the Demon Lord Guy Crimson's friend and partner. Just like Leon, she was on equal footing with Guy. "Ah, Velzard," Leon said, dripping with sarcasm. "I suppose there was a dragon type here, wasn't there? My, cold as always, aren't we? But I'm glad to have the chance to see you." "Are you? Well, it's a great honor to have a glimpse at your face." There was little real emotion behind this exchange. "You never did get along with each other," Guy observed with a groan. Not that he had any interest in mediating. Normally this would kick off a series of back-and-forth put-downs, but today Velzard changed the subject. "So, the topic you were discussing? Sir Leon, my younger brother, has awoken?" Her blue eyes were shining as she asked for details on Leon's big news. "You are sure of that, Leon? I stopped feeling his presence 2 years ago, so I assumed he had met his end, but if Veldora had resurrected himself, it would have been obvious. His massive, out-of-control aura would have changed the world's weather patterns. But none of that happened. Guy and Velzard could be excused for their shock. It's no mistake. A spy I sent to the Western nations reported as much to me. Oh, so why is that evil dragon acting so obedient? Has he weakened to the point that he can no longer replenish his magicule stores? And who would have undone the seal placed upon him? I don't think he could have broken out by himself. The hero had sealed Veldora away, and Velzard had done nothing to save him from it. To her, this was a good way to teach Veldora a lesson for all that selfish rioting. She figured she would spring him out before he disappeared for good, once he was a bit more mature. But then he really did disappear, which perplexed her. It happened much quicker than she anticipated. As the spy put it, Clayman's scheming was the cause. He had impressed upon the Western nations, and the larger kingdom of farmers in particular, to defeat and destroy the great forest of Jura alliance this Rimuru character has established. The results cost Farmus its entire military force and caused Rimuru to place his hat in the Demon Lord ring. You know much about this, Leon. Of course I do. I'm a former human, unlike you. I've also just recently learned that Veldora was apparently sleeping right in the middle of the most intense combat. Just before his soul disappeared for good, he was exposed to vast amounts of blood, and it awoke him. That is the truth. The farmer's troops were subsequently massacred by his rage, he went on to explain, although Rimuru escaped injury. So that's it? The seal just undid itself? That much I can't tell you. Velzard nodded at this. Leon could be right, but a single spy's report wasn't enough to make a policy decision from. The hero's unique skill, unlimited imprisonment, encased its target in a dimension of an imaginary number, shutting out any access or interaction with the real world. But now Veldora was exercising his presence here once more. Perhaps the hero's seal wasn't so complete after all. This made sense to her before Leon corrected her. That's possible, yes, but I have another theory. What if someone swallowed Veldora up, seal and all, and placed him in another subspace of their own making? Guy smiled giddily at this. Oh, I like that. So someone did undo the hero's seal, then. The seal's too interwoven with the hero's own abilities to be undone by any normal skill. Perhaps you or I could do it, but if this person exists, then he must be as powerful as us. How fun! It is just a possibility, keep in mind. And you think this person might be Rimuru, Leon? Exactly. I see. Then we definitely do need to size this person up. Now, it made sense to Guy. No wonder Leon wasn't showing his typical reluctance to attend a council. Clayman was engaged in reckless violence. Milim was acting unusually strange. Rimuru undid Veldora's seal and declared himself Demon Lord. What if all these events were actually connected? At the very least, it'd make this Walpurgis a hell of a lot of fun. A longing smile erupted across Guy's face. You know, he whispered, why Veldora is acting so obedient, then? I think he's been weakened, replied Velzard. I'm receiving only the tiniest of reactions from his presence. Nothing like before. Even as a fellow dragon type, Velzard had to concentrate to receive even a weak blip from her younger brother. If his energy had been drained, that would explain that. Strange that he hasn't acted out at all, though. With his personality, violence is practically what he lives for. Velzard was having trouble making sense of all this, too. Well, be that as it may, Leon matter-of-factly replied, I'm not terribly interested in Veldora. If you want to try to drag an old friend of yours back here, be my guest. While Velzard was family and Guy had torn his hair out figuring out what to do with Veldora in the past, Leon had no connection to Veldora. As long as this dragon didn't mess with his domain, he had no intention of being involved. That's how dangerous Veldora was to him. Are you leaving? Yeah. That's all you needed from me, right? Well, one moment. No need for all the rush. I wanted to ask, have you made any progress in pursuing your real goal? You know, targeted summoning? Guy was referring to the experimentation Leon had spent much of his life working on. He was just as interested in the subject as Leon. Not quite yet on that, no. I changed up my plan and tried having them perform summons at random, but that ended in failure as well. It just attracted too much attention, you see. I brought the theory of incomplete summons to the Western nations, but the Free Guild interfered with me. It's already a horribly inefficient way of going about this business, and it'll face another obstacle in the future. Once it does, I'll just have to find another way. To put it in an extreme way, Leon really didn't care about the council or the new demon lord. He was simply trying to pick out young weeds before they grew and got in his way. Obstacle? Yeah. This one apparently saved the lives of some kids who were just waiting to die. Before I could pick them up, no less. Ah, so they were forced into rescue before you saw any results? And you're sure you'll continue being interfered with? Seems likely. He got angry about all these nations summoning children, so he may start applying pressure to each of them. So it's time to clear out that experiment. If we go any further with it, he'll find out that I'm there, behind the scene. Could you perhaps rub out this hindrance? Guy hinted with his eyes that it'd be all too easy for Leon, but his friend simply sighed. Well, this hindrance is the exact Rimuru we were just discussing. What? That's no coincidence, is it? Funny, isn't it? Leon nodded, face dead serious. That's why I wanted to meet him for myself sometime. Of course, he still could have afforded to ignore this Rimuru person if only Ramirez hadn't chosen to stick her nose in. All right. This seems to be getting more curious all the time. Perhaps Milim is thinking along similar lines too. She may be a moron, but she's got quite the instinct for this kind of thing. Perhaps. Tonight's Walpurgis could be a rather raucous occasion. No doubt about it. Leon and Guy exchanged smiles as the gentle blue eyes of Velzard watched over them. They proceeded to chit-chat a little more before Guy changed the subject. By the way, I had been wondering about something else. Who is this collaborator of yours providing your information? I don't know much about him. He seems to be a human from the Empire, and he calls himself a merchant. Summoning an otherworlder required vast amounts of magical energy, exacting conditions, and convoluted rituals to work. The pickier you were about who you summoned, the longer you had to wait before you could attempt the summon again. To get around this, Leon did some business with this merchant, who then conducted the summons for him. And this merchant can be trusted? Trusted? Trust never needs to be involved. All I'm doing is using him. Well, if that's fine with you, I have no complaint. But be careful, all right? I don't want you dying on me. You worried about me? That's a rare sight from you, Guy. But don't worry. I have no plans to die until I'm finished with my goals. Again with those goals. It's that important to you. It sure is. I'd put them ahead of well near everything else in this world. I'm starting to feel jealous. Don't give me that nonsense. But I will accept your warning. See you tonight. With that, Leon left the terrace. Guy refrained from stopping him this time, as Leon left a single shining crystal and used spatial motion to set off. A pair of eyes watched him go. Talk about impatient! I know that's how Leon is. Guy grinned a little as he spoke softly. It feels to me that Leon is leaving himself uncharacteristically open to attack, Velzard observed in her icy voice. He's working with people without even knowing who they are. Should I investigate for him? Nah, Guy replied, unconcerned. Meddling in Leon's affairs would just offend him. I don't want my friends to hate me. To him, Leon was a trusted friend, someone whose personality he was keenly aware of by now. He knew about Leon's talent more than anyone else. If Leon wasn't looking into his cohort's backgrounds, it must have been because he saw no great need to. If he asks us for a favor, you can help him out then. All right. And that was the end of their conversation. Now the attendees of tonight's Walpurgis were set in stone. Clayman proposed the council. Frey and Milim signed on to it. Ramirez, with her additional proposal, was also attending, as was the homebody Leon. Speaking of homebodies, there was another demon lord whose location was a complete enigma. Guy had reached out via their specialized demon lord connection, all but demanding that one's attendance. Beyond that, there was his old friend Dagrel along with Hum. What about that other guy? He should be coming. Dagrel promised to bring him along. And that just left Guy himself. It marked the first Walpurgis in a while to have all the demon lords show up except for the missing Carillon. It should be a fun one, for sure. You want to join me? Velzard reflected on this. No, I think I won't. Perhaps if my brother were there, but otherwise I have no interest in demon lord. No? All right. Keep the lights on for me. I would be glad to. Now, time to prepare. Velzard stood up, leaving Guy to brood over the upcoming Walpurgis as he gazed at the aurora covering the frigid land. A demon lord working behind the scenes, head full of schemes. A newer demon lord, but one that could crumble at any time. An old friend who was starting to get surprisingly active considering he hardly left the house. And then the potential birth of a new demon lord. So exciting! His heart hadn't sung like this for hundreds of years. He needed real change like this. Demon lords weren't friends. They were supposed to be competing with one another. There was no artificial limit placed on their number. There were times when a dozen existed at once, even more. Whether it's 10 or 100, anything was fine. If they weren't strong enough, they'd get pushed out of the picture the next time a Tema war came around every 500 years. It's just that each time that happened, this new crop would fight for a piece of the pie, and to combat this, the maximum number of demon lords was finally set at 10. The human world, once they became aware of this, started calling them the 10 Great Demon Lords. Guy was firmly against it, but it became a sort of tacit agreement among them. The humans didn't mind the demon lords picking one another off until they were a more manageable number. 10 was enough, but Guy figured it was time to put an end to that. The weak didn't deserve the title Demon Lord. Perhaps it was time for a new era of rule to unfold. One, he thought, where real demon lords held sway. Guy was one of the 7 primal demons, and the first demon lord to be summoned to this world as an archdemon. Each of these demons had a primary color associated with them, and his was rouge. He was an unnamed demon unleashed upon the world, fulfilling the wishes of the powerless human who summoned him and destroying a nation that the human was apparently at war with. He followed that up by destroying his human's own nation as well. That earned him his name. Guy, pronounced G, an unpleasant-sounding name like the shrieks of the doomed and desperate as he crushed them. Upon being named, Guy realized he had awakened into his new class of true demon lord. He thought it needless at first, given that he believed he was already the strongest out there. But this evolution also affected the primal demons Vert and Blue, summoned alongside him as errand girls. They, too, were given physical bodies to work with, as well as the brand new class of demon peer. On a whim, Guy decided to make them his servants, and gave them names. For Vert, Misery, reflecting the misery of mankind. For Blue, Rainy, the rains of blood that fell wherever he strode. They had been faithful to him ever since. Just after Guy awakened to Demon Lord Dom, another one did the same. That was Milim, a girl conceived by a human in this world and the first of the 4 dragon types that ever threatened it. That dragon had paid for its strange dalliance by losing the majority of his power to his own child. The act had been reviled as taboo ever since. Upon losing his power, the dragon type dispersed his body, came to the surface to attain a physical form, and became the founder of the dragons as they existed in this world. This led to dragon types as being defined as the self-sentient propagations of natural spirits. The prototypes and all the dragons that existed and thrived in the world came from this first father, Veldanava, the Star King Dragon. One day, the Star King Dragon gave his daughter a pet, a young dragon that would serve as his next incarnation someday. This pet was killed by a certain foolish kingdom that ignited Milim's rage, causing the very heavens to tremble as the nation was destroyed. This made Milim awaken, and the resulting new force sent her wholly out of control, almost wiping all life away from the world. It was Guy who stopped her. The battle took place over 7 days and 7 nights, the most severe anyone had ever seen, turning the bountiful fields of the West into an utter wasteland. In the end, no winner could be crowned. The battle ended once Milim regained her senses. It was Ramirez who did this, back then a leader of spirits who sacrificed her own power to neutralize Milim's rage. She paid a heavy price for this. Being exposed to the auras of demons and dragons sapped her force and made her fall to the world's surface, becoming a continually self-resurrecting fairy. But it did the trick. It prevented the end of the world and allowed Guy and Milim to come to an agreement. These were the first 3 demon lords, and each had their own goals. One wanted to find the farthest reaches of power. One wanted to live free from all barriers. One wanted to promote balance in the world. But that was fine. These differing goals were exactly why they could see one another as equals. The demon lord ranks were soon swelled by a giant protecting the gates to heaven, as well as a vampire from ancient time. A figure fallen from heaven became number 6. This was the 2nd generation, not as strong as the oldest, but more than strong enough to rule over the world. The giant's body was too imbued with the holy element to allow the seeds of Demon Lord Dom to take root, but he was still so blindingly strong that he got in anyway, an unusual path to take. The old vampire was shrewd, sly, and more conniving than any of the others, although someone else was currently occupying her seat at the council for her. The 6th one was interesting, definitely strong, but completely uninterested in the world. Laziness was the watchword here. No doubt had the ability to rule the land, but probably still living, just as fallen as ever, somewhere. 4 out of the 6 demon lords at this point had awakened to the job. Apart from the giant and the fairy, they had survived multiple great wars, polishing their skills with each one, enough so to earn ultimate skills like Guy's and Milim. In addition to them, there was Guy's friend, Leon. Leon was a human and a former hero. A unique upbringing led to him picking up an ultimate skill, making him strong enough even to satisfy Guy's strict standard. That made 7. And how many of this next Walpurgis's attendees would live up to the standard of these 7? Guy couldn't wait to see. And then there was Clayman. That fool thought he could rule over Milim. It was just too hilarious. Guy could barely contain his laughter. That was impossible. If Guy couldn't do it, there was no way someone like Clayman could. Lower-level skills simply didn't work on those who possessed ultimate skills. All the natural laws that ruled this world were nothing more than unique cases to them. They could easily nullify any magical attempt to cloud their minds. An elemental attack that struck at their weak points might have some effect, yes? But mind domination magic? Out of the question. Anyone spineless enough to be ruled over by conditions like that would never be able to obtain an ultimate skill in the first place. Ultimate skills, as the name implied, gave the wielder ultimate power to control the very laws of nature. The only way to counter an ultimate skill was with another ultimate skill. That was the absolute, unbendable rule of this world. Clayman couldn't do a thing against Milim. Milim was just having him dance on the palm of her hand. What a fool! Guy flashed a weak smile as he watched the events unfold. The era of weaklings styling themselves as demon lords had come to an end. The fakers would get sifted out. The generation of true demon lords would begin. Guy was sure of it. He smiled, and thus he set off for what was bound to be the most chaotic Walpurgis in recent memory. Chapter 4. In the Land of Destiny. So everything was set. After giving my final instructions to Veldora, I waited for an envoy to direct me to the council site. I didn't know where it was, so I'd be going along with Ramirez, who, by the way, also didn't know. I asked why, and she had replied, because someone always comes to take me there, which made sense, I suppose, in its own way. The way she always got lost, wherever she went, I guess it's just a given that she had a guide. If someone doesn't really feel like memorizing a route, they never will, no matter how many times they repeat it. Either way, I figured someone would be teleporting in to guide us, so I decided to wait for that. It was almost an hour before midnight when I was contacted. Not by an envoy, but by Benimaru. What's up? Some kind of problem? I was expecting the worst, but Benimaru instead had a request for me. Battle had just begun with the enemy, and we already had a full gauge of their capacity. The gifts Benimaru earned from my awakening had upgraded his class to Oni. This was a type of spiritual life form along the lines of the Dryads. Benimaru, in other words, had reached the same lofty heights as trainee. Shuna, Soe, and Hakura were all Onis as well, which put them about as high up on that ladder as you can go. This was wonderful, but the issue was the skill Benimaru obtained. The unique skill-born leader was geared toward granting enhanced control over his powers, as befitting the naturally aggressive Benimaru. No matter how much of it he unleashed, he could keep himself from rampaging out of control. Its secret lay in computed prediction, which could fully read the flow of power in his body and prevent bursts of waste. It was also useful in battles between large armies, not just in duels. He could sense the flow of power among his forces, reading his chances for victory like a prophet. If things were looking bad for his side, he could instantly send orders to his forces and change his strategy. It was almost like cheating. In a battlefield, the correct conveyance of information meant everything, and this allowed him to command his full army without a single miscommunication. Right now, the combined forces of 30,000 were under Benimaru's command, and he could move them as smoothly and easily as his own limb. These 30,000 elites were no also-ran army, that's for sure. What's more, the Born Leader skill also came with the Inspire Forces effect, adding bonuses to the forces he led that boosted their power by some 30% or more. That meant the entire army was nearly a third stronger. We weren't losing out in troop numbers. We had better quality fighters. We weren't disadvantaged in any way. If we could get that bonus too, then hell, all the better. And with all of that, Benimaru could see from the start that victory was ours. Once he did, he had a bright idea for a new strategy. So that's why I wish to attack the main enemy force. So he's ready to go as well, and so I thought that if Clayman's castle is indeed beyond that cloud, we might as well lay waste to it too. That Benimaru, brimming with confidence. Isn't that dangerous? You've only barely begun fighting. We don't know how this'll turn out yet. We're fine. I am stationed over here. It would be Soe and Hakuro striking the castle. Wait, my brother. Shuna had interrupted our thought communication as she was preparing some tea. This was supposed to be a secure line? She broke in there a little too easily for my tastes. Hello, Shuna. What did you want? I could hear Benimaru's voice jump several octaves. Don't ask me what I want, my brother. The Demon Lord Clayman is dangerous. He has the power to bend people's minds. If Soi or Hakuro fell victim to that, no, they'd be perfectly fine against. You can't. If you insist on sending them in, then I'll join them. Wow, Shuna's usually a lot more chill than this. What's gotten into her? Benimaru and Shuna continued to argue as I sat there in shock. As my friend in my previous life put it, there's no way a man can ever win against his younger sister. Benimaru was no longer brimming with confidence at all. The all-out assault from Shuna sent him reeling. The next thing I knew, Shuna was beaming at me. All right, Sir Rimuru. Give me your orders to move out. How do I respond to that? I didn't want to send Shuna anywhere lethal, but she did have a point. No matter how unlikely, I'd never want Sue to be thought-controlled. I wanted to keep them from doing anything dangerous, but taking a castle to rob the enemy of an escape point was a classic strategy. With Clayman gone for the Walpurgis Council, now would be the perfect opportunity. Still, I mean, as long as I made sure Clayman didn't get away, we're good, right? And it's not like I wanted to kill every single one of the magic-born working for him. You have nothing to worry about, Sir Rimuru, so I chimed in. I promise I will keep Lady Shuna safe. And with me around, Hakuro added, it will be no problem to at least peek into the enemy's stronghold. They might be holding Lord Carillan there. I feel we need to investigate. My thought communication was getting worryingly busy. Shuna must have recruited them both to convince me. It was rare for her to act so selfishly, so I could understand why they wanted her to have her way this time. The fact Carillan was last seen being taken in the direction of Clayman's castle also intrigued me. I am terribly angered by all this, Rimuru. It is hard for me to contain my feelings. What Clayman has done is unforgivable. Duh! Yeah, I get that. I know I'm not the only one who felt a little helpless against him back there, and I can see how Shuna would resent being left waiting around on the home front. All right, I'll let Shuna join in, but Soi and Hakuro, I want her safety to be job one for you. And if their Eiki has more defenders than you predicted, put safety first and just bring back intelligence for me. Even if you discover Carillan, don't reach out to him unless you're sure it's safe. Got it? Got it? Thank you for accepting her request. I will be fine, Shuna replied. I can simply teleport out if something happens. Indeed. Hakuro laughed. If anyone might be taking their sweet time in there, I imagine it would be me. All of us have resistances to spirit-based attacks, pointed out Soi, so I imagine we will not waste much time. And with Lady Shuna there is nothing to be concerned about. If we do discover Lord Carillan, we will think over matters then. That put my mind at ease a little. Certainly, with Shuna's unique skill passer, she'd be able to identify any attacks aimed for her mind, and with spatial motion also in her arsenal, I didn't see that much to worry about. She didn't have that much magical energy to tap, but the skills in her quiver were excellent. So I was right about Carillan as well. He might not be there at all, so there was no point harping on the issue. All right. You have my permission then, but always make sure you're on top of the situation over there. Just in case, I'll have you begin operations at midnight, just after the Walpurgis Council begin. Yes. So now I had a 3-member team attempting to infiltrate Clayman's base of operations. It was just before midnight now, so I decided to take a moment to ask Veldora about the Demon Lords. I have no interest in such little gnats, he began, of course, but he still had a fair amount to say about them all, except for Leon, who ascended to the role after he was sealed away. Given his penchant for violent rages across the countryside, Veldora had fought against a demon lord or two in his time. Around 2,000 years ago, He attacked and destroyed a city of vampires, which naturally earned him the anger of legions of those creatures, a chase he apparently loved. One of them, a female vampire, was particularly beautiful and beautifully dressed, and boasted strength beyond all her peers. When the dust finally settled, her cadre of vampires disappeared from the scene, and Veldora didn't know what had happened to them. What was her name? I believe it was Lurus, or Milas. Regardless, I never treated her that seriously, but she was a rather challenging plaything for me, so I would be wary around her. She can't take a joke, do you see? I think that was more Veldora's fault than hers. Anyone would be a little pissed off after their homeland was burned to embers. Of course, that was millennia ago. Maybe she's mellowed. "Oh," interjected Ramirez from adjacent to me. "Did you know that guy Valentine's a demon lord now, too?" This Valentine had apparently taken over the original one's role about 1,500 years ago. I can only hope time's healed wounds between these vampires and Veldora. Dagrel, the demon lord giant, was another keen rival of the dragons. They had tussled several times, with no clear victor ever being crowned, and if Veldora bothered to remember his name, he must have been a pretty mean match. This guy had the power, or the guts at least, to take on a dragon type, probably a standout among the demon lords. Better watch for him. Our conversation moved on to the topic of demons. Veldora had apparently dispatched several groups of demons in his time, a practice he found fun, since even if you incinerated them, they always resurrected to an even stronger form over time. A bunch of great playmates for him, really. Not even he had fought the lord of these demons, however. This king held his domain in a castle on the frozen tundra of the northern continent, a place so frigid that he never bothered to make the trip. It is far too cold up there. What's the need for me to pay a visit? Qua ha ha ha! That sounded pretty evasive to me, but he refused to give up any more details. No need to think about that now, though. It would be going pretty far out of his way to storm the place. Yeah, well, guy isn't any pushover, Ramirez observed. Me, him, and Milim are the oldest demon lords you'll ever find. That doesn't mean much coming from Ramirez. Suddenly, Guy sounds like nothing special at all. But, well, I'll back burner this guy. So, how many demon lords does that leave remaining? I'd already met Milim, Ramirez, and Carillon. We had just discussed Valentine, Dagrel, and Guy. There was Frey, the one who Phobio said had dealt the decisive blow to Carillon. There was Leon to think about, along with my current target, Clayman. So one more. I couldn't say. The allegedly sage Veldora was useless. "Oh, you must mean Daeno," Ramirez cried. "He's even more of a goof-off demon lord than I am. I suppose he and Ramirez were two peas in a pod, then?" "We are not. I'll just ignore that. So that's 10, some of whom had a bone to pick with Veldora. I'd need to keep that in mind as we discussed matters. Many seemed far more capable of defending themselves than I thought. Using this wimp Ramirez as a baseline could land me in deep trouble. Maybe it was better to assume Milim was par for the course with them. Even after my evolution, I was leery about my chances of beating her in battle. We had sparred a few times, but she wasn't being at all serious about it. I needed more data. In sparring mode, I could totally take her on now, but I couldn't be cocky until I knew what she was more fully capable of. I still couldn't believe that Milim de facto approved of rubbing me out. There's got to be something behind that. She's not the type to backstab her friends or be mind-controlled like that, and there was never going to be any negotiating with her. There had to be some reason, a reason of her devising, too. Well, no point dwelling on it. I'll figure it out when I see her. As we talked, I felt a wrinkle in space erupt out of nowhere. Here comes our ride, I thought, as this huge, bombastic, ominous-looking gate appeared. Pretty fancy. Me, I usually just kind of ripped a hole in time and space, so maybe I could learn from this. Once I had a concrete image in mind, it'd be easier for me to whip up a gate like this next time and teleport through it. Regardless, the door opened, revealing a green-haired woman in a dark red maid's outfit. She bowed her head toward Ramirez. "I have come to take you, Lady Ramirez. And is this your guest? I'll be happy to guide you together." Then she stood by the gate and lowered her eyes, eliminating her presence as much as possible. A well-trained pro at the servant biz, it felt like, but something concerned me. She was exuding just as much overpowering force as Diablo at his best. She was a demon, a high-level one. Regular demons could only climb so high up the ladder. No matter how long-lived they were, an archdemon was about the most they could hope for. Anything beyond that required a certain trigger, which, in the case of Diablo, was me naming him. This let him break out of the base demon framework entirely, evolving him from an archdemon to a so-called demon peer. I have no interest in strength, he had said at the time, but now I see there is always something higher to strive for. Perhaps I should try to make more of an effort at this. He had no interest in strength, but he had a hell of a lot of interest in fighting. As he put it, he had been too content with himself before, since becoming too strong would squeeze all the fun out of battle. Was he kidding with me? Because if he wasn't, that's just scary. And now I had this other demon peer here, this maid, or more like a maiden messenger from the underworld, I suppose. With the kind of anime and manga I consumed way back when, a maid was more a type of battle unit than anything, and with her being a demon peer and all, she was clearly one deadly woman. "Oh, hey, haven't seen you in an age, Miseri. How's Guy doing?" Ramirez clearly wasn't afraid of her. In some ways, it made her even scarier. "It is not upon me to worry about the condition of my master." "Ah, haven't changed a bit, have you?" "Well, that's fine." She fluttered her way into the gate, the rest of us following behind. We had to hurry or else we'd get shut out. If I wasted any more time here stealing my resolve and wound up missing my ride there, I don't know how I'd ever explain that to Benimaru and the rest. "So, this maid Miseri works for the Demon Lord Guy? The Lord of the Demons, and one of the oldest demon lords to boot?" If he recruited demon peers as doormen, that said a lot about his power. Probably shouldn't try riling him, then unless the times called for it. But having someone as strong as Miseri do this kind of low-end work? Talk about arrogance. Here I thought the demon lords were all I had to worry about. So much for that. Maybe I should have taken Diablo along after all, even if he and Shion would have gone out of control with each other. Well, it's too late for second-guessing. Time to put up or shut up. The world's rulers are waiting for me beyond, but I didn't feel scared. That's because I was one of them, one of the strongest in the world. If anything, I felt cool as a cucumber as I crossed the door. Benimaru grinned broadly as he surveyed the battle unfolding below him. It was all going according to plan. The enemy had been lured like clockwork right into the traps Geld set, which could have been predicted given how lightly they had treated the Tempest's side. So Rimuru was right, he said to himself, pitying his foes. If they've set the table this kindly for us, it would almost be more difficult to lose. They could pull this off, thanks to the perfect control he had over his armies, but Benimaru didn't think it that impressive of a feat. As he said, they had caught Clayman's forces comically off guard. They expected their numbers to overwhelm Tempest after all. They had pursued the fleet-footed beastmen fighters that had posed as refugees, and now they were completely cornered. Alvis flew up to the point in the air Benimaru chose to watch events from. "It appears to be decided," she observed, quietly flapping her wings so as not to break Benimaru's train of thought. By this point, I see no way for the enemy to recover itself. Ah, Lady Alvis. He turned his crimson eyes to her. Enough of that blather. We haven't won anything yet. Please, Sir Benimaru, Alvis is fine. You are not subordinate to me, he coldly refused. No, perhaps I am not, but we beastmen have given up our command to you for the moment. Benimaru nodded his understanding. Very well. For this battle, at least, I will appoint you as my aide. I appreciate it, Sir Benimaru. Now, in name, at least, Benimaru had command of this combined force. With the supervisor of all Eurazania's armies officially declaring herself below him, Benimaru was now officially supreme leader of the entire show. There was no defying the supreme leader. In the world of monsters, the strongest called the shots. But despite appointing you my aide, I'm not sure there is much left to do, is there? I am keeping a steady watch on matters, but victory is imminent. I agree with you. However, I do sense the presence of several strong members on their side. True, the unwavering Benimaru replied. Once the outcome is set in stone, I will send Geld's troops their way. Hold on, Sufia interjected. I want to join in on that. Yeah, Phobio added. I don't want you hoarding all the action, Commander. This is the land of beastmen, our land. If we leave it all to you, Lord Carillon will chew us out for it. He's right. If you've left us to ensure everyone is safe, you could at least let us handle this battle. Sir Benimaru, said Alvis, I leave command of the armies to you. Please allow us to target and defeat the ringleader of the enemy force. All three bowed their heads to him. Benimaru greeted this with a clicking of the tongue. So that's why you made me commander? Oh, how do you mean? Alvis replied, playing dumb. Very well. I was planning to have you join the fight anyway. However, if you feel you are about to lose, retreat at once. With some of their fighters, arrogance could be your downfall. He had a point. Several members of Clayman's force remained question marks. Depending on who was paired with whom, things could become dicey in the battle ahead. But, Benimaru thought as he boldly smiled to himself, I'm always here. As long as I can detect when we're in danger, we will not lose. Each of the lycanthropeers already had their targeted prey in mind, sharpening their claws and letting their proud animal instincts run wild in pursuit of these loathsome interlopers. The trap would go off in another few minutes. I wanted to ask you something else, Alvis said as she waited. What will we do with those caught in our trap? Kill them all, is what I would like to say, Benimaru thought for a moment. But I would like to leave judgment on that to you beastmen. Meaning? Take anyone willing to cooperate with us prisoner. Sir Rimuru is a generous leader despite appearances. He is not a great proponent of genocide, although he'll gladly carry it out if they take any of our lives. I see. In that case, let us decide how to deal with the prisoners later. Certainly. That is fine. I imagine Sir Rimuru probably pictures them as a potential source of labor. Oh, you are going to rebuild your capital, aren't you? Benimaru casually asked. The more able workers, the better. You'll do that much for us. Alvis, along with her two cohorts, was shocked. Rimuru not only took victory almost as a given, he already had the script written for what came next. Where does that confidence come from? We're fighting the closest companions to the cunning, deceitful Clayman, and yet the biggest surprise of all, though, was fighting this on the assumption that they'd take prisoners. In this world, it was far easier for most people to kill in battle rather than capture. You would never find a commander who'd care whether a force was partially surrendering before doing them all in with ranged magic. The idea of using prisoners as a labor force had never occurred to anyone before. This shook the three lycanthropeers to the core. It meant that the magic-born working under Rimuru never even considered the possibility of defeat. They went into this fight backed by an absolute confidence in their victory. "Well," Benimaru added with a laugh, assuming our strategy goes to plan, "it only terrified the beastmen more." And then the battle began. "Everything to plan, Sokka." "Understood, Sir Benimaru." With that short exchange, the Clayman force experienced its first casualties. They were about 100 magic-born, led by a named one of some renown, but they all died at once, their magical cores plucked out by Sokka when she appeared out of nowhere. The 4 team members working under him were already busy taking down the other squad captains of Clayman's army, only striking those targets they were absolutely sure they could defeat. That was Benimaru's order, and they followed it to the letter. The result, the enemy's chain of command, was pulverized. Orders from above were no longer making it to the foot soldiers. "This is a trap! The beastmen have surrounded us." "That's crazy!" "How could they?" "Retreat. We have to regroup our forces." By the time they noticed, it was too late. Unlike a human army, monsters tended to over-rely on their own strength and bravery. A leader to guide their instincts was indispensable. Without them, Clayman's army was doomed to fall to pieces. "Geld, you may begin." "Yes, sir." His orders given, Geld called out the signal. "Start it now." "Rah!" The next moment, the ground caved in, swallowing up the enemy forces. Tempestians gifted in controlling the earth had unleashed their magic. This natural-looking stretch of land was actually pockmarked with pit traps, an illusion created by their skill. Only monsters with the power of flight could escape, and even those were quickly picked off by avian beastmen and Gabiel's team Hiryu. The ones who were caught found themselves in a cavernous underground hollow, the soil liquefied beneath. They were unhurt, but buried up to their waists, unable to move. These were monsters, of course. Some used magic or skills to wriggle out of this mousetrap, falling over their weaker companions to reach solid ground again. But the plan accounted for this, too. It helped thin out the crowd. The stronger ones among the force were killed without any chance to resist. The weaker, seeing this, had their hearts crushed. The survivors would know all too well where they stood strength-wise, likely losing their will to fight. The pit trap was set up entirely to procure pliable prisoners willing to follow orders. 10 or so minutes after the plan was launched, the battle was already far too one-sided to offer any hope for a turnaround. Benimaru had a bird's-eye view of over 10,000 Clayman soldiers, cut off and plunged into the pitfall. Geld's yellow numbers were patrolling the edges, surrounding all the holes at regular intervals and taking out the magic-born who managed to claw their way up. The enemy forces were outnumbered, and any unexpected shows of strength were handled with Tempest's superior numbers and equipment. Even the most powerful magic-born could be taken out by a handful of beastmen or Team Kurenai. Most of Clayman's force had marched into what appeared to be a flat field. The remaining several thousand were holed up in the rear, but they weren't enough to change anything. "We won," Benimaru matter-of-factly whispered. "Truly an amazing show," marveled Alvis. We were bound to win. That was why we couldn't afford to let our guard down. I have my own work to do now. Alvis, Lycanthropias, you are free to do as you like. Take the heads of the enemy leaders. That's what I've been waiting for, man. I'll be back. Now we can finally have some fun. I can smell the bastard who defied me before. Think I'll go after him first. I suppose I will join them too. The rest is up to you, Sir Benimaru. The commander nodded, face pointed straight ahead. Go! Yes, sir. With that, the 3 warriors sprang into action. Sufia tore across the sky, faster than wings could take her. This was skywalk at work, an art only a small handful of magical creatures could wield, but Sufia used it like second nature. She was headed for a small group at the very far end of the battlefield, unarmed and looking out of place. They were priests, led by Midray of the Dragon Faithful. She didn't know them, but Sophia's animal instincts told her that these were the strongest forces the enemy boasted. As she sped forth, she heard the voice of Gabel, commander of the skies. He and the 100 members of Team Hiryu were following her. Let me give you a hand, Lady Sophia. Ah, Gabriel. She smiled a beautiful, heroic smile. Sorry, but you might be left with the short end of the stick here. Wah-ha-ha! Not a problem for me. We've taken care of most of the aerial forces, and I wouldn't want to take any more work from the flying beastmen. Where are the enemies that lie between us and victory? Ah, victory is ours, yes, but I think we have to put down the people in the back just in case things go haywire on us. Right, right. I hear you loud and clear. You get that, men? Understood, General. As long as you don't screw up either, General. Gabel snarled at his dragonauts. Their exchanges usually went something like this. Sophia chuckled at it a bit before focusing her lethal energies on the target ahead. Midray had set up camp in a safe spot toward the rear, although it wasn't a camp so much as a completely different location, a medic facility built by the supply team. He hadn't asked for this battle, but being so belittled by the Force all this time made him feel too embarrassed to face Milim again. Lady Milim will surely deride me for this too. The thought concerned him enough that he demanded to be stationed on the front lines. That request was turned down by Yamza, who certainly didn't do it out of concern for Midray's safety. He just didn't want anyone else horning in on his upcoming glory. Still, victory was all but guaranteed today. Their force was 3 times the size of the enemy's, which was not at all a coherent fighting unit. They were being forced to retreat while guarding a large crowd of refugees, rendering them incapable of any counterattack. It's more dishonorable, if anything, to attack an opposing force like this. Such was the thought in Midray's mind in the days leading up to this clash. Things, however, did not quite work out that way. We might be in trouble, Father. The battle's all but lost, isn't it? Mum, they are weak, Hermes, too weak. I had no idea the Demon Lord Clayman's soldiers were this incapable. They aren't, Father. The enemy just had the superior strategy. What? What? Don't be stupid. We should have the power to force our way right through any of their silly tricks. If that's the weak excuse you have for this, I'm disappointed in you, Hermes. Look, if this was just a one-on-one duel, that's one matter, but in mass combat like this, the quality of your army's command is what decides the day. That, and how well you can catch the enemy unawares. Today, that was the opposing side. They hid their war power until the last moment and even sprang a trap on us. Puffed! I can see that much. Midray was never one to use his head very much. Hermes had a habit of bringing up all these meddlesome, annoying topics with him just because he happened to be a little smarter and he never liked that much. Now, however, even Midray could see that there was nothing he could retort with. The scene presented to him was all the evidence Hermes needed. But, Father Midray, I know the fighters headed our way, they're powerful. As much as I hate to say it, we are standing in the midst of a battlefield. If they're coming for us, I say we come for them. So it goes, does it? Very well, then. Hermes reluctantly agreed as Midray next to him began to burn with a desire to fight. Here, in the rear of Clayman's forces, was fought the most intense and ferocious of the day's conflict. Landing on solid ground, Phobio silently ran forward. Discovering a group hiding in the shadows behind the battlefield, he stopped right in front of them. There stood a man wearing a mask of anger and a girl wearing a mask of tears. This strange duo was Footman, the angry jester, and Tear, the teardrop jester, both members of the moderate jesters and both here observing the battle by Clayman's request. "Hey," Fabio quietly said, holding back his rage. "I owe you one from last time." Footman's eyes twinkled ominously beneath his mask. "Oh ho! Well, well, if it isn't Sir Fabio." "Sir Fabio?" Tia said in a chiding, sing-song voice as she traipsed around him. "The beastman who could never quite become a demon lord. Sir Fabio, the one who lost to Milim. Thank you so much for helping us out then." Glad you still remember me. It'd be a shame if I killed you when you had no idea why you deserved it." "Ooh. Oh, what are you angry about?" How odd. What could this fool be so livid for? Those raging emotions are so delectable, but there's no reason for us to die here. "Oh, not at all, not at all." "Shut up! Maybe I was a fool for letting you trick me, but a fool like me doesn't need a reason to ask for a little payback from you guys." Fabio broke out his sharp claws. Tear and Footman were unmoved. You want to go with us? You shouldn't push yourself like that. You're too weak for that." "Ah, ho, ho." "None of that, Tia. Sir Fabio here is trying to make us laugh with this little joke of his." Neither could successfully rile up Fabio. More than anything, he regretted letting his short temper steer him straight to failure in the past. So, once the greetings were over, he quickly stepped forward and instantly closed the gap between them. Realizing their mind games had no effect against him, Footman and Tia changed their approach. Things began to move quickly. The air twisted around them, opening a portal through which a man with the head of a wild boar appeared. "Long time no see, Footman. Remember me?" "Oh, Ah, the Orc General. My, look at how impressive you've become." Footman attempted to sound playful with the sarcastic taunt, but the expression on his face indicated he was in trouble. Despite appearances, Footman was a cool-headed, calculating type, a trait Geld was fully aware of. The jester was with the forces that laid waste to the ogre village that Benimaru and the others called home, and Geld knew his powers were difficult to ignore. Footman was on a different level from other magic-born, as far as Geld was concerned. Plus, there was Tia, Footman's peer in many ways. The extent of her powers was an unknown, but she wasn't one to be underestimated. Fabio might have been the black leopard fang of the Beastmaster's warrior alliance, but even with his strength, taking on Footman and Tear by himself would spell trouble. The beastman let the rage bubble within. "Hey, well done, Sir Benimaru. Not a disagreeable piece of prey at all." The commander, overseeing the battle from the skies, had ordered Geld to assist Fabio. He wondered why at first, seeing as it meant Geld would abandon his command post, but now he saw that Benimaru was right. The rest of the battle had already been decided, to the point that even Geld's aides could handle it well enough. Only the top leaders among the magic born under Rimuru's command could handle two moderate jesters like this. "Allow us to assist, Sir Fabio." "Ah, Geld. Thank you. Thank you." Fabio wasn't turning him down. Even here he could sense the difference in combat ability between him and this pair. To him, the best path to victory was worth choosing more than his own pride. So began a smaller battle between two duos in the shadow of a small hill away from the battlefield. The reports Yamza received from this battlefield bewildered him. The overwhelming advantage he thought he had was just an enemy trap all along. He didn't want to consider the thought of defeat. It would obviously enrage Clayman. He had to find a way to turn this around, to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, but he doubted he had the manpower left to achieve it. He still had enough of his wits to realize that, and now he had to think of other forces he might be able to stir into action. The Five Fingers, Clayman's inner circle of associates, was led by the middle finger, Yamza, the strongest magic born out of them all. Only Adelman, the pointer finger, and Ninehead, the thumb, could compare with him. Adelman, head of the defense forces in Clayman's castle, began life as a deathly spirit who resided in the great forest of Jur. He was a well-known bishop during his living years, but that meant nothing now. Clayman's accursed magic had greatly boosted his power as a monster, transforming him into a white king that ruled over the undead. The holy force he wielded when he was alive had transformed into impure demonic power that he used to curse the living. But despite his vast strength, Adelman had one weakness: his lack of intellect. The only thing he could do was follow his orders to destroy any intruders. That's why he wasn't involved in this war. Ninehead, meanwhile, was a fox spirit, an extreme rarity in her field. She was still young, just 300 years old, and only 3 of her tails had grown out. Her magicule energy, however, was already well past Yamza's, up to the level of Clayman himself. She was with him now at the Walpurgis Council, serving as his bodyguard, so Yamza couldn't tap her for backup either. It'll have to be Adelman, then. The problem was how to call him over. Actually, no, it wasn't a problem. It would be simple to have him show up right this instant. Yamza would have to then gather up his surviving troops, flee back into Milim's domain, meet with him there, and go back on the offensive. That's the best approach, he thought. Walpurgis councils had lasted upward of a month in the past. If all went well, he could wrap this whole thing up before Clayman came back. It wouldn't exactly be simple to make Adelman move, but it wasn't impossible. Either way, if he stood down and accepted defeat right now, it was clear Yamza would be purged. Lord Clayman is a vicious man. He would do away with me in no time. I'm sure of it, and even if I were lucky enough to survive, I don't want to turn into a soulless puppet. As much as it vexes me, I must admit defeat here, but I will reign victorious in the end. Yamza turned his gaze toward the battlefield, and there he witnessed a sight that made him doubt his eyes. In the front was a bewitchingly beautiful woman, her hair a mix of blonde and black. She held a golden staff and was boldly racing across the land as if no one was around her at all. Protecting her was a group of Carillan's finest, the Beastmaster's warrior alliance. They numbered only a few dozen, but almost no one could defy them in combat, each one bearing the strength of 1,000. There was Zol, an elephant beastman, Talos, a bear beastman. They couldn't beat the 3 lycanthropeers, but they were all stout fighters, worthy of serving under the great Beastmaster. They were also accompanied by a group in crimson garb using searing flame spells to burn away the supplemental forces kept in the rear. They meant little to Yamza, but there was no doubting they were ranked above the magic born around them. Things had suddenly become very bad for him. The unbelievable visitors deepened Yamza's gloom. It can't be. Why are the 3 lycanthropeers here? Have they abandoned their troops and come to provide reinforcements themselves? But how could that? He could hear the trusted magic born around him shouting. Agitation was in the air. They're pointing their greatest force toward our main army. Allow me to interrupt, sir. We can't make contact with our lookouts. Someone has killed them all. What? The enemy was moving so fast, they were completely behind on dealing with them. By the time Yamza noticed that, they were already lethally late. The realization made the blood drain from his head. There would be no regrouping now. Even escape would be fiendishly difficult. No. I may not even be able to escape here with my life. Yamza began to panic. If this was one-on-one, he might be able to deal with that, but he wasn't self-absorbed enough to think he stood a chance against a squadron like this. Buy me some time. I will return to our homeland and bring Adelman back here. He can summon the dead to restore our forces. It was just a pretext. He already knew all was lost, and he had decided to run away as fast as possible. Luckily, he had only volunteered his fealty to Clayman, so his behavior was not restricted the way it was with the other 4 fingers. Following him any farther would be suicide, and that made it easy for Yamza to sever all ties. "Yes, sir. We can give you 3 hours, sir." His men each gave him stern, resolved looks that did nothing to move his heart. All he could think about was how stupid they were. The next moment, he chanted a teleportation spell. But something was off. "It's not working? Is this a spatial blockade?" Yes. He was already too late. The moment Yamza and his men saw Alvis's gaze landed on them as well, thanks to the power of her skill snake eye. It was an extra skill, one that applied a large variety of ailments, paralysis, poison, insanity, and so forth, and worked on anyone caught in her line of vision. A tremendously useful skill. The only way to escape it was by either successfully resisting it or simply weathering it out. And Alvis had another card up her sleeve, the unique skill Oppressor. This spatial skill gave her the effects of mind accelerate, spatial control, and spatial motion, letting her impede enemy movement and give her allies superior positioning. A single motion from her was enough to neutralize all the masses surrounding Yamza. The more weak-hearted of them were instantly driven mad. The stronger ones were still paralyzed long enough for the poison to kill them off. Some had even been turned to stone. Less than 100 managed to emerge unscathed. Before they could put up any resistance, the unworthy had been denied even the right to stand before Alvis. Her spatial control had snuffed out Yamza's magic, having the power to both obstruct spells and fix their spatial coordinates in place to prevent them from affecting the air around the caster at all. No magical escape from this area was possible now, this area being the range of Alvis's vision. The entire battlefield was now in her total control. Such was the power of the golden snakehorn. Realizing escape was impossible, Yamza gritted his teeth. He still had a last resort, but it was a forbidden one that he'd prefer not to use. Beyond that, the only path to survival involved winning this. So be it. Let's show them what we've got. Sir Yamza. Sir Yamza at his finest could overwhelm even the 3 lycanthropias. "Let me join you, sir." "Our fighting will surely please Sir Clayman." His men were elated for the fight. Yamza found it boundlessly foolish. The demon Lord Clayman sought only 2 things, victory and profit. He would never accept this performance, wasteful attrition followed up by total defeat. The only thing he believes in is pure, unadulterated power. No matter how faithful Yamza was to him, Clayman never saw him as one of his own. He was just a useful pawn, a talented minion. That was as far as the Lord's affection went. The ice blade had been a gift, yes, but it was simply provided in an effort to strengthen him. It was all for Clayman's sake. Still, Yamza provided him with respect and reverence, and the gifts he received in return helped. They both had a common interest, but Yamza had no intention of offering his life to Clayman. About time to head out. I have to survive this and bounce back. This failure would force him to go into hiding for a while, but a talent like him, a giant among high-level magic born, would no doubt be picked up by another demon lord before long, he thought. "I like this," he thought, communicated to Alvis. "One of the greatest magic born under the Beastmaster's command, part of the valorous 3 lycanthropias. Are you willing to duel with me?" It was a risky bet. He wanted to defeat Alvis, the strongest figure in the group, and crush the enemy's will to fight. Perhaps that would be enough to change the script, and even if it didn't end well, he thought it could give him a chance to escape. "Very well, Sir Yamza, head of the 5 fingers beneath the demon Lord Clayman. I will show you how far out of your element you are. This, Alvis thought, would prove once and for all where Clayman and Lord Carolan stood with each other. She promptly transported herself before him with special motion, and in an instant Clayman's surviving servants swarmed over her. It was not what one would normally call a strategy. Beastmen are mostly simple folk, easily provoked, and this cowardly approach took full advantage of that. If they can exhaust Alvis, even a little bit, that'll make it easier for Yamza to win. Such was the reasoning behind this kamikaze strike. "You think those tricks will work?" Alvis shouted as she turned up the intensity on her snake eyes. To Yamza, though, they had already done more than enough. That single instant when Alvis used her power was the exact thing Yamza needed for his assured victory. "Got you!" In a flash he was upon her, slashing his sword at her exposed back. And just before the tip of his blade reached her body, "No!" Backstabbing someone like that's not manly at all. Someone had leapt straight out from Alvis's shadow, babbling to himself as he deflected Yamza's sword. "Who are you?" "I'm Gopta." "We were hiding out just in case this happened." As he explained that, more and more figures popped out from the shadow. They were, of course, the unified four-legged goblin riders, tapping their physical agility to attack the magic bourne that was still moving. "And you didn't tell me?" Alvis said. "I was wondering why something didn't feel quite right." She had actually noticed them all along. That was why she was unafraid to go plunging in like this. "Benimaru ordered us to," Gopta casually replied as he fired off a case cannon bolt at Yamza. He could tell the moment he crossed blades with him that this wasn't a battle for him to win. So while the commander was distracted by his short sword, he thought now would be his best chance. Gopta's definition of fair and square differed a bit from the norm. It was something he asked of his foes, but never followed himself. Still, Yamza managed to deflect the blast with his sword. "Out of my way, weakling." He pointed the tip of his blade at Gopta and cast a spell, sending an icicle lance hurtling his way. Gopta simply used his dagger to fire an icicle lance of his own. Not to fire back, but because he had planned for this follow-up strike from the start. It wound up saving Gopta's life as the two magic bolts met in the air and dissipated. That had as much force as this magic sword, and without casting? Cheeky little weakling, are we? Now Yamza recognized Gopta as his foe, but Gopta had already pretty well exhausted his arsenal. Oh! I couldn't follow that counter of his at all. That ice just happened to save me, but if he stabs me with that thing, I'm a goner. Probably ought to start running, huh? Fortunately, the goblin riders had already made their contribution to this fight. No one would complain if they retreated now. Gopta made up his mind. "All right, let's pull." But just as he began to make the order, Yamza's sword sailed right past his nose. Pie! In another stroke of luck, he had taken a timid step back just in the nick of time. It made Yamza almost lose his nerve. This little sneak made it past my attack 3 times. 3 in a row couldn't be any coincidence, as he saw it. That supersonic swipe he just made proved that the hobgoblin before him was no also-ran. Oh, how the lycanthropeers have fallen, sneaking their minions into a one-on-one duel. The boast, made with wide-open, bloodshot eyes, was part of Yamza's strategy. By his estimation, dealing with both a lycanthropea and this mystery intruder at once was dangerous. Gopta seized the opportunity. "Ooh! Ooh!" That means I don't have to fight this crazy, dangerous magic bourne, right? He suppressed his joy just long enough to declare, "All right, I'll serve as an observer for this duel, then—" Yep, yeah, definitely an observer. With all his tactics exhausted, that beat just standing there and getting in the way. Rimuru could accept defeat, but he could never accept his people getting killed in action. Gopta wasn't stupid enough to volunteer to be war casualty number 1 for Tempest. "Oh, you can have him if you want," Alvis playfully said. "If I take your prey," Gopta wittily replied, "wouldn't that hurt your honor as a beastman, ma'am? I don't need it that bad, so go ahead and fight all you want." "Sorry, I got in the way." Alvis accepted the inane excuse without a word. If anything, it was the luckiest thing to happen to Gopta all day. He had dodged a bullet with this total unknown before him. Alvis had no intention of letting anyone else score this kill anyway, and he had wriggled out of a battle against a foe that completely outclassed him. Ooh. That's the end of my work. At the very far end of the rear guard, the group of priests, led by Midre, was clashing with Gable's team High-Ryu. Of course, only a few were standing by now. Nearly 200 fighters on both sides were lying on the ground. But Midre was unhurt, his white robes free of dirt and grime, and it was clear he was still going strong. "Wah-ha-ha-ha! Not too shabby, you guys. I see you are the descendants of dragons." Midre flashed a contented smile, surveying the fallen and pretending the panting and exhausted Sufia in front of him didn't exist. "Don't you ignore me!" Sufia, half transformed into her beast form, had used her vastly strengthened physical skills to attack Midre. But the head priest, perhaps sensing this, had simply leaned over to one side, preventing her from landing a lethal blow. The effort had left her wide open. "Yeah!" Taking the clawed arm extended out to him, he tripped up Sufia's legs, picked up her body, and sharply slammed her against the ground. The judo-like throw was unique to the dragon faithful. "I wasn't ignoring you at all," Midre happily explained. "I don't have much opportunity to use this against monsters, so this is rather fun for me. It's been ages since I had a foe so worthy of that throw." This was more than Sufia was willing to bear. Damn it! You made me." She was being treated like a plaything, her face red with humiliation. But she had to admit it. Midre, this man standing before her, was more powerful than she ever imagined. Now he was surveying the landscape once again, waiting for her to stand up and ignoring her until that happened. Curse him, he's treating me like a second-class fighter. And how could my self-regeneration fail me like this? It was true. Sufia's skill was not healing any damage because her physical body hadn't sustained any wounds. She was exhausted simply because her stamina was tapping out on her, and the force of each slam added to the burden. He was wounding her internally where the damage wouldn't be visible. But Sufia stood up anyway. As the snowy tiger claw, she could not let this affront continue to stand. "Imagine a bastard like you serving Clayman. I thought Yamza was the best around here, but I suppose my instincts were correct all along." "Yamza?" Yes, sir. Yamza. He is rather capable, I'll admit, but not enough to serve as a playmate for me. I may not look it, but I've sparred with Lady Milim on regular occasions, you see." "Milim, the demon lord Milim. So you're the dragon faithful?" No wonder, Sufia thought. They seemed so different in disposition from the rest of Clayman's troops. They seemed to enjoy fighting for the sake of fighting, not at all concerned with actually killing their enemies. And compared to the other Magic-born, they were all overwhelmingly strong and enjoying every minute of it. "Oh, say, that Dragonaut just felled Hermes." "Wahahahaha, that was quite a performance." Hermes was tangling with Gabble, and Gabble had just knocked him down with his spear. "Father, stop laughing and help me." "You lost fool. Just sit there and think about what you could done better." He laughed at his associate, lying there on his back and pleading for assistance. He could tell that Hermes wasn't as bad off as he claimed and that Gable had no intention of taking his life. "All right. Counting me, that leaves 3 remaining. You command a truly wonderful set of fighters. given how evenly we are matched. It proves you've honed your bodies and your minds instead of relying on skills. I suppose I should appreciate the compliment. My name is Gabil. And you are with Lady Milim? Indeed, indeed. I am Midray of the Dragon Faithful, and I am Sufia. Sufia of the three lycanthropias. I have no ear to lend to the servants of Clayman, but if you worship Lady Milim, that is another story. Mom. Lady Sufia, is it? I will make sure to remember that. So what'll it be now? I could take on the both of you at once, if you like. Midray calmly folded his arms, implying that he liked his chances. Can I ask you a question before that? Mum, what is it? I just mean, how can a mere human be so strong? Or are the dragon faithful human at all? Something seems strange about you. Midray nodded at this, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean by human? He asked. That's the crux of it. If you are inquiring about our species, however, the answer is simple. We are dragonauts, like Sir Gabble over there. What? The same as us? Yes, precisely. The difference is that instead of evolving from lizardmen, we are the descendants of dragons that humanized themselves and mated with the human race. But in essence, he closed with a smile, we are the same. Ah, and come to think of it, my sister Soka turned wholly human in appearance. Yes, but almost none of us can bring ourselves back to our original shape. The priests you see strewn around us don't have any skills like dragon change or dragon body. There is hardly any difference between them and human beings. Midray turned his eyes towards Sufia, but that power is still handed down. Our worship of the dragon does not allow us to forget the blood within us. Any more questions, Lady Sufia? No. Human, monster, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to know if your skills were the result of a weak human building himself up to perfection. You say you are little different from humans, and if so, I must pay respect to your efforts. You think the same way I do. One may be born with strength, or one may acquire it. Magic-born are so weak because they rely too much on the strength they've always had. That's why they compare their strengths based on magical capacity and so on. True strength can't be seen with the eye. The level of your skills is the only solid, trustworthy index there is. Sufia was born strong. She had more fighting skill than most monsters, through no special effort of her own. Her massive well of energy and the surging aura it created made even magic-born go out of their way to avoid her. Her battle senses made full use of this, and her instincts alone had brought her to where she was. Now Midray's words made her realize how little time she had spent polishing her arts, her learned skill. So, you mean I can become stronger? Precisely. There is no such thing as an experience that can win over being in actual battle. Here, come at me. I'd be happy to spar with you. He remained where he stood, arms crossed and standing high. Lady Sufia and me at the same time? A dubious Gabil asked. Are you sure you aren't being a little too conceited? Midray just grinned at him. I could take you on without even using my arms, little man. Gable wasn't about to take that sitting down. Lady Sufia, we'll tackle him together. We have to admit it. He's a strong one. The battle between Alvis and Yamza was about to reach its raging climax. The two were evenly matched, but Yamza had finally used his ace in the hole. Well performed, Lycanthropia. Your ability to keep up with me is astounding. But now my victory is assured. What? Did you think this magic sword was my only secret weapon? Yes, you may be strong enough to hold me back. I will freely admit that. However, what if there were two of me? With that shouted question, he unleashed the magic inside the bracelet on his left wrist. This was a doppelganger bracelet, an incredibly valuable artifact capable of producing a perfect copy of the wearer, right down to their clothing and equipment. Now Alvis had to fend off two Yamsas at the same time, and if one was an even fight for her, she would have to be at a severe disadvantage. Well, if you capitulate to me now, I could be convinced to spare you. So what? What did you say? You think that parlor trick will outclass me? You really are nothing more than a lackey of Clayman's. Quite the would-be finisher there. Alvis didn't give an inch, openly ridiculing her foe. Then die. And even before Yamsa could scream that at her, Alvis played her own final card. Now the top half of her body was a beautiful woman, the bottom half that of a large black snake. This was Alvis's true animalized form, and now she was ready to use its full force. Unlike Phobio and Sufia with their focus on close-quarters fighting, Alvis was usually thought to be a long-range specialist, lobbing her magic attacks from afar. In truth, however, she was a dyed-in-the-wool fighter, masterful at short range in the way anyone serving the Beastmaster needed to be. Her fighting style, however, ventured from the beaten path. Alvis brought her staff up to her forehead, and in the next instant it disappeared as she grew a golden horn from above her eyes. Finally free, her aura surged outward from her, greatly amplifying her power. This was her second transformation and her most secret of abilities. She stood there, her entire body protected by dragon scale. The whole space around them belonged to her, her aura producing streaks of lightning in the air. Gobta spat out, sensing danger. There was no way Alvis could remain cool-headed enough to tell friend from foe like that. You said your name was Gobta? You have my permission to move out immediately. Oh, you don't need to tell me twice, Mum. Riders, retreat! One shout from him was all it took to make the goblin riders flee the scene. The surviving magic-born took the opportunity to quickly surround Alvis. You fool! You intend to take us on alone? It was nothing for her to worry about. Is that how little you think of me? Ha 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 ha! Die, you mob of idiots! By the time Yamsa saw it unfolding, it was already too late. One magic born before him fell to the ground, spewing blood. One turned to stone and shattered against the earth. One had his body literally rot away on the spot until nothing but a pile of dust remained. His army was being killed, struck by ailments by one degree or another, and Yamsa had no way to stop it. Alvis was, in the end, best suited for close-quarters combat. The golden snake horn's lone horn on her forehead became a symbol of the death that permeated the atmosphere, and then Yamsa realized that his defeat was total. Surrender, and I will take you prisoner and guarantee you your life. Her offer was the only method of survival he had. A quick stare with her snake eyes had completely shattered his doppelganger's body. It even had the power to destroy equipment, apparently, leaving Yamsa's partner to fade away before battle even began. My limbs are starting to go numb. I won't be able to defend myself before long. What kind of sheer strength do these lycanthropias enjoy? It was bad luck that Yamsa had to be paired with the strongest of that trio. He chose the wrong woman to pick a fight with, and he had no idea. Alvis rarely had the chance to fully exercise her power, since she was often picked to serve a commanding role. As a result, she was seen as the de facto manager of the lycanthropias, not as a formidable warrior in her own right. That was Yamsa's appraisal as well, and he had totally underrated her. The war was won, but it was not over. Clayman was a sly demon lord, one who would never forgive betrayal among his own armies. And just when Yamza prepared to nod his agreement to Alvis's offer, "You know I would never permit that, yes." It was Clayman's voice, booming within Yamza's mind. He instinctively grunted. Then his body began moving beyond his own control. Stop! Stop that! Please, Sir Clayman, stop this at once." A hand took a bluish-purple orb out from his pocket, then brought it to his mouth. He locked his jaw as tightly as he could, trying to scramble away from it. It was a pointless act of resistance, and it didn't last long. Struck by Clayman's marionette takeover, Yamza's body was no longer his own to control. "What are you doing?" a suspicious Alvis asked. But by the time she did, Yamza was busy swallowing the orb in his hand, a section from Charybdis's body. "Ma Gragha! What on?" Alvis tensed up, confused, as long, thin tendrils shot out from his body toward the dead lying around him, taking in the corpses. He ballooned in size, turning into a vast, grotesque ball of flesh. Uncontrollable, magical energy flowed within the Alvis-dominated air, forming a hurricane-class blizzard. The creature before her consumed, expanded, and burst. Having no monster core of its own, it was a self-destructing being, rampaging across the land before meeting its demise. But its temporary power was every bit as strong as Yamza's, and the nature of it was deadly. Its insatiable desire to eat everything in its path was just the same as well. This was the forbidden tactic Yamza was reluctant to use, the intricate trap Clayman had laid. Charybdis had now appeared once more. Alvis's face tightened as she threw her full force into an attack. It didn't work. No regular strike would ever pierce this constantly expanding Charybdis. Its ultra-speed regeneration took in the corpses around it, rapidly reforming it into a temporary body for itself. This monster! All Alvis could do was gnash her teeth, her snake eyes and lightning having no effect. This monster was disaster class, on a level far, far above her. Even the strongest of the three lycanthropeers could do little about it by herself. The only saving grace was that this was a distance away from the main battlefield. There was time before this could start to affect her allies, but only until Charybdis could finish creating its body. Desperation flew in like a violent storm. The worst part was how this monster wasn't satisfied enough using Yamza as its substitute core. It had taken in his ice blade as well, sucking up all the heat around it and making the local temperature plummet. The monster was destroying all in its path, turning its aura into an ice blizzard, pummeling the area with icy snow and intense wind. That was scary enough, but what Alvis feared even more was the moment when it released all the heat energy it had taken in. Those who can teleport out might be fine, but everyone else would die. "I hate this. May all the gods curse that bastard Clayman." Letting her true nature take hold, Alvis screamed as she continually attacked. Again and again, no time in between to breathe. It was all in vain. Even if she scarred Charybdis's exterior, any damage to the monster itself was light. It just healed itself too quickly. Damn it! Damn it! I've just got to get everyone out that I can. Even through the desperation, Alvis tried to take the best measures she could. To her, this meant trying to relay a plea to Benimaru to retreat everyone from the battlefield. In the end, however, this never happened. It didn't need to. "You're ignoring orders, Alvis. I told you to get out if you faced a battle you cannot win." There, with no previous warning, Benimaru himself appeared. "Sir Benimaru? Oh, Charybdis, eh? My offense did little against it last time, but how about now?" He gave her a defiant smile. "Sir Benimaru, this monster is just two." "I know. It's perfect for testing my current powers. Benimaru raised his right hand and grasped it, both Charybdis and his own strength. The fight was over in an instant. His feet planted on the ground, his sword, covered in jet-black flames, slashed the monster's flesh, although it did not fully slice through its freshly constructed body. But something was different from before. Unlike with Alvis's efforts, the self-regeneration never started. Dark flames were dancing across the gash, rapidly engulfing its entire body. Not quite there yet. We have no time to play with here, so I'll sadly have to end this. He turned back toward Alvis, leaning his sword against his shoulder, seemingly unconcerned with Charybdis. My apology. I was hoping we could spar once it had achieved its complete form, but the gigantic beast had not taken to the air yet, but its body was already nearly the length of half a football field. Now, however, it had been fully encased in a black dome. "Away with you," he whispered, and then a percussive boom shook the land. It was Hellflare, his wide-range raising attack, this time far more powerful than ever before. Benimaru's dominate flame gave him a full grasp of the flow of magical energy, stabbing right through Charybdis's magic interference and rendering its body into ash. It proved to the world that Benimaru's control over magicules completely overpowered this monster's. "You're kidding me." Alvis's surprise was understandable. If his attacks worked on Charybdis, it meant Benimaru's magic force surpassed the monster's. This meant that Benimaru himself was disaster class, on the same level as Alvis's master, the demon lord Carilon. "I have some business to take care of, Alvis. Effective immediately, I hereby appoint you as my aide to command our entire force." "Yes, sir, Benimaru." She undid her transformation to kneel down and take the post. She had more than a few questions for Benimaru, but now was not the time for them. Calming her frenzied mind, she meekly accepted her orders. Charybdis was an unprecedented, unexpected threat, but when faced with that irresistible force, it fell without a moment's delay. This is quite a surprise. I was expecting Yamza to turn tail and flee, but imagine dispatching Charybdis that easily. I kind of have an affinity for it, but not even we could pull off a kill like that. Clayman's forces are destroyed. The mission's a failure. The losses immense. He should have just sat there and played nice, the way our fellow jester told him to. Yes. "Well," Laplace warned him, "Clayman can't blame anyone for it but himself." Footman and Tyr exchanged looks as they spoke. Before them was a heavily wounded Phobio, kept on his feet by the attending Gel. "We'll need to brief him about this, so I'm afraid playtime is over." Footman himself was unhurt. Tyr wasn't, but she was still healthy enough to fight. Judging by their injuries, Geld and Phobio appeared to have lost the day. "You think you can leave?" Phobio groaned, staggering as he tried to keep himself up. "I knew you guys were bad news. If we can keep you here, Alvis and Sufia will show up before long. Plus, we've got Sir Benimaru. It'll be the end for you." He was scarred from head to toe, but his wounds had already closed up. The speed at which they healed was mind-boggling, going well beyond the self-regeneration most beastmen had and almost reaching the realm of ultra-speed regeneration. Phobio had inherited that skill, to some extent, after the previous Charybdis swallowed him up. "Just give it up already, Kitty," Tyr shouted as she gave Phobio a punch that sent him reeling. It didn't leave Phobio down for long. In a few moments, he was back on his feet. Tyr was the quicker of the two, but she could never quite land a lethal blow. Phobio, on the other hand, was slowly but surely damaging Tyr's body. He might have appeared defeated at first glance, but the longer the fight lasted, the more likely it was that it'd end otherwise. Footman, meanwhile, was rolled up like a meatball, bounding around at hyperspeed and trying to run Geld down. Geld used his great shield to deflect his trajectory, swinging his meat cleaver to try to smash him up. His attempts were blocked by Footman's thickened skin, preventing him from dealing decisive damage. On offense and defense, it was safe to call them perfectly even, but only because Footman hadn't begun seriously fighting yet. And now, with Charybdis defeated, Footman's recess time was over. Geld, realizing this, positioned himself in front of Phobia. "What is it, Geld?" Before he could answer, Footman began raining attacks on the both of them. These were balls of magic, each one enormous and stuffed with energy. A simple attack, but one with enough force to alter the landscape around them. One of the magic orbs was enough to shatter Geld's shield and even smash up the armor covering his body. It damaged Phobio in the process, and he no doubt had ultra-speed regeneration to thank for still being alive. We weren't tasked with taking care of you two, so we'll extend you the honor of letting you go. I hope you're grateful. If we were serious about this, neither of you would be in this world any longer. Neither Geld nor Phobio could stand up any longer to contest them. When the dust from the explosions finally settled, Footman and Tear were gone. This was a total defeat, Geld groused. I thought I had some strength, but I suppose there's always someone better than you. No, Geld. If you hadn't been here, I'd probably be dead right now. Sorry to drag you down. Not at all. We may have lost the battle, but we're still alive. As long as we win next time, we're good. Yeah, you're right. Phobio was not a weak beastman. Footman and Tear were just too strong. Strong enough that you could even call them demon lords. Perhaps Geld had more magical energy at his fingertips, but without the ability to use it shrewdly, that power meant nothing. Geld focused entirely on defense against Footman, but even he knew that he'd never win in a serious fight opposite him. For now, though, that was fine. Sir Benimaru, the jesters have fled. I saw, came the thought communication reply. They might think they're letting us live. How nervy of them. Benimaru's orders for Geld were to discover what the enemy was capable of and keep Phobio safe. I couldn't just sit there and watch things unfold, he thought, but not killing me was a bad mistake. Sir Benimaru has recorded how that battle worked out, and then Rimuru will analyze it and break open the secret to their strength. Thus, this was a defeat with some benefits to them. Mission accomplished. And if he can't win now, he can close the gap with his future training. He had hoped to settle the score with these guys for using and abusing him, but Geld simply didn't have what it took. But next time, I'm winning, he silently resolved. I'll go back to my command then. Please do. There's one more dangerous element on the field right now, so I better tackle that. Sir Benimaru sure has it tough, Geld thought as he closed the link. This battlefield was full of dangerous elements, and since they had to deal with them all at once, he was forced to divvy up his army's assets and scatter them around. Benimaru intended to sort these conflicts by priority and step in himself to handle any rescues needed, but one misstep along the line could lead to serious danger. He seemed to be handling his post well, however. One would think he'd focus on finding and killing Footman first, but he successfully managed to put overall victory above his own vendettas. This isn't some general with a thirst for blood, I suppose. Compared to when we fought him, the growth he's shown has been amazing. It made Geld trust in Benimaru all the more. It was several minutes into the battle, minutes that, to Gabble and Sufia, felt like hours, but it ended unceremoniously. Man, what on? Huff, huff. What is the matter? After the second or third repetition, Sufia had learned how to roll with Midray's throws, helping recover her energy. Gable, meanwhile, had flung his spear wildly around at this attack he wasn't used to, completely exhausting him. Midray, dealing with them both, appeared completely unhindered by fatigue. Compared to sparring with Milim, this wouldn't even make him break a sweat, and Midray was the first to notice it. "All forces, use your healing magics," he shouted, the casual ease disappearing from his face. "Stand up. Stand up. Stand up and rouse everyone around here." "This is bad, Father Midray," Hermes said, apparently feeling much better now. "This guy, the reading I'm getting is huge." "I know that. This is Charybdis, the beast lady Milim dispatched just the other day. Or is it its remains?" "Yeah, it looks unstable to me. I imagine it'll disintegrate before the day is through. But this is a battlefield. If things go wrong, it could rapidly evolve. Better not to give a monster like that the food it craves." The fallen priests around him cast healing spells to revive both themselves and Team Hyrule under Gable's command. "Charybdis?" Sophia asked. "The monster that used Phobia as a core to revive itself with? I thought Lady Milim had already destroyed it." "Yes," Gable added, realizing this current match was over. "If it was Charybdis, Lady Milim definitely killed it." "Calm down. It's not the real thing, just a fragment of its force. I think it used Yamza as its replacement core." Midray was using Dragon's Glance to analyze the innards of the creature. It was not as strong as Milim's own Dragon's Eye, but it still provided him with ample enough vision and analysis skill. Hermes, meanwhile, was surveying the area for any other potential threat. "Looks like you're right, sir. That ass, Yamza, was trying to kill us, but his soul's already been consumed. With how he is now, we'll just have to keep damage to a minimum and wait for him to fall apart," he coldly concluded. "Did you hear that? Keep your weapons at the ready, people. And don't get greedy. If buying time is all we need, that won't be a tall order. Let us help you out," Gable added in sync with Midray, as if they were old friends. "We are more used to high-altitude flight since last time. If we can catch those scale attacks before they strike, they cannot hurt us. Even a crazed, twisting beast like Charybdis had a tendency to chase after anything moving. A flying target," Gable reasoned, "would make the perfect lure." Sophia was also thinking unusually lucidly, trying to execute on what she could do here. "Right," Midray began. "I'll aid in the retreat so it can't feed off any of our ground forces and—" But before he could finish, things took an abrupt turn as Benimaru all but vaporized Charybdis. "What on?" He just pulled off the most unbelievable thing. "Who is that guy? A demon lord? Unless you're Lady Milim, how could some regular magic-born do that? He has to be some kind of monster." Only Midray and Hermes had an accurate bead on the situation. Sophia and Gable saw it at the same time but couldn't pass what just happened. All they could see was that the evil aura of Charybdis had been snuffed in an instant. "Hey, what's going on? Tell me." "Yes, we seek an explanation as well." "Yeah, I'd want to explain," Hermes said, "but I don't think we need to," Midray finished. Before either of them could, the air in front of them twisted and warped, revealing a magic born with hair as red as roaring flame. It was Benimaru. Sword rested on his shoulder, and he was here to take on Midray, the last threat on the battlefield. "Well," he said with a sneer, "I see you've been entertaining my friends." Then he realized something wasn't quite right about this picture. There was evidence of combat around him, but there were no injuries, and by the looks of things, no hard feelings on either side. "So Benimaru, wait. These are Lady Milim's fighters, the priests of the Dragon Faithful." "What? What? Lady Milim's?" "In that case, yes. They healed our wounds with magic." "I see. It seems I've jumped to conclusions. You seemed like such a threat in this theatre. I couldn't help but be alarmed." You didn't jump to conclusions at all. We were actually fighting, yes, and we did perform some healing, but that was to prepare for what we thought was an oncoming disaster. Now, I suppose all that wasn't necessary. Ah, so what now? Are you taking us on? Well, what should we do? Because personally speaking, I would prefer not to engage in combat with Lady Millim's forces. No, I suppose not. I can understand wanting to try it, but there is no quarrel between us. I would simply want to compare our powers. Yeah, I can see that. The two gave each other knowing grins. What? Hermes interjected. Not good, father. Yes, Sir Benimaru. If you hurt one of the dragon faithful, there's no telling what kind of calamity that would bring upon us. You heard her, Father Midray. Sir Rimuru is Lady Millim's friend. It would all end in tragedy, I am sure of it. Sufia silently resented Hermes and Gabriel for stepping in. Fair enough, Benimaru said. Besides, if I don't come at him trying to kill him, I expect it'll result in nothing but defeat for me, and I don't like engaging in losing battle. Quite so. And I'm not sure even I could withstand a blow like the one that buried Charybdis. Midray might have laughed the concept off, but he had a suspicion that he could win the battle before Benimaru had a chance to bust that out. That would result in a life-and-death duel, however, going well beyond the boundaries of a friendly sparring session. A battlefield was the wrong place for this, and it no longer meant anything anyway. Thus ended the battle in the former kingdom of Orbic, while the unified forces enjoyed a near-total victory. But this wasn't the only battlefield. At the stroke of midnight, Shuna, Soe, and Hakuro sprang into action. They quickly discovered Clayman's headquarters within the wetlands covered by the mysterious mist and began to stealthily make their way there. Beyond these wetlands were several murky swamps, gas bubbling out from the surface. This was what created the cloud of mist, making things seem eerier than they already were. The moment they waded in, visibility plummeted to nearly nothing. Oh! This mist is blocking our magic sense. It is, confirmed Soe. That was why we called off our investigation. With this poor visibility, anyone inside would have to rely on their own 5 senses to see around them. That's what the enemy must use to keep track of what goes on in here. I see. So we face a brutal disadvantage. Indeed, Sir Hakuro. You and I can use covert agent to hide our presences, but Lady Shuna, I should be fine. It was true. Hakuro could use his haze concealing skill to all but disappear to the external observer, as could So. You could be standing right next to them and never realize it. Shuna, despite not having this exact art, could still perfectly heal herself. A combination of illusory and mystical magic. It doesn't work like haze, but it has the same effect. Well done, Lady Shuna. Hakuro was right. This approach was Shuna's original creation. While she wasn't quite as gifted at it as Rimuru, her creator's unique skill allowed her to conjure up her own magic spells without a recipe. Then we should be fine, so I said. But I want you all to remember that thought communication won't work in this fog. Visibility is low. It is hard to stay in contact, and we all need to proceed carefully and cautiously. Also, even with Sui's replications, thought communication-based conversation would be impossible. Instead, he provided a length of sticky steel thread around each of their wrists for emergency contact. Focusing on this thread would allow them to maintain at least a modicum of communication, but if the string broke, that would be the end of the contact. Using it required a great deal of caution. Shuna and Hakuro nodded and wrapped it around their wrists. They were ready now. Let's get going, Shuna said, and the 3 ran off. Then, after several minutes of walking, Shuna stopped. "Oh no," she whispered. "We seem to have fallen into a trap." "A trap?" I can feel my senses going haywire on me. Yes, but I don't feel any enemies around her. What? Before he could finish speaking, Zoe felt multiple presences nearby appear from out of nowhere, virtually surrounding them. How on? Where were so many of these enemies hiding, such that we couldn't notice them? No, Hakuro. They weren't hiding. We were lured right to them. Ah, this fog. The clouds doing more than confusing our sense of direction. It's concealing the enemy and inviting us right to the middle of their circle. I see. That explains the odd feeling I had just now. You're right. You're right. The mist is triggering spatial interference to lure intruders from any direction to a specific place. Before Shuna finished explaining this, one of the presences appeared. Soe and Hakuro steeled themselves toward it, keeping a watchful eye out for the still unseen monsters in the mist as Shuna closed her mouth and focused on it, a skeleton dressed in a vestment of pure white. Such massive magical force, she whispered, beads of sweat on her forehead. For a moment she thought it might have been Clayman himself, although she banished the thought quickly. It was past midnight. The Demon Lord should be over at the Walpurgis Council. Perhaps it was one of Clayman's 5 fingers then, but the figure before them exuded pure presence, beyond that of the lycanthropeers and approaching Demon Lord level. The power of this magic born was overwhelming. It was a wonder that it was subservient to anyone else. She recalled what Majoran told her about Clayman's most senior leaders, and that one of them was geared strictly toward defending their base. You must be Adelman, then, the ruler of this land, the White King with power over countless undead. Hakuro had just used Heaven Gaze to reach the same conclusion. But this figure was more ominous than how Majoran described it, its force far more massive. The guardian of this wetland was a White King on the level of a Demon Lord. So I accepted Shuna and Hakuro's appraisal, finding no reason to doubt it. Then, quietly, he sharpened his blade-like mind. No matter who the enemy is, he will kill him. That was his credo. But just as Sue was about to move, the White King spoke. Indeed, I am Adalman. I have been ordered to protect this land by the great Demon Lord Clayman. Lowly intruders like you may do nothing but humbly submit your lives to me. Do it, and I will kill you without pain. This was the command of a kingly figure, not the words of a foe who saw Shuna and her companions as equals. Considering the massive, overwhelming amount of Adalman's magic energy, anything else would almost seem improper. Now, all around the area, a legion of over 10,000 undead were writhing, as if attracted to the seemingly inexhaustible supply of magicule. Cracking, wrenching sounds filled the air as they moved to encircle the trio. We are fully surrounded, Shuna breathlessly reported. This mist is working alongside a directional barrier to prevent teleportation outside. All our means of communication are blocked. The only way to get out of here is to defeat this Adalman foe. Then we must strike their leader at once. No disagreement here. A blow from me can even kill the dead. Hakuro and Sue had no interest in following Adalman's advice. As Shuna explained the situation, they both went on the attack. But Adalman simply laughed in their faces. You appear not to know your place. I generously provided you mercy, and yet you remain foolish to the end. You will regret refusing that offer shortly. He breezily swung an arm. The next moment, the most surprising thing happened. The white blade of Hakuro, instantly zooming within range of Adalman, was blocked by the knight who had appeared in front of him. Hakuro stepped back in shock, failing to believe that this killer blow could be parried. This was a death knight, ranked a minus in the guild system, but from that clash, Hakuro could sense something was off. It was a powerful monster, yes, but no garden variety death knight could ever block a slash from him. You are no normal adversary. Very well. Let me give you my full attention. He had an accurate bead on this death knight and the threat it carried for him. Its strength relied not on physical toughness, but on the built-up level of its skills, which meant Heaven Gaze would tell him nothing about it. So he used his own physical might to confront it. The death knight was silent. The corpse, serving as the shell of its body, was incapable of speech. But there was a blistering blue flame in its sunken eyes. The light of consciousness was in there, the pride of a former human being, and it told Hakuro that his challenge was accepted. Even after abandoning life, this death knight was a proud, noble warrior. The difference in magical energy between the two was negligible, as was their physical muscle. It marked the beginning of a clash between built-up skills, one that quickly made sparks fly. Before Soe, meanwhile, was Adelman himself, an enormous shadow from out of nowhere blocking all attempts to attack him. Duh! So he glared at the towering shade. No, a dragon zombie? No, Soe. Shuna could see it more fully, through the muck. Nothing that weak. Its magicules outnumber yours. It stands at the peak of the undead. It's a death dragon. So his face tensed upon hearing this. He could manage this solo, but fighting this foe while guarding Shuna was a different story. The usually reliable Hakuro was too busy with the Death Knight. He had to dispatch this death dragon as soon as possible, or else Shuna would be overrun by the thousands of undead lumbering their way in from all sides. Now, so I realized, was no time to hold back. Then die. Mystic thread strike. Without delay, Soe dealt out the most powerful attack he could, a killer move that fricasseed the enemy with thousands of branching strings of sticky steel thread, each granted the insta-kill effect from his Shadow Striker unique skill. They created a virtual garden of beautiful, bloody blooms like a kaleidoscope. Even a half-spiritual life form like an undead would be snuffed out by this spiritual body-slicing move. Or so it should have. No, it's regenerating. So I could feel himself begin to sweat. The 60-foot-long beast's body was ripped apart, seemingly ending the battle. But then, as if nothing was amiss, the death dragon's body reassembled itself. It went so fast, even faster than ultra-speed regeneration, that it seemed like nothing less than immortality. Then let me destroy you, soul and all. Soa! Shuna shouted out as he steeled himself. Calm down! You know how to analyze your foe's strengths. You should know that you can't beat a death dragon. But, that dragon's soul is within the magic-born Adelman, she quietly declared. Don't worry about me. Just work on keeping that dragon where it is. I'll defeat Adelman. That's too dangerous. No, Soe. Listen to me. I'm angry. A cold smile stretched across Shuna's face to dispel Soe's worries. They shined a piercing light exhibiting her raging emotions. The sight made Sui clam up, unable to speak. As the former princess of the ogre tribe, Shuna's words had the power to make others do her bidding, and now that power was stronger than even the otherworlder Kirara Mizutani's bewilder unique skill. Besides, Shuna wasn't some precious cargo that required constant protection. So I knew that. So there was only one answer. Yes, Lady Shuna. Best of luck. She contentedly smiled. You too, Soe. That dragon's all yours. Soe nodded back, giving Shuna his full trust, then threw himself back into his own fight. Shuna, left alone, didn't waver at all as she confronted Adelman. The White King rewarded this by glaring at her. Oh, and what do you intend to do, little girl? What could you do without anyone to defend you? How are you going to engage 10,000 foes at once? There was an odd sort of joy in Adelman's voice. He was enjoying this. In fact, the demon Lord Clayman's orders were absolute but Adelman was still afforded his own sense of free will, although his activities were limited in every other way. The only thing he was allowed full reign to do was wipe out intruders. Clayman's other minions derided him for having so much power but so little brains to back that up, and it was only because he was not allowed to leave this land or do anything on his own volition. And it was perhaps the way that he wasn't even allowed to provide excuses to them that made people fail to realize it. Adelman was less a magic born and more a weapon, a base defense mechanism bound to this land. His soul remained unbound, but his behavior was now automatic, following the orders input into him. He spoke of his loyalty to Clayman, but that was just an act. He had been preset to pay his formal respects to the owner of this device. In his heart of hearts, Adelman wanted to be released from these bonds. That was why he enjoyed talking with Shuna. The defense mechanisms worked automatically. He had no authority to alter them in any way. The chats he had with intruders were his only hobby to speak of, the only thing no one else could interfere with. The demon lord Kazalim, creator of this structure, offered him that much mercy. Or maybe not. But Adelman wanted to think so. That gesture, after all, was what had allowed him to live all this time, 1,000 years or so, without succumbing to insanity. Even if it was just a measure to keep this system running longer, I have to thank him for that, at least. And he meant it. That was why he never spared any effort to hammer down intruders, regardless of what he thought about it. But at least he prayed as he imagined an army of 10,000 undead preying upon Shuna, that it could be done painlessly. But then her voice rang out sharply once more. No need to worry about me. Alignment field. At that instant, the area within a 300-foot radius of Shuna became holy ground, where nothing of evil alignment could tread. It was another original product of Shuna's mind, using her experience to analyze the anti-magic area and holy field, then fuse them together. This barrier obstructed all magicules, but it could also be set to block fire, wind, or any one of the other 4 major elements, making it a shockingly formidable defensive spell. Now we won't be distracted. If I defeat you, that will destroy the defense system with you at its core, right? Impressive. And you've seen through my secret as well. What is your name, girl? Shuna was absolutely right. If Adelman died, the whole base defense system would crumble. It was structured to bind Adelman's soul down, using it to circulate the large amounts of magicules it required. That would no doubt free the Death Dragon serving him, as well as the Death Knight, Alberto, who was once Adelman's friend and confidant. Shuna had seen all that at a glance, and Adelman offered her his honest respect for that. Respect and the ever-so-slight hope that she might be able to release him from this pain. My name is Shuna. Shuna, Lady Shuna. Then let us settle this for good. If you can defeat me, I will follow your wishes. Thank you for the polite request. However, all I seek is the destruction of the Demon Lord Clayman. If you stay out of my way, I could leave you alone to live on this land, perhaps. I'm not sure that's possible, I'm afraid. No? I thought you might be capable of conquering the ties that bind you, but perhaps I was wrong. Oh, well. In that case, she said without a moment's hesitation, I will kill you as I intended to. If I could conquer them, thought Adelman, I would have done it eons ago. Kazalim is a man to be feared, a foe no one can hold a candle to. The nickname, Curse Lord, is not just bravado, and she makes it all sound so easy. Then the time for talk is over, he declared, still having no ill will toward her. Try to resist me with everything you've got. Adelman was born a prince in one of the small nations under the jurisdiction of the Holy Empire of Lubelius. These lands were all too weak to have their own standing militaries, instead relying on the temple knights sent from the church's central headquarters. In exchange, they were required to adopt Luminism as the state religion and provide money and qualified personnel for their night corps. The Western Holy Church of the time didn't enjoy the influence they wielded now. This was before the advent of their crusader groups. Practitioners who showed talent could be granted the name of acolyte, a non-hereditary title, but that was it. In the midst of that, Adelman was an exceptional performer, and with his elder brother taking over the country and quickly giving birth to an heir, he was free to devote himself deeply to spreading the faith, joining the church's missionary corps and quickly making a name for himself. He was devout to the faith, constantly fascinated by the divine works of Luminous. Never once did he doubt the existence of this lone, true, powerful goddess. That devotion eventually led him to learn the divine miracles of the church's archbishop class, making him the greatest master of holy magic in his era. In time, he advanced to the rank of cardinal, the loftiest in the Western Holy Church. In the Lubelius noble hierarchy, he was no one particularly special, but he redoubled his efforts, extending his interests to magic beyond the holy spells he was familiar with. He would hold long discussions about magic with Ghidorah, one of his best friends at the time, as he incessantly polished his skill. The effort eventually paid off. He became an enlightened, transcending the bounds of humanity itself. An enlightened was a person who retained their human form but on the inside was a demi-spiritual being, similar to a higher-level element. Their powers were leaps and bounds above those of a regular human, and they were often seen as defenders of the human core. This power quickly put Adelman in a position of immense central authority. Time passed. Adelman's intensive study continued, and eventually he took the next step forward to the highest peak of mankind, a sage. As he did, he was greeted with wondrous news. He would be called to the inner cloister at the top of the church's holy mountain. The offer filled him with joy. Finally, an audience with Luminous herself. He always believed that Luminous was real, an unwavering belief that served as the source for all his faith. So he promptly set off for the Holy Mount, not believing for a moment that it would lead to tragedy. That belief, sadly, would ultimately betray him. The intense, magical battle continued. Melt all and wear it away, acid shell. The aspectual spell Adelman had just cast conjured balls of liquid in the air, each capable of melting flesh to the bone. They rained down upon Shuna. She didn't miss a beat. Flame wall. The barrier of fire deflected and vaporized all the magic-infused droplets. Between accelerating her mind to 1,000 times normal, possessing superior analyze and assess skills, and changing the rules with cast, cancel, and control laws, Shuna's unique skill parser was made for a clash of magic like this. From the moment Adelman began constructing a spell, she had a way to deal with it. Then, how about this? Malicious dead, accept this sacrifice. Curse bind. This was necromancy, an offshoot of elemental magic that took advantage of the negative energies from ghouls and the undead. Curse bind was a particularly nasty one, summoning zombies that latched on to anything living, human or magic-born, and drained away their life energy. Even that wasn't enough. Holy bell! Shuna's refreshingly clear voice reached Adelman's ears, and right after came the tolling of bells he was once well used to hearing. That was all it took to send the grudgeful zombies to the afterlife. It can't be. Why? Why is a monster wielding elemental magic? Adelman's eyes shot open at the divine miracle playing out before him. The magic was deployed all too beautifully, reminding him of his youthful days spent studying. This was holy magic in the air, something a monster girl should never be able to weave. The unbelievable sight made him scream without thinking. Shuna smiled as she decided to answer Adelman's question, even though she had no obligation to. Do you find it strange? Perhaps you need a little more imagination. Holy magic is not the exclusive domain of humans. It will work with anyone who believes in the power of miracles based on the strength of their belief. Conventional wisdom in this world stated that holy magic worked by forging a pact with an elemental spirit. This was both right and wrong. The fact that magic-born could cast healing spells indicated that holy magic was possible for them without any pact with a holy being. Most humans, and even monsters, didn't understand that. The sole condition for acquiring holy magic was having faith, believing in miracles, to put it another way. Good or evil didn't factor into it. The strength of one's emotions was directly converted into power. That was how this family of magic worked. This was also the reason why the dragon faithful that worshipped Milim could access holy magic. Hearing this terse explanation was staggering to Adelmon. I was wrong the whole time. I was betrayed. I lost my faith in the goddess Luminous. I thought I would never be able to wield holy magic again. Luminous betrayed Adelmon, or to be precise, he had been trapped by the supreme leaders of Luminism. He still didn't know why. Perhaps they feared his rise in power. Perhaps it was another reason. All he knew was that Luminous, his goddess, offered him no helping hand. It's almost comical in a way. The 7 days clergy tricked me into setting off to quell a large army of undead attacking our people. I never could have guessed it was a trap. And thanks to that Ghidorah conducting magical experiments on me, I've been revived as this twisted, reviled figure. Unaware that he was being led to his grave, he waltzed right into the far edge of the great forest of Jura, where he still dwelled today. He was awaited by a legion of undead, led by a dragon zombie. He was accompanied by Alberto, Acolyte, and his closest friend, along with 4 knights and an expeditionary force that loved him, and they fought with all their might. It wasn't enough. Adelman fell to the ground and died once. But then reincarnation, a mysterious art placed upon him by his other friend Ghidorah, activated and resurrected his soul. A soul that had already been poisoned by the miasma across the land, the malice of the dead around him. He was reborn not as a man but as a wight, transformed into a skeleton. The metamorphosis had caught the attention of the demon lord Kazalim, and now here he was today. Thus, if you are incapable of handling holy magic, then I am positive you are incapable of beating me. Shuna's words hit home like a knockout punch, reminding Adelman that he was still in battle. Why? He instinctively asked. Why did you think I was a master of holy magic? Because of how you look, came the cold reply. That white vestment, which only high-level bishops and above are permitted to wear. You were worthy of such fine robes, and yet you whine and carry on about being unable to conquer such a basic bind like this. I hardly needed to examine you closely to see that you wore that robe simply out of blind attachment to your former holy magic. She had him pegged the entire time. He could hear it in her voice. I have let you spout far too much nonsense. Adelman flew into a rage, not at Shuna, but at himself. Seeing his true heart now, something he couldn't notice until it was pointed out to him, made him both exasperated and enraged at his own spinelessness. But he could also feel an inexplicably refreshing comfort in his heart, like the fog of 1,000 years had finally lifted from him. He let his raging emotions drive him to cast another spell. I offer this prayer to my God. I seek your divine powers. May my request reach your ears safely. Yes, I simply lacked the resolve. Having my beloved friends turn into undead, I couldn't let myself die and leave them behind. I wasn't good enough. Necromancy and spectral magic cannot cleanse the undead. Who could say how many times I wished I could tap into holy magic? Those friends were one reason why Adelman was bound to this area. He couldn't abandon the fine men and women who died here, but lived on as accursed zombies, and that intent was the bond that tied them to this land. Finally, just now, Adelman realized the mistake he had made. So he connected together a complex seal with the bones that were his hands and boldly declared his prayer to the lands above. It was an incantation, as shown by the complicated geometrical shapes that appeared in the air before him. This girl, Shuna, I have no grudge against her. If anything, I owe her a great debt for opening my eyes. But suicide is forbidden to me. I apologize, but I will need to have you join me. That apology came from the heart. The checks placed upon him by Kazalim ranged far and wide, holding Adelman down. But if he was caught up in the fallout from an attack on the enemy, that was hardly his fault. He planned to destroy himself, taking Shuna along him, for only then could he free the people who unwittingly joined him. A layered circle of magic spread out, covering Shuna and Adelman, and render all to dust. Disintegration. I was waiting for that. Overdrive. Just before Adelman could complete his spell, Shuna used Parser for a control law's rewrite. The results wrested control of the local spiritual elements away from Adelman, driving them haywire. Oh, what? You have less than 1/10 of my magical energy. How could you possibly overwrite my magic? Magicules and spiritual particles were controlled by magical force. Having his magic overwritten could only mean that Adelman's force was overpowered by Shuna. To him, Shuna looked hopelessly outclassed, but now, at long last, Adelman realized he was wrong on that score as well. Impressive. Let me reward you by releasing you from this land. The white was swallowed up by a flood of light, unable to hear Shuna's words to the end. She had used magic on him, realizing that someone like Adelman, at least her equal in terms of holy magic, could collect the energy required to purify the local area. She wasn't expecting him to break out the most powerful of all holy spells, but luckily for her, she knew how that one worked. That was what made it so easy to overwrite. The light now permeated the land, enveloping not just Adelman but all the other undead, cleansing them. Hakuro and Suai ran up to Shuna. I tell you, I wanted to end this sooner, but that Death Knight was far more capable than I estimated. You saved my life there, Lady Shuna. With the land fully cleansed, the Death Knight reverted all the way down to a lowly skeletal fighter and fell to the ground. Following Adelman's will, it had lost any further desire to fight. The sight was enough to make Hakuro realize the battle was over. He regretted losing such a challenging opponent, but protecting Shuna took priority over everything else, and she required his attention right now. No, Hakuro, you were a great help to me. You too, Soei, distracting that death dragon's attention and buying me so much time. If it had fallen out of our control, I doubt we could have won. It shames me that I could not defeat it. As Sui implied, the death dragon was a powerful foe, capable of healing light damage instantly and boasting an aura that infected the mind of anyone who touched it. It took someone like him, capable of controlling multiple replications at once, to emerge from that unscathed. If anything, he deserved praise for holding out so long against a foe that shut down his decisive weapon. The death dragon, too, vanished upon Adelman's defeat, unable to maintain its existence after the magicule supply that powered it was shut off. So I didn't much like how it ended, but anything you can walk away from is a victory. A victory, yes, but one with regrets. The three looked at one another and sighed. Still, muttered Shuna, if Adelman had engaged me seriously from the beginning, none of us would be alive, would we? I think I let my anger drive me to be a little too reckless. Adelman never let up on her at all during the fight, but he also never attempted anything underhanded to snare her. If he really intended to kill them all, he could have done so in many other ways. Shuna could see that, and it filled her with regret. Quite true, Hakuro commented. Perhaps our new strengths have made us grow a tad conceited. Certainly. It is just as Surumuru fretted about. There is no telling what may happen in battle. I should have gathered more intelligence. In the end, however, a win was a win. Clayman's domain had lost its main line of defense, but that didn't end things. The trio had a job to do: seize Clayman's castle and fully neutralize the threat inside. Non-combatants comprised the majority of the people remaining in the castle, none of whom signed any oath of loyalty to Clayman. The more quick-witted among them, or those who took the employment simply for money's sake, surrendered without a hint of resistance. There were also many who were restrained in the castle by mental or spiritual bonds, but a combination of persuasion and magical decursing on Shuna's part allowed them to capture the entire castle in short order. With the occupants neutralized, it was time to start searching. They had already confirmed that the demon lord Carillon wasn't being held here, but they wanted to seek out anything they might be able to use against Clayman. As they did, a figure approached them. "Please, one moment, ma'am. You're still alive. Did you need me to finish you off?" "Wait, Hakura." He has no will to fight left. It was Adelman, and Shuna had to calmly keep Hakura from drawing his sword. The wight fell to his knees, accompanied by a single skeletal fighter. "Please allow me to call you Lady Shuna. Thanks to your magic, all of us have been released from the bonds that tied us here. Perhaps it was fate that kept us alive without being cleansed. I have a request that I hope you will let me propose." "What is that?" a quizzical Shuna asked, fearing this would be yet more trouble for them. "Thank you for hearing me out. I was hoping I would be able to meet the figure that you have devoted your faith to, Lady Shuna. When I lost my faith, I also lost the chance to ever reach the heights of my power ever again. My faith in my goddess Luminous is dead, and I need to find a new god for myself." The three each gave Adelman incredulous looks. We have a great respect for Sir Rimuru." "Yes, but we don't worship him," Shuna stammered in reply. "Sir Rimuru, you say?" Adelman was unfazed, still eager to sell himself. "Truly a wonderful name, one fully worthy of describing the glories of my new god. We may merely be a pair of fragile undead, but I believe we may be able to offer you assistance. Lady Shuna, would it be possible to arrange an audience with this Rimuru?" Shuna wanted to remind Adelman of the difference between blindly, unconditionally worshipping someone and treating them with respect while dealing with your problems by yourself, but she didn't. It seemed like too much to get into. Instead, she conjured up a mental image of Rimuru, the Boinji slime she knew. Well, why not? Once he sees Sir Rimuru in the flesh, that might be enough to make him give up. Adelman seemed to be the type who got the wrong impression of people easily. It would take time to persuade him to think otherwise, so Shuna figured it'd be expeditious for everyone involved if she just nodded and said yes. Once the dust settled, Shuna was in command of Adelman and the several thousand undead that survived the battle, or whatever it was that undead did. Clayman's castle was now fully conquered.